be ready in just a uno momento.
Yeah, me too. I'm just gonna go live.
Bye, baby.
Oh, you went live as soon as I said that.
That's funny. Thanks,
Okay, let
baby.
me clear chat. Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, I forgot to fucking put your guys' name in it. Fuck.
That's fucking rude.
Why do you keep
Okay,
getting
I
tagged,
never put your guys.
babe?
I never put
'Cause-
your names in it.
What the fuck?
Amen.
You asshole.
I just don't forget to. I mean, I don't forget to. I just forget to. You know.
Yeah, that's what just happened to me, but then I'm like, oh, I forgot, and then I do it.
Bet.
I gotta wait for this thing to load. I got OBS open. I got.
How's your stream looks good, baby?
I just want this to. Thank you. I'm not streaming yet though, but I just want this to work. It's not fucking working. It's pissing me off.
It's pissing me off.
I broke my whole thing.
Oh no.
I broke it. I broke my dashboard. Broke it.
Oh,
I've spent.
someone's trying to go
spent the
to a
last,
different
like,
region.
2 hours trying to fix it.
Babe, just hit yes. Thank you.
Oh,
Just hit no.
Just said no.
You guys, I just went to join, and it was like, no, you're not.
Yeah, because
'Cause
George
you
is
guys
going
are going
to
to
a
a
different
different
region.
Yeah, we're going all the way back to the druids. I'm just
What?
I'm kidding.
Letter.
Imagine we went all the
There's
way
not
to
going to be
Act
anybody there. Everyone's dead. No.
It's true.
Save.
Joining failed again.
Trigger.
Still loading.
We're
in.
still loading. Oh,
All right, now
my
you can join
bad.
Does my stream
My
look
fucking
okay,
bad.
babe?
Huh?
You said
Does
it looks
my
really
s-
good.
My stream look okay?
Yeah, I said it looked good earlier.
Okay.
You hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. I was also asking because
Oh.
I just looked at it. It said unstable.
Looks good to me.
The same fucking thing.
Well, baby, move around so I can see it, and I'll watch it.
Okay.
I'm gonna lose all of my mind. Okay, I will fucking. I will.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh. Wolf and Gab are inside of each other.
Whoa.
Ew.
On mice. You see what I'm talking about? Gab's like head is just like sitting on Wolf's shoulder.
Just straight up ill.
Ew.
Oh,
Ew.
Yo. Can we
What do you-
fucking
what do you
not do
upon
that?
a hill.
Yo.
Bro, what are you
Oh,
afraid of?
hey.
The worst you could say is no. Ew.
Oh, we're
Ew.
like those conjoined twins right now.
Damn, conjoined twins.
Conjoined twins.
Okay, I gotta fix my shit and then yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I
Oh.
sent y'all invite for the
That's
Oh, I
stream
see it.
together.
Another like sweet day, rainbow red.
Interesting.
Group.
Okay.
Group. Oh my god, I can't fucking type. It's almost like I only have one hand.
Wait, when do you get your cast off again?
Next Thursday, the 20th.
Okay. For some reason I thought it was this week.
Yup. Okay. Gonna go ahead and go live.
Whoa, scroll of eye bite. Did you guys ever hear this one before?
Scroll of eye bite.
I've heard of iBite.
What the fuck is that?
Your eyes become black corridors walled in teeth. Your gaze capable of inflicting dread, sickness, or putting creatures to sleep.
Nice.
Whoa, what
Kind of a
spell
poem.
was that, Wolf?
Was what?
The one in your inventory.
I don't know. I'm not in the game yet. so I have
Dude,
no
his
idea what you're talking about.
inventory is so fucked up.
What's wrong with my inventory?
It is not nice.
It's not nice.
You're not nice.
It's hard to look at.
That's not very nice.
No, but for real, it is like all
my mother
over the
tells me
place.
it's awesome.
Yeah, you
Unless
have a
you
cool
sort them differently than
bow.
all of us.
I usually
he's
sort by
got them-
newest.
Weird.
Where's
Weird.
the-
Weird.
Weird.
He's the only
Your
one that
beard's
does that.
weird.
We all do it by type, and he's like, I do it by newest.
Oh my god, there's an echo. I'm so sorry.
There is?
Fine.
No, I had my Twitch stream was also playing, so there was an
Oh.
echo.
Interesting.
I have
okay.
no spell slots.
No
Not a
spell
single
slots.
one. Not a fucking single one.
Okay, now is a great time for me to test some things. Oh, let me join the invite. Wants to collaborate. Bada bing, boom, get started.
Stop.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Collaborate and listen.
Listen.
Whee, we're sharing chat. How come every
My
time,
chat
like
has
5
been
minutes
shared.
in, it's like, hey, we're gonna start ads. It's been 5 minutes.
I hate it. It's so dumb.
It's so lame.
I have a 5-stream watch
finally-
streak, apparently.
I'm finally booting up the
Thanks,
game. Oh
babe.
god, you can hear me twice. Let me fix that.
That's cool.
And then,
What are y'all doing?
I'm looking at my character sheet.
Oh, I'm looking what Lord Padidler is doing.
Lord Padidler.
Oh, we can go back
It
to
is Sir Lord Padidler to you.
we can go back to Baldur's Gate now. I'm
Hello?
good.
Hello?
Hello.
Who are you?
I wanted more of the teleport arrows, and then that one person, that dragonborn looking chick at the beginning of
Oh,
World's Crossing
yeah.
had some.
Those are like
Ooh.
slept on for real.
Oh yeah, I've been
Actually
using them all
try.
playthrough. That's why.
I saw somebody was doing like the stealthy archer, and they would like shoot a darkness arrow and then a transport arrow into it.
Yeah.
And then
Nice.
yeah, I was like, wow,
It's sick.
I'm fucking dumb. Why didn't I think of that?
Joining failed. We're still loading. Okay.
Yeah, we're
I'll
we're
go
leaving.
F myself.
You gotta wait. We're loading.
There you go. Now you can join it.
Are you sure? Are you sure now I can join in? Can I join in now?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Join
Wait,
now.
Wait, is this gonna work? Hold on.
I wonder.
Oh my god, is this gonna work?
I was
That's right.
trying to go in this thing. The fucking what is this called?
Give me a second. I gotta test
The
something.
thing that you gotta like put your head and wrists in. Oh, look at the poor steel watcher. Wah wah wah. Holy
Oh yeah,
shit.
I forgot we destroyed those guys.
Yeah. We have so many quest markers.
Still says I'm not in though.
Oh, we have to go to Cazador's place.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
We haven't
Cazador.
found Mole yet.
Hiccup.
Hiccup. Hiccup.
Hiccup.
Okay, I'll have to fix that later. Okay. Anyway, I want to go to my live stream real quick.
Hey baby, come here.
What's that?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Not you.
Talk to this chick, Blaze Liata Portier.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Oh, this gay boy's joining.
How many times do I need to say it? You sent word
My
about a
testis
need, said that I should
points.
come see you about it.
Of course, madam. Let me just
Baby, your stream looks good now.
Thank you, baby.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
forgive
Hold on.
me. Why are you
Yes.
Oh, you're talking. Fuck.
George.
Sick joke.
Too delicious.
Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days?
I don't have enough points.
Daughter Vanra,
I don't have enough points.
my little girl.
I think it's better
She's
if you
missing. This stupid, useless fist said she had a lead, but she must have been sucking Dream Mist or something.
seeing him like
Madam,
slow
tell
down and
me.
just being on a farm. Pretty cool.
It's not
You
very
said-
nice.
What's wrong with this lady?
What's not wrong with the lady?
taken from a tavern?
An educated possum.
Blushing.
How did I?
Who is that?
How did I?
Who be there?
100 times. Why aren't
How did I
you
fail that
listening?
Arcana check?
Oh, hey possum.
Possum,
Welcome
possum,
in. Possum, 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 possum.
Excuse
Wait,
me.
so what's wrong
citizen,
with this
but if
lady?
This is a criminal matter.
She get
it's
migraines or
my
something?
business, not yours. Now,
Someone's
madam,
messing with her.
Oh,
if you'll just tell me why you're
thank
here,
you for
I'll take
the
down the
follow.
details.
Hey, thanks
Oh,
for the
wait.
follow. Holy, I didn't know Tala would talk
Wait.
when you followed me. That's cool.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that confused me. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, huh? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Thank you for the follow, Possum.
Uneducated
Hell
Possum,
yeah.
you're the first one who's gonna get to see something really cool that I'm working on.
Whoa.
If
It's
we
his
go
PP.
to no, I don't need to work on that anymore.
Do you
well,
like his
I'm gonna-
laugh? He said, I don't do that
I
anymore.
slept her in.
if we go to this here, and that should post a link hopefully if it
Her
if
name
it
is
works.
Vanra. She's 7 years old. And a
Vanra.
starter, like me.
If it
We were in the Blushing Mermaid
it
when she
works.
was taken.
Why were
Just
you
up
in the
by the
Blushing
docks.
Mermaid with your 7-year-old?
Why
it-
is my
what?
chat not? There we go.
Oh, okay, well fine, I'll have to do it this way.
Was anyone else with you? Like, what? How?
No. Unless you count a couple of old drinking mates at the next table.
Hold on.
But they'd be no help.
Should
They
you
barely
see
remember
us?
their own
Storyline.
names. I was sober though. I swear.
Give me a second. There's something really cool, I
Stuck on the
promise.
maid for a drink sometimes.
It's kind of
But it was only a quick
broken.
one.
The actual Twitch login doesn't
Um,
work right now. I'm working
Yeah,
on that.
yeah.
The front of house.
It will be
Bernard was
fixed.
there, and the owner of the Blushing Mermaid, Captain Grizzly.
Wow.
lifted a finger to
Wow,
help me
thanks,
look.
Nightbot. Thanks,
Get
Nightbot.
shit
What?
on, dude.
Oh, why did
Christy's
you do
by
that?
shit on you, dude.
Yeah, I got
She
you. Will, I
said-
got you. Will, I got you.
Yeah, can you fix
All right,
that?
I guess
Okay.
we're going to the Blushing Mermaid to find
Gotcha, Wolf.
your daughter
you.
that you probably sold to be a
head home.
prostitute.
So this
Can't
tells
stop
you
being
the
around these
commands.
idiots any longer.
I'm working on it right now, but what's eventually going to you'll be able to do is when you clear here, you'll sign in with you'll log in with Twitch and or YouTube, and it will combine both your accounts. You'll
Alright,
have
where's-
a unified point system, and then you'll actually be able
Where's-
to click on the redeems,
over
and
here.
it will work. It's a work in progress,
I'm going to go to Baldur's Gate waypoint.
but you know it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
We don't have to do this quest line if you don't want to. I just think it's an interesting one.
What? No, let's do it. I've never been here. Let's fucking do it.
Okay.
So we go south and then
The Twitch login doesn't work because the OAuth is being a pain in the ass. I've been working on this for like a week. But yeah. So if you actually like do the exclamation mark rec and then the game name, it'll show it on there. And then it tallies up how many people recommend a specific game. So I can see, you know, how many people are recommending the one game. And then other people can see it too if they want to throw their recommendations in there. And it's coded. And it's coded so that people can't recommend
that
the
way,
same
baby.
game twice.
Yeah, I
Or
shouldn't have
should
gone that way.
Where-
it's not
I
broken.
was like, what's happening to me? I'm not doing anything.
Anyway,
Look,
it is
Nisha Lisha. Imagine if you named that
Nisha Lisha.
Nisha Lisha.
Why? I forgot. Withers has a ton of stuff.
All these
around.
drunk fools. Lady has a terrible haircut. She looks like Vegeta.
I know I need to do this.
Who do I gotta talk to? Oh wait, Nisha's a murder target.
Nisha.
Yeah, she's right here. Should we talk to her? And tell her to get out of here before someone murders her?
Do it.
What's hiding
Can.
here?
Well, I don't want to do it without y'all here before I get jumped.
I'm right here.
Oh yeah, Wolf's not even fucking out here. He's fucking respecking.
Holy cow! Y'all are gonna beat the game before me. I told everyone I was respecking. I just want to throw this out there, okay?
I know, but I thought you were with us.
This is like the 9th, 8th respect.
Something
No,
like
no,
that.
it's the 6th.
Something like that.
I already have my my build that I want to do next time. The next go around we do. Christy knows what it is.
Talos. Hey, they stole Talos.
Oh,
Talos
Nice.
doesn't belong here. I'm gonna
get
get
the fuck out of here,
Sanctuary.
bitch.
Good, good.
Yeah.
You're like a giant next to me, babe.
Yeah.
Get out of here, bitch.
Poor performance.
They just turned around. They turned around and left and was like, ooh.
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 All right, who are we
All right.
looking for again in here? Is she up here?
Uh,
or he?
second story
This
right
guy.
there.
Is it? No.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
No.
Her.
Oh, it's
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
What y'all do with Lump? Who?
Just leave me to.
Siggy Vend.
Can't a captain be bloody hungover in peace?
Oh, you're talking.
Oh,
Ooh.
why hello there. Captain Grizzly at your service.
Oh.
What can I do for a long drink of water
Uh-oh.
like yourself?
Oh. Hey girl, what's up?
Oh, not this claptrap.
Yeah, that
There
dude's
you go.
dead,
There
Sandwich.
you go, homemade.
was here, all right? Knocking back pints like there's no tomorrow.
Pro's dead.
But
Am
she
I?
was alone.
Can I not?
I saw
I
head
cannot
nor
send
ass of this
messages. What is
so-called
going on
kid, and when we tried to kick her out, she pulled a knife on my front man. Bet she didn't tell you that
Right
bit,
quick.
huh?
What is happening?
Oh,
Why
she
is it
said
not-
she wasn't drunk?
That's because she's taking you for
Oh, that's
a
why.
ride. And not the fun kind.
And not the fuck guy.
I know Laura from my
This
pirate
lady
Yes,
days.
wants to
about-
lick
She
your
ran with
coochie,
Bart
dude.
Blackdagger's crew. Heard they tossed her overboard when
Wild.
she gutted the bosun over a
No,
little
Christy
Wild
has.
statement.
Christy has the circlet.
I'd no beef with her before this. All are welcome in the maid.
Yeah, it was Christy, I
But
think.
threatening
Sandwich.
my staff, claiming we took her kid.
Unable
Yeah,
to
I
stop-
have it.
Excuse me? What?
Dangerous. Next time she pulls a
The fuck
knife
else
on
is
me
using
and
my
mine,
damn-
someone might die. Something has to be done.
What's using? What's using my port? The hell?
There's one way and one way only to shut someone up. She's
Oh.
dangerous. And I couldn't call myself a captain if I stood by and did nothing.
All right, so now we got
hate that
the
it's
she
come
said,
to
she
this.
said, mumbo jumbo
But
going
I'll
on
pay
now.
a
She said,
hoard
she
of
said.
gold to whoever scuppers her. Permanently.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I need to think about it. Isn't there more evidence?
That's
we gotta find a kid.
insane.
I don't know. Do we have to kill her? Is she bad?
Should we kill her?
Unable to
bad. I feel
like we
use the
need more
website
infinite.
server.
We need more
Why?
evidence. Pick who to kill. We could just kill them both. Who knows?
What the? F-
Should I say 3?
Is there? I don't know. George did this. Is there more to look for, or is this it?
I don't know. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Well, I don't
Unable
know.
to use the web
Be fine.
stalker service.
Either way, it's like whatever y'all decide is still a cool quest.
Right, but
Um,
I just feel like she's taking us for a ride too. She's a pirate. Of course she has fucking gold.
She got that booty.
Exactly.
There's blood on that booty, but okay.
Yeah, I guess I can't do that now. That's interesting.
Yeah, I see it too. She is bloody and dirty. I don't know if
My,
we
my
should
stuff is
trust her.
broken.
If we're doing dirge, if we're doing like, truly evil, then just do it.
Okay.
So 2?
Yeah. You gotta like lead us.
Okay.
Next.
Good. This is a mercy. I promise. Return when the deed is done.
I'm just going along
Are
with
you
what
going
dirge
to
would
connect?
do, or would assume it would dirge would
Yeah,
do.
yeah. No, that's
Bro,
fine.
my chat and my streamer bot is
Bosom.
broken right now. What is happening?
Holy titties above the bar.
Titties above the bar. Where?
Look at above the bar. The mermaid
The mermaid.
hanging. You see it?
Well, let me come down where you
Oh,
guys
you're.
are at.
Oh yeah, you're up there. My bad. Yeah, down here. Look.
Okay.
Look above the bar.
Oh, shit.
Well, my chat's broken right now. So
Look at
give
them
me a second.
things. The net is going through her titties. Holy moly. And that whole. I just realized she's got a boot. Whoa!
Whoa.
There's a severed hand up there. There's 2 of them.
I kind of want to put the
Hey, yo.
circlet back on.
There's something going on here.
What makes you say that?
There's severed hands, and the one hand is on her ass.
Nah.
Do you not see it up there? There's
I don't
3.
see anything.
Oh, that's a foot. She's shitting out a foot.
She's shitting out a foot. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, it's the severed
Okay.
foot that we need.
All right.
There's 2 hands and a foot
All
up
right,
there,
I had
dude.
to fix my shit. Okay.
How do we
My
get it
Twitch is
down?
broken right now. I gotta fix
Can
it.
I
Wait,
jump on the
but-
bar?
Wait,
Oh,
they
no.
are. No, it's not the clown severed part. Never mind.
It's saying that I'm gonna steal the
Yeah.
hands if I take them. What the fuck?
Meta magic will get this.
Yeah,
thing
there's a
and
hand on her
win.
butt.
I know. There's a hand on her butt, and then there's like another hand, like towards her tail.
We'll get mirror image.
What's going on up
No,
here?
we'll just get mirror image. Meta magic. We'll get Quicken.
Why would
One
they
of the
ever
rules of the bar is get frisky with your partners elsewhere.
Look at them all. Come. People are just passed out on the fucking floor.
Yeah.
That would not happen today. Oh my god, it's Bruno Mars. Oh,
What?
never mind. Bruno Indomicus or whatever the fuck.
Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars.
Definitely Bruno Mars. He's kind of shorter than I thought.
Isn't Bruno Mars pretty short too, though?
Yeah, he's like 5 foot, I think.
I know, but this one's even shorter.
Oh, that one's a
Wild.
midget.
Yeah.
You can't say that.
He's a dwarf.
Insane. You can't
I
say
feel
the
like-
things that you're saying right now.
I mean, people are called
Shut up,
dwarves.
midget.
Literally.
Also,
Where are
You
we
know
going
what?
again? We're gonna kill that lady?
Yeah.
Okay.
where
Here I am.
is
I'm following Christy. I don't know if this is a good idea.
my storm. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh no, where are we going?
Just know I have no spell slots. Does any of you have like an angelic reprieve?
I think I do.
I mean, I have the one that only does first and second
This is
level.
what I was looking for. There we go.
Look at that.
Kind of
I have a
like the
supreme elixir of arcane cultivation. Gain an additional level 4 spell slot.
I literally have no spell slots, and I have 6 up to level 6.
Gotcha.
What did we? Oh, we did the steel fucking watch last time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I used all of my fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, that fight was fun.
It was. Me and Chrissy look cool.
Yeah, we
Here,
do.
Chrissy, you should drink. You should drink an elixir of bloodlust.
1 second. I'm
You-
going through my
Do you even have
quest
one?
thing and I don't
Oh.
know if I do.
Here, I'm gonna look.
I'm gonna
Whoops,
get this one.
wrong button.
Yeah, I was going
Okay.
through all my quests and
No, you
Clicking
don't have
them.
one.
So
Where's
down.
where can I buy it? Where's like a good potion shop? General Goods? Down the street. I want to go west. No, just kidding. East.
Wolf, what are you specking into
this
again?
guy's name is Hiccups.
Nunya.
Hiccups Borton.
Okay, I was gonna
I'm just
ask
kidding.
if you wanted some
I'm
items to
doing
help you.
the 2 cleric and then the rest sorcerer. 2 storm cleric.
You want
Yeah, he's
these
copying
Daredevil
me.
gloves? The wearer gains a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls. And
Oh,
your
I don't think
ranged
this
spell
guy has
attacks
anything.
are made as melee spell attacks when you're adjacent to a hostile creature. I don't know if you want that. There's also one when you hit a target with a spell of cantrip or cantrip, you use a weapon that uses a weapon, you gain arcane acuity.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Bone
Arcane
Cloak's
Q doesn't really help me too much.
Apothecary.
Okay.
Seems like a good idea to go there.
I actually kind of like that. And we're gonna do This
Oh,
one.
this is the town square. Yeah.
The town square.
I say we're gonna do this one.
Yeah, it's the town square. Meh. Whoa, someone over here is talking
This
shit.
kid's name is Duber.
You're a
Oh, whoa,
duber.
there's Aridin. He's looking at a puppet thing.
All right.
Oh, it's Dareth. Yes, Dareth. Hi. Can you help me, please? Damn, she don't got it.
We
either.
deserve to know the truth.
I'm about to look it up.
Where the hell did you guys go? Where y'all at? Lower City Central. I'm just gonna Lower City Central Wall.
Oh, Dareth doesn't have me. Oh, Popper at the circus has some. Or past
Popper?
circus. How about Dancing Axe? Is that around here?
Dancing Axe?
I don't see it. Oh, it's in Worms Crossing too. But those are the only places. Huh.
Man.
See where we can get. Okay, well, fuck it.
Get in the fucking bucket.
Yep. Oh well, can't get it.
Oh well.
Oh well. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, this is Clank.
Mm-hmm. Gotta figure something out real fast here. I love having technical issues.
Hmm. Ooh, that's fucking crazy.
$5.12.
Holy shit! This is $7,800. You're insane.
We have unlimited
you.
money.
No, that's insane. Get that shit out of my face. Because if I would sell it to you, it'd be 500.
Wolf, do you remember how many tadpoles you can take before changing appearance? I don't want to look ugly. Like,
You can take all of them. You just can't take the. I think it's when you take the ascended tadpole or whatever.
Yeah, you don't
When
want
you use
that one.
that one, that's the one that will, do that.
okay. Yeah, because I don't want to look ugly.
Oh, I mean, never mind. No comment.
Oh wow.
Okay. No. Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. I gotta do PowerShell. Something is running on my port, and it's making things not work, and it's pissing me off. Not recognize his name of commandlet.
That's pretty funny. Oh,
What's going on out here?
I just see a bunch of. Oh, it's that bitch. It's what's her name? Salamander.
Oh, they're
Stoundo the Lesser.
just doing weird shit.
Yep. Let's need to restart the thing. I don't want to reboot my computer though.
I don't even see the other
reboot my
ones that it's
computer.
recommending me to get. That's okay.
TP.
Oh, she's over here, right?
Oh, I have to reboot my computer to fix that? Nah, no, well, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, wrong way.
I ain't doing that. Oh shoot, I think I left the shared chat. I'm gonna come back to it. Okay, I'm back.
It says you're. Yeah, it says you're still in there.
refresh you. Okay, or not. That's fine. Okay, got it. Okay, I gotta pop out the chats again. I have a ghost process somewhere that's eating up my freaking port, and I need to find it, but I have to restart my computer to fix it, so that's gonna wait.
Uh-oh. There's a murder person here. I see him.
A murder.
A murder
person?
person. Someone we
Yeah.
have to murder.
There's a sinister hooded man and someone with the unstoppable feet.
Oh.
Oh,
George. George.
What?
You ever heard of Chit? You ever seen the skits with Chit?
shit.
No.
Shit.
You've never seen the Chit skit? Dude, they're so funny. He
Send me
walks in,
video.
he's like, okay, I'll send you a video because they're hilarious.
Send me
Hilarious.
video.
Can we can we long rest?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, can we please? Because well, I mean, I have full spell slots because I just, but everyone else doesn't.
I have nothing.
Chits.
Can only do druid stuff. Morgan, please don't tell them. Uh-oh. Lord Padidler. They don't like what you're doing.
What'd you do?
What'd you do?
I don't know.
I attacked a beehive and they didn't like that.
They said -5.
I sent it in a Dinkle Dirge chat. Chit's freaking hilarious. I love Chit.
But
Dum dum dum
Okay.
dum dum dum
here, let's
dum dum
rest then.
dum.
Do you want to end the day?
Bum. Yes, I want to end the day.
Oh shit! I gotta get my water bottle. I'll be right back.
Why are you so big?
I got it, baby. I get it.
Okay, thank you, baby.
Brody is massive.
Literally, we can all stand up and be the same height as his fucking dick, dude. What the fuck? What is this? Hey, yo, this outfit? Oh, shit. I forgot I found this.
Yeah.
I like the back more than the front, to be honest. I feel like the front should have been covered up. Or maybe, like, crisscross stuff. I think it's too much.
I look like I'm about to get on a motorcycle.
You do. Why are you still here, you stupid-ass kid?
That's rude.
She could not take
You're
a
not
hit.
Yenna.
This. We'll just do this
Hey,
for now.
baby.
We've been told you. No. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Get out.
Because you're fucking... You're a bitch.
That's
Roast beef
insane. I don't.
joint.
Letter with sticky red blots.
Rescue Orin's victim. Did we rescue Orin's victim?
What did we do?
You watch the story
Which
Gortash
thing?
vulnerable. Orin left us a message with a clear directive. Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, I remember reading that.
Here we go.
My comfy clothes.
Well, maybe you need to read it, Christy.
Hmm. What's happened? Kill him,
That's
kill him,
so
kill him,
weird.
kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
Like the ass overlay.
Ah.
Game overlay.
Yeah, this is like the best camp. Anything in this shit? Oh,
Oh.
there's like wine and stuff over here.
Oh wait, there's two. Wait a minute.
Here we go. I got the overlay disabled. Disabled.
Was there two?
Would you like to go to bed?
No. I would not like to go to bed.
I wonder if we could all get statues, like in one playthrough.
I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Like to go to bed.
Would you like to go to bed?
I would like to go to bed. Oh, la, la, la.
It's pissing me off.
Every time it does this, I always think a cutscene's about to happen.
I know.
All right, let's go. Let's go dick Gortash down. I mean, let's go.
Oh, I
kill
thought
him.
we were gonna go kill that one
Oh
lady.
yeah, we got it. We got to kill. We're gonna go. What one lady?
What's her fucking face?
The other Netherstone lady, Orin?
Lorna.
Oh,
Yeah,
No.
No,
Sure.
it's a side quest. It's a side quest.
Lauren.
Yeah.
Lorna Shore.
While you was busy playing dress up Barbie.
Dress up
Hey,
Barbie.
Dress Up Barbie's great. I'll have you know.
I also wandered
Roblox game
into
called, babe?
here.
Baby girl.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I
for the
accidentally
visa.
wandered into here as I was trying to get. Oh, I
What's
passed.
up, Rain?
Yeah, asked us to kill Laura. Before she
Yeah,
hits anyone
yeah.
else.
She's on the map.
Where's she
She's
at?
to the south of us. She's south,
Gorg.
southeast.
George.
Oh,
George
Rain,
with
funny
a
enough,
J?
I have a coworker
Oh,
that
she's
calls
in
me
here.
that in email. My coworker, she emails me. She says, "Hello, Gorg," and she literally spells out Gorge. She forgets the E entirely. It's fucking
That's
crazy.
J-O-R-G.
Yeah, there you go. In a
Gorg.
professional email, she calls me that, and it's like, okay, I don't
Gorg.
correct her.
Oh, hey,
I just
it
think it's
is
funny.
rain. Hey,
I just
rain.
think it's funny.
Oh, she's
Okay,
over
where are we going?
there.
What are we doing?
Did you want to take care of this person, Gab, or
Oh,
no?
oh. Oh, I ran over here. I accidentally
let-
wandered in there.
All right, let's do the quest.
I'm
then.
coming.
Forget about that.
It's locked. How,
do you look like,
how do we sneak in?
Wife.
Oh, I didn't mean to try to open the door.
What do you mean,
Hey,
wife?
wife.
What's up, Rain?
Wow.
Wolf, why do you look like Ezio's gay
She's
cousin?
cheating on me.
She's talking to me, because waifu's wife.
Oh.
Okay.
Wife, who's wife?
I was like, what do you mean, wife? You cheating on me?
Hey, yo, there's a fucking
issue.
a symbol up here.
Skill issue.
Yeah. What? What?
Here, George. George, you got the most strength. You should totally jump up there and break us in.
Oh, I went
There's
past
like
it.
there's a bad graffiti thing up there for either. I think
Okay.
it's ball.
Where are you at? He's outside out here.
I'm down
We're
here.
behind. Yeah, coming. All
I
right.
gotta try
No,
edge
you see it
panning.
up there? Yeah, look at that.
Options. What's edge panning? Edge panning. Edge
Oh, wait,
panning,
wait.
not
Before
edge
you
panning.
go, wait. I completely forgot.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you
there
forgot
you
to
go.
give us AIDS.
Yeah, you guys need
I forgot
AIDS.
about Tala. I forgot Tala randomly responds to people again.
Oh.
You're looking for that romantic brigade. Perhaps focus
I
on
need my
stocks
harem.
rather than harem sex time.
Wow. Tala's a bitch.
Sound advice though. Don't focus on the harem. Focus on stocks. That's where you make your money.
I can't jump
Yeah,
up
just
there.
buy GameStop.
No, he has to go over, and
Oh yeah,
maybe
GameStop
he can
is
let us in.
solid.
Solid investment. not a financial advice though. Easy game.
I need part of me's so happy that Steam is a private company, but if Steam ever went public, I'd buy so much.
Oh yeah, 100%. There's just holy water, gold, and an ice arrow. It's all trash.
I am so
Hold on.
hyped for the Steam machine and whatnot.
The steam
All right,
machine.
I'm gonna watch.
Ooh.
I'm gonna watch
Yeah, the new
George.
Steam machine.
Is there bad stuff in there?
Thank you.
There's
Or sorry, it's what is it? It's not called the Steam
Oh.
machine. It's called the.
There's a rat.
Thanks, Rain.
the
Is
corpse
it called the
in
Steam
there.
machine?
Meme machine. Meme machine.
Yeah,
Meme
the
machine.
cube thingy that they're releasing.
I'll show you a cube thingy.
George is on the roof.
He's on the roof.
George is on the roof.
Jumping down. Oh, for real? I'll take damage there? That's stupid.
Mailbox.
Just fly.
A bloody note.
I'm reading their mail.
So am I.
This guy.
Pear
Oh, there's a
tree.
bloody note. There's a bloody note in there. Do
Her
we
name is
break in
Pear
here?
Tree.
I'm sorry, Rain. I don't know what Tala's deal is.
Thank you,
Tala's
Rain.
being a
Appreciate
bully
it.
right now.
Oh,
Do we
thank
break in
you.
here?
Bella's always a bully. What are you talking about? Now.
She's supposed to only bully you.
Hey, watch my back,
Yes.
Christy.
Tal is a
Oh,
bot.
someone's coming.
Yeah, tell us
Programmer error.
a chat GPT bot.
Um,
Why did I
Powered
go
bot.
there? There we go.
Okay, I'm going to you guys. Let's go do that quest, the side thing, and then call it.
you guys gotta watch my back. I'm gonna break in.
Brain, you're fighting with the bot. That's funny.
Tal is a dick, 100%.
Yay!
Oh, that was the
Boasting
building I
about
was in.
size, are we?
Finesse of the sales.
Yeah, we have to go in here.
Oh, my fault. I should have gone in there. There's a dead body
Yeah,
on
that's
the
why-
second floor.
Yeah, that's what we gotta look at.
Gotcha.
Oh. I
A
know.
dead body on the second floor.
There's a note.
Alexander, no! Wait, there's a rat in
Hey.
here.
Guys, there's a
Wait, I'm
dead
gonna
body
talk
on
to
the
it.
second floor.
We close the door, so
Take that.
taking these sausage links.
I'll show you a sausage link.
Oh, there's a
gonna show me-
hatch.
Fucking tiny ass
Sorry.
sausages.
Hey, Vienna sausages are still sausages.
Those are delicious, by the way.
Uh-oh, red man.
Red man.
Tonight.
Oh,
Read.
didn't we kill him?
Open up.
Tala's set right now to where she has like a conversation mode. So if you call her by saying her name,
Thanks, Ray.
it puts it in like a 2-minute timer. And if you respond or if you say something within that 2-minute timer, then she'll respond to you. That can obviously be adjusted and whatnot, but it's just a test thing I'm running.
Cheese record. What the fuck? Successful cheeses.
Ah.
Red, white, yellow,
I had-
sharp, mellow.
Bella's
Unsuccessful
ignoring me.
cheeses. Smoked,
You should
blue,
work on
waxed.
Yeah, maybe she just ignores you.
Maybe.
Try again.
Okay, so,
She should-
so
she
now
should
we
speak to you.
should go down in the hatch.
I'm
Oh,
trying to
what's
break
this
her,
note?
her programming.
You
Yeah,
can't break
I
Tala.
read
She's
it. It
unbreakable.
didn't do
She's
anything.
immutable.
There was a list of
Place is literally
the victims too. another
I guess we
book.
go down here.
She stopped working. Why hath she stopped working?
Oh, what happened?
Uh-oh, there's people down here dead.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
And there's
No,
a
we're dealing with a
Oh,
murderer.
George, watch out!
Careful.
I'm kinda
Oh,
scared.
George! George, you almost stepped on it with your big ass feet, dog.
Oh, George, what have you done,
Uh-oh.
George?
Uh-oh.
I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
Oh, George got it. George got it.
Don't worry. Okay.
Okay, yeah, nope. I've got Talis set to off there. Let me look at the code.
Potion of Featherfall, Faded
Ah,
Scroll
that's-
Reversal.
Behavior.
I'm taking that.
Reginald.
What's inside?
Winslow.
Memory.
Winslow.
Oh, he has a foot, Christy.
Oh, I got it. I got the foot.
Good job. Okay, left or right, y'all?
Oh, there we go.
What? There's grease on the ground. Whoops.
Let's go left.
You guys went
Left
down the
first?
hatch,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yes. Down the hatch.
Gotcha.
Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I didn't
I'll go
move.
left. I'll go right.
What if I jump over it?
Don't trust this room.
Okay, I disarmed that one.
I don't think there's anything. Oh, there's a strong box wall. Get it, Christy. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, where the fuck? Where's guidance?
Do the trick.
Ooh, nice.
Oh yeah, I'll wait for you to cast guidance.
What the fuck? Guidance must have left.
Where's-
my
George, fix
toolbar.
my link. I'm trying to send it to
There
Homemade.
we go.
Oh,
I got it. I don't know why it's doing that.
I got it, baby.
Because it hates me.
Can you
It
like,
hates me.
see if you can add I thought I had your
Maybe
bot
that's-
like set to a ignore like the thing or whatever.
That's not something I can do. You have to do that manually.
Let's see if
Ooh, I
that
got it.
works.
An 8. What the fuck?
I got it. It's already open.
Shared chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Here, you can take
I gotta
it.
fix the
You
shared
can take
chat.
this stuff.
Oh,
I gotta fix all these.
mine.
Oh,
Nice.
Interesting.
they should all work in shared chats, unified commands.
Huh. The stone wall here that I just perceptibly. Interesting.
Commands.
Here, you should totally smack it with your big ass hammer.
Just do that.
Okay,
Shared
I thought
chat.
it was something else.
No.
Oh, we're in the tombstone
Options.
shop, huh?
I'm surprised
Shared
that I
chat.
passed that perception check. Ah,
Whoa.
I failed the
Chat.
perception. Nice.
There it is.
Okay.
Which
Be
shared
wary.
chat?
Hopefully I can get this one. Easy game.
That's good.
All right.
Easy game, easy life.
Now,
Which shared chat?
fucking thing.
I could do this.
Now, if I
There you
do
go.
this,
Okay.
now if I go
fail this, I'm gonna
to
blow up.
points, add,
Oh,
add
I'm
back
dead.
off.
Oh, never mind.
No,
okay,
you're not.
sandwich.
You're good.
I'm rolling really good tonight. Nice.
Nice.
There you go, and you can check it with exclamation mark
Check
points.
that chest, Gab.
And
There's
then
also
that
a key
link
there.
that link that George sent will take you to like the dashboard that I'm working on, where eventually you'll be able to actually click the redeems and they'll
No,
go
it
off
doesn't.
just like
Wolf's
Twitch.
lying. Homemade
It
sandwich.
doesn't
Wolf is
right
lying.
now. It doesn't right
He's
now,
lying.
but it
He's
will. And then
lying.
I also have a points leaderboard.
And now where
Oh,
do we
it's
go?
saying you have 0. Why do you have 0?
Let's turn this torch on. And
I can check that. It is a work in progress. Everything's a work
What's in
in
the chest?
progress.
I don't
Just
know.
FYI.
Chrissy took
Oh.
it.
what was in the
What?
chest?
Check here.
I didn't see anything in there.
And I
but
haven't I haven't
gold.
been able to test this with other
Okay.
people.
Okay, yeah,
I've
that's
only
what
been
I
able
was
to
asking.
test it with me.
Wolf's lying.
Did we find everything down here? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we did.
All right.
Oh, it's because
Okay.
of the at. Oh,
I
it's
thought we
not
were supposed to kill that
unifying-
lady. She wasn't in here.
This does.
It's not unifying the things. Okay, hold on.
Quest marker wasn't here.
This is a ritual killing, and the murderer wanted
Um,
it found.
Oh, she's next door now? The fuck?
I was gonna say we weren't in the right house. It was the one
Oh.
across. I
I
think.
swear, I fucking hovered over it and it said kill her.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's on
This
the.
is what I'm.
Oh
this
well.
is what I'm
Well, we
opposing.
found it. We found a secret little house then.
Yeah, it's over here.
What path
Secret.
lies
What's
before
up, guards?
Oh, over here.
Eventually-
Over here. Okay.
Yeah, everything
go
will
up
be
this ladder?
connected at some point.
Ew, smelly guy.
Yeah, Gab, I was wondering. I'm like, okay, we can go there too. Yeah, there was. Some
No, I
food
didn't
there,
know.
Too.
Oh,
you're
I'm
good.
dumb.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought
I'm just
I hovered
spamming.
over to the thing. I don't know.
I'm just spamming
Oh,
everyone's chat
shoot,
with
look
my
what I
thing.
found.
But...
Nobody look.
Are you
Ew,
naked?
look at that fucking shitter, dude. Why does it look like that? Wait, open it back up. What the?
Excuse me.
Ew.
Okay,
Excuse me.
now you can try it, homemade. Now you should have points.
Is that for us to watch your shit fall in?
Apparently.
Wait, what?
What
Hold
the
up.
fuck? You guys
Hold
see
on.
that? Why is there such a what?
Oh, here's Laura. Okay.
Oh, is she in there?
Here she is.
I'm waiting for Wolf to see the. It's almost like a peep show shitter.
Oh my god,
Kind
it's a
of.
glory shitter.
A glory
Mhm.
shitter.
Wolf's favorite type of shitter.
Oh, we going in here?
Nah.
Oh.
Where's the glory shitter?
Oh, it's because she has a child. Should we talk to her?
YOLO. Do it.
very well.
Talk to
Oh, Christy
Laura,
got
babe.
to. Here, wait.
Babe, you
I'm gonna
talk to her.
close the door.
Yeah,
I'm
close the
closing the
door.
door.
Does this mean you found my daughter?
Okay, door closed.
The flaming beast, I'll
Fix
have
that.
no clue.
You do
Useless
that.
twat.
I'm gonna go up
Add
here.
this to notes so I can
Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
fix this. Stand normalize.
Should I say 1 or just go to 2?
Actually, no, that won't really
I'm not
matter.
proud of my
I
past,
can
alright?
Go off, figure it out.
I lived a violent life,
Fucking-
but that all changed when I had Banra.
Ow.
Getting the
Fire
occasional
Nation
drink in
attacked.
the flesh of mermaid is as close as I get to the old days.
Well, then
That's
why
not
did
enough.
someone say that you tried to
Fine.
stab him?
I did. But
Oh, see, look, you
they
left
wouldn't
it
let me
out.
look
You're a
for
liar.
Banra, and I panicked. Alright?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Call her out.
How could she say such an awful thing? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Vanra is real, damn it. All I want
Carefully
for her is
now.
to be home and safe. Please.
That's what I
I
wanted.
mean, she does have toys on the ground here. Maybe we should just put her out of her
Unless you have
misery.
news of my daughter, I don't want to hear it.
Well, what's this thing at the top?
What? If this is a joke, it's not funny.
Yeah,
You
we're here to
Christy
kill
want
you.
me dead? Oh,
For some reason, my shit's bugged.
you're serious. Help! Help!
Okay, wait. You're
I'm
about
the
to
only
get...
one in
right here.
combat. She doesn't
Yeah.
see you guys yet.
Nope.
Go for it.
Okay, how do you want to do this? Damn.
Babe, crit miss, really?
That's insane.
Go for it, Gab. Nice.
Get fucked, you stupid bitch.
Try this again. There we go. There you go.
Wow, you guys did awesome.
Yep.
Amulet
Her
of Wind
amulet's
Rider.
really good.
Ooh.
You haven't done this yet.
Oh,
Okay.
I was about to say, whoop's coming.
So let's go back to the Russian maiden. Let's
I'm
figure
gonna
out
rob
what
her.
happened. Okay. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Treasured
Oh.
map?
I found all
take
the
a nap.
panties.
Whoa!
He took her panties.
I'm gonna take a nappy nap.
Oh shit, look at her
Auction
old
receipt.
pirate outfit. She probably look cool.
Rusty longsword.
That's what she said.
Taking that sword.
We'll just sleep it on the bed.
I'm taking a nappy nap.
Taking her. Oh, robbing all of her paintings. Give me that.
Yeah, Christy, come land have
For the
me.
Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide,
I
and Monster
can't.
Manual for
It won't
D&D
let
5e.
me.
Damn.
Nice. You
That
gonna run
sucks.
your own campaigns?
Night,
Where do we go now?
pirate ship.
Blushing Mermaid. That's right.
Back to,
That's
yeah,
over
back to
here.
Blushing Mermaid.
Yeah, let's go back there.
I'm
Like the
slowly
Get our
Baldur's Gate
money.
in
learning.
there.
Slowly learning Baldur's Gate. Not here enough.
Slowly learning.
Okay. Come on. Hope the gods are watching me.
Oh wait, do you have anything good in here, lady? Surprised you escaped Moonrise, fucking freak.
God, it's been so long. I have no idea how to get around the freaking Baldur's Gate.
Really?
Blushing Mermaid, there it is.
Take the Baldur's Gate fast travel and walk over here.
Yeah, she
I
doesn't really
can just go,
have.
I'll just go around.
Damn, you don't have shit. Fuck you, lady.
That's rude.
Yep. Well, she's rude.
My cabbages! Is this a reference to the cabbage guy?
Yeah.
Fucking Avatar? Because there's so many cabbages
They're all over the
here
place
and-
over
and-
there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm so mad. There was an MMO plan for the Avatar series game or whatever that never made it.
Good.
Would have been sick to be one of the vendors.
It would have been an absolute fucking microtransaction hell. You have to have a good company make it. You know who I want to see make an MMO? I want to see Larian make an MMO.
They're never gonna do that.
They never would. But I'd be really interested to see
Stop that wailing of hers for good.
what they would do.
You actually did it.
Reminds me of a song.
Maybe we should
I
kill
got
her
one more
too.
level. That's going in
Great
Bard.
little ditty.
I've missed you.
Did you play any Volo?
Oh great, it's this bitch.
Guys, no, listen to me. Guys, listen to me.
Of course it's this bitch.
Are y'all talking to her already? I'm coming.
Ew.
So
Oh
yeah.
no, she's different.
Yeah, she got uglier. Hag pregnancy.
Ew.
This one's
Yep.
not my fault.
Babe, that was
Hags
the
is where I
Arcana
draw the
check you
line.
missed.
Ah!
I draw the line at hags.
Maybe that was the arcane check you missed.
Oh.
Also, that really wasn't what's her name.
Well, I
by the way.
knew that she's pregnant in Act 3, but I didn't know that was the check I missed.
No. I'm
Who
talking
the
about when
hell-
you talked to that lady. The arcane check was to identify that this was the hag and not the actual girl.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. I had it all worked
That makes
out,
sense.
you know.
So we killed
I was
Laura
going
for
to
the hag.
cut your pretty little head off and then kill Laura myself. But then you bashed the red.
Wait, who got her pregnant?
now,
Ooh.
Not only am I a fumble, but I owe you, of all people.
Your hands are bigger than your fucking body.
Still a little shit, I see.
Yeah.
You.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're at an impasse. Vanra sits in my belly, growing fat with power. A
Ew.
fine hag she'll make, but I need time. I need to be left
kill her.
alone.
Nobody fucking sees us talking to a hag in
I
here.
know you're on a little
Oh yeah,
crusade
we
of
need
your
that
I guess
one
they're
thing
all
to
drunk.
make her throw up, right?
To a compromise. Walk away, Petal. And when the time comes and your back is up against the wall, you'll have the guts and glory of a hag at your side.
Ooh.
You'll have
Interesting.
me.
Ugh, she's so disgusting. Ooh, you could say that. Yeah.
I'd say
Yeah.
it.
Stupid brat. You can't win. Kill me.
We obviously don't give a fuck about the kid.
Vanra
Yeah,
dies.
like we're
And I'll
evil.
only return stronger than ever.
We
We've
eat
literally
kids
been
for
killing
breakfast.
a whole bunch of people.
A woman in my condition
Whoa.
should be relaxing in the bath, not dealing with this nonsense.
See, you wish she was human. Look at
I
you.
leave you to my
Kill Auntie Ethel and let the
no.
people from Baldur's Gate 4 deal with her.
And should you
Wait, I'm sitting in a chair right now.
survive,
Uh-oh.
Stay away.
Oh
or
no.
Vanra will suffer.
Don't worry, her crew is a bunch of fodder. Yeah, I probably should have been hiding. It's okay.
Oh, hey.
Um.
Guys, they're fighting, guys.
Oh, they're
Well,
all
hear a lot of
red
noise up there.
caps
Let's
in
go help 'em.
here?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
a
all the people that
bunch
were-
of fucking bitches, dude.
I'm in the doorway.
We're fine.
Wow, it like paused you at like a really cool action moment. Oh damn, bitch, you missed.
We gotta get up there. Coming.
Get fucked.
There we go.
Come on, you biznitch. Dash is in action.
Damn, they're just out of reach. Fuck.
Has been since level 1.
Yeah, we need that
Yeah,
one
I know. I'm just complaining.
item to make
dummy.
her throw up the kid, right? If we are gonna do that.
Do you want her
we
to do
could.
that?
I don't know.
Dirge, do you care about that child?
Not
Do
really.
you care
but...
about that child? How do you care
Not
about
really.
the child?
Wait, but doesn't she have something cool at the end of the quest? I forgot.
I can do this.
I don't remember that quest very well.
Uh-oh. I'm about to get fucked. Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah,
I thought
that
he
was
was
good.
about
I
to
wasn't gonna hit you.
I thought he was about to cast some crazy ass shit in here.
Nah, too many innocent people.
True.
Yeah, run at me.
Now we're gonna get hit.
Such pretty skin flicks. I want
Maggoty Jim. What is that?
We
He's
probably
throwing
should
period
counterspell
blood.
that. Probably should counterspell
I'm gonna.
that.
I'll counter spell. So, oh, okay. Well,
Oh, Christy's counterspelling it. Level
we'll
5
let Christy.
counterspell.
We'll let Christy do it.
Oh, you want to do it?
What's
Actually,
the difference?
I'll do
What's
it.
the
I'll do
difference
it.
between
Okay.
levels for counterspell?
That's a higher likelihood. Did it? What just happened? Did it work? I didn't
Nope,
click
didn't
confirm.
work.
No, it didn't work.
Neither of you, I don't think, did it.
Oh, is he multi-attack now? Whoa!
Okay.
George! How the
Damn,
fuck?
so-
You're huge as hell. How the fuck did he push you over?
That's crazy.
Maybe I did counterspell because it's not letting me counterspell
we need
again.
to counterspell those because the more times they do that, the more people they
Counterspell
transform
it,
into
Chrissy.
little red caps. There you go.
Nice. The higher the level the counterspell, the more likely you are to do it. So their spell has to like match
Oh, if they
your
get-
counter spell.
If they get
For it to
bloodlust,
work.
they multi-attack. That's what that is.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn it.
It's okay. We got this. We got this. Get out of here. Don't ever try to fucking hit me.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, let me
You
read.
got it.
I can't remember.
19 to hit. There we go. Nice.
Incredible.
Fucker. He's dead.
I wanna
I'm
go
trying
about
not to
Oh, I thought
use
it
too
was.
many spells and using more cantrips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maggoty
Dead.
Jim.
Maggoty Jim.
Over here. That's right.
I was looking at the quest rewards for the anti-Ethel Act 3 fight. If we defeat her, we get to bring a Feywild Sparks, a Fey Semblance Amulet, or if we side with her, we can use her in the big battle against the brain.
Yep.
Oh. Well,
I'm actually voting
I was
that
trying
we
to knock
use
him down,
her,
but that didn't
to
work.
be honest.
Okay, yeah.
To
let's
use
do
her?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
This is a way
anti,
to-
right?
She's our honorary auntie.
Oh, you actually hit him with your fucking quarterstaff, dude. That's amazing.
Nice.
No, you don't, you little bitch.
why are you running?
Crumble.
We're having a tavern brawl. Get out of here. Look at him in the corner. Where are you going? What the? Ah!
What the hell?
Rude. Of course, you break my concentration with that. You other
Get over
guys
here,
over
Blunder
there.
Bob.
You still got 87 health? Holy. Critical miss. I hate you.
Interesting.
I despise you.
Okay. Why did I still run through that?
Christy fucking hip firing Eldritch Blast back there. Holy shit. It's like a fucking shotgun blast.
Shotgun blast.
Where's the other one? Oh, over there. By
There's
the
one in the corner over here. and there's this
Vindorgo.
guy.
Look at the name of this book.
Martia boom boom. For discerning women. What is it? Discerning what?
Horson.
Horse.
Oh, horse son.
Horse son.
Horse son. Horse son.
Horse son.
Space.
So that's like son of a bitch
Yeah,
almost.
is there any way you can move, babe, a little bit or no?
Son of a
I don't have
whore.
enough movement. Can you jump over me?
Ooh, That's
No.
stinky cat food. It's so stinky.
Why are you running?
Why are you
Stop it.
Not an illicit.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
That's
You
so I have
can't-
to.
why
I have
ca-
to use level 4.
Ah.
Yeah, well, forget that part, or that part of the game where you need to if you want to counterspell something, you need 4 or higher. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that, Christy.
There's a girl here that sells a potion. It gives you an extra level 4 spell slot.
God, he's so
Drink it.
far away. I can't even fucking shoot nothing at him.
I'm gonna my disadvantage here.
Get our way a little bit. Just a little bit.
Here, Adams.
This poor girl just on the
This
ground
little
still.
Oh,
She has
I guess
no
it still didn't
idea
work.
what's going on.
She's just knocked the fuck out.
Okay, Adams. Goodbye. No. He's dead.
Amazing.
He was about to get fucked up.
Oh.
Ow. I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I found the key.
For you.
The
Auntie
underwear.
Ethel's chest key, or Ethel's chest key.
Oh, a heartfelt confession.
Oh, he had a whispering mask. Amazing.
Don't mind if I do.
Incredible. We managed to do it without any casualties.
Yeah, we did good.
Chalice.
Oh, she's downstairs here
Fort
in
soon.
the cellar.
Yeah, she's in the cellar.
Wow, you went through the door from the railing.
I did. Ooh, gold.
Come on, baby. Let's go. Sell the door.
Anything else up there?
There's something in here.
Is this a cracked door? This is a
Over here.
cracked wall for
We all
sure.
failed
No, it's a-
investigation.
it's an illusionary wall. Oh, Gab.
Oh, can I just walk through it? Ah, nice.
It's like an Auntie Ethel's place. All right, let's go. Come on, guys. Beautiful. So this is where that lady that we thought we were talking to, the eye patch lady. She's in here, the real one.
Oh.
Yeah, because the one we talked to is the hag.
A couple turns should do it.
Guys, the door's locked. Pick that door.
Pick that door.
Why am I rolling so bad?
You got karmic dice on or something?
I don't think so.
Crazy.
Oh, I don't have any more thieves' tools.
Oh, let me try.
I don't know if I have any thieves' tools.
I have like 2 or 1. Something. Oh, she got it.
I got
Nice.
it. I got it. I got it.
Nice.
Amazing.
This is Auntie Ethel's little lair, by the way. So crouch.
Wow. She obviously has a theme.
I
It looks the
failed
same.
perception check. So did Babe.
Grace, just waltzing on in there.
Yeah. There we go. It's just these flowers. Under this.
Oh yeah, which way do we go? This way?
Careful, there's a trap there. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Ethel's chambers is in here.
Do we just go in there? Will these guys be alerted though if we go in there?
No,
Oh, it's-
I don't think so.
Is that? Oh, I thought that was fucking who I thought it was.
Oh, there's something right
Oh,
here.
Never mind.
Here's Captain Grizzly, guys. You see her?
Oh, I see her.
Yeah.
Can we save her?
I think there's a way. I forgot how. If you want to, we can.
Just kill them all. What do you mean?
They're under her
Actually, I don't know.
spell. They're not actually
Wanted.
bad.
Oh yeah, let's go kill her then.
Oh,
Why
wow.
am I rolling so bad? Oh my god.
I don't know.
There. So go.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
We can pick. I'll pick this wall. This door here.
He's picking his
Pick
nose.
that wall. Oh.
Wow. No, I'm not gonna pass. This is a 20 difficulty.
No, wait, hold on. I give you guidance.
Hodor. Hodor.
All right. Let's see if this works.
Maybe I should grab an unlock spell.
Nope. Didn't work.
Yeah,
I
I don't
hate
have,
that
I don't
I
have any
have to
thieves'
fucking-
tools.
I'll
to
try. I'll try.
Save Fish's mocker.
I don't have any
Nice.
thieves' tools.
Oh!
Nice.
Crazy.
How's the
Insane.
cleric doing this shit?
know, right?
Insane.
It's fucking really actually insane.
All right, so here's her quarters. We have to.
That's curious.
Oh, lever.
Oh, the lever.
Oh. Oh wow, look at this
Uh,
room.
Yeah.
This looks
Can't
really fun to
remember-
look through.
We're not going to kill her, right? We don't want to do that.
Wait, what is that? Pearl Spore Bell.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Do we want to
Healing.
save that? Do we want to keep the hag for the thing? For the whatchamacallit? The final
Oh,
fight?
should we?
Yeah.
Where is she at? Is she fucking invisible in here?
Yes, she is invisible.
Okay. Oh, you're being spotted in a very lit area. Oh, I see her. You could jump up here. You could jump up here and she won't see you if you come back down here.
He's talking to her.
Oh. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, what the
moving
hell?
first.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh.
Cops called on our friends.
Oh wait, she's look right here, Christy. Oh.
Oh.
This.
Yeah, we know that. We don't.
Wait, did
thought
like
we were
the
just
fight
trying to-
just automatically start or what?
I walked up.
George
I thought I had
got
more
seen.
room. Yeah,
Oh, I'm in it now.
of course. Forgot about our
I don't know
bullshit.
how.
Fuck it. Let's see what this does.
I'm going
Oh.
defensive as fuck.
Oh, you
right
found
now.
her already.
That's actually
Holy
her.
shit.
Oh, nice.
Get a crit too.
Oh. She's about to be like, wait!
And she's
Oh,
dead.
nope.
Jeez.
Stupid! And I can't keep her down. Ugh.
Oh.
Gab, are you ever
Like I
gonna
said-
show up to these?
I don't know why I never show.
Paladins are so broken in game.
Me and you hag. Little shit.
Banner's dead.
Yeah, fuck you. Still got a belly bump.
Crazy.
Ugly.
Okay. We're not using her anymore.
Oh well.
We gotta kill the spore thingies.
Yeah, we do. That where do I go?
La 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 la.
Living
Gotta
in a
kill those
van
things.
down by the river.
You're looking at a van down by the river.
I'm gonna see what four does.
Meet me down by the river.
Beautiful.
Born by
That's
the
my last
river, I
one.
was shaking my ass.
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh,
Bye.
wow. What the heck?
Holy. Christy, what's happened?
What the fuck?
You little hoe. Get dazzled.
And get dazzled.
You dazzle.
Dazzling.
Did y'all
La,
want to
la,
save
la,
the
la.
captain or no?
Can we?
Yeah.
I don't
knock him
know.
out and take the mask off.
Oh, I guess that's true. We could try.
Yeah, but the other one, like the ones that are just called masks, they're not important, right?
No, they're not.
I already
It's
killed one.
Captain Grizzly. Yeah, well.
Ooh.
That was really good. Here, I'll turn it on.
Is there more than
Somebody
one
wants-
of these mushrooms?
There's one here and then there.
Oh, I see the other one over here.
Yeah. You gotta kill those mushrooms just to keep coming back.
I see.
That was fucking rude. God, I wish I could move.
Target too far.
Actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna get this one over here.
have enough movement to do anything.
Sorry, Wolf. I can't do anything for you.
It's alright. It's always next turn, provided I don't get absolutely annihilated this turn for some reason.
Oh, you found
Nice,
her
baby.
again.
Let me see if I can.
Bloody
La, la,
clever
la,
clogs.
la. Nobody needs healed. Okay. Don't
Bring
you
it
do
out.
it, bitch. No.
No!
She's trying. Wow, you. Oh, you
Nice.
fucking rolled out of it. Nice, dude. Holy shit. What a god.
Da, da, da.
Fuck. I
Looked at my
can
blur,
actually-
though. It's annoying.
It's like Auntie's shitting on the barrel.
Oh. I got this.
There you go,
next
George.
turn.
Yeah, I started throwing a fireball at this one over here.
Fireball.
Uh-oh. Going for Christy.
Oh, that's just rude.
Nobody cares. We gotta get rid of these
Bardic
mushrooms.
inspiration. As
She's
bard.
serving her alright.
Very good.
Oh god, they heal for 100.
Oh,
You have to kill them in one turn.
I got saved.
Will you leave me alone?
Oh, I
Oi.
can't kill that
She
thing
just
for
called
100
me
then.
She just called me a
Called you a
half-breed.
half-breed? Yeah, I heard that. That's pretty funny.
That's fucking rude. We might have to both hit it if we wanted to destroy it. I'm gonna try to.
I
I'm
don't.
gonna
I
try
don't
to
think
make
I
it-
can do enough damage. I don't.
I mean,
you know
that's
what
fair.
I mean? And it's
Can
an
I make it
inanimate
wet?
object.
I'm gonna make it wet.
Bro.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna help
wet.
Christy out. Unless. You think
What's
you can get
happening?
it?
Get this guy?
I don't have. Oh, I don't
I'm
have a
at wolf.
bonus
Oh.
action. Son of a. It's wet. I can't get it this turn.
Well, wait. I
Wait,
have an
actually-
idea.
Actually,
I have an idea.
you have an idea?
Yeah.
Oh no, because I still don't have a bonus action. So I still can't.
gonna
do
try
that.
and do
Oh,
it.
That's so annoying. Okay.
Did it work?
Well,
Little
I
bit.
hit it, but I didn't hit it enough.
Like halfway.
It's alright.
Yeah, I know,
As
but
long
it's gonna
as-
heal.
As long as I don't die, I think I can kill it next turn.
Okay.
Nice.
See if I
Kill
can
it,
take a
George.
step on myself.
Go, George, go!
No, I can't. God damn it.
What do you mean?
Potion of speed!
Use ability.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh!
Okay. Oh my
There's
god.
no.
There's no way.
I got nothing.
That is robbed.
Fuck!
What the
Robbed.
fuck?
Totally
Uh-oh, he's mad.
robbed. That's insane. Hey. Oh fuck! I don't want to use.
Damn.
That's
Not
alright, I
killing
got
that
it.
mushroom makes me want a McRib.
A bait.
Dude, I want some Taco Bell. I'm gonna go get me some midnight Taco Bell after the stream,
Bet.
because I'm probably gonna be up all night fixing up my coding stuff.
Get
I
the
hope you go
fuck
to
off
Taco
me.
Bell. They're out whatever you want to order.
Taco
It's
Bell's
so
good
fun.
at like any time of day.
Why?
I hope you realize you like men.
What?
He said he hopes when I go to Taco Bell, they're out of everything I want. So I said, "Oh, I hope he realizes he likes men."
God damn it.
God damn it, that's
Yeah.
so ass.
It really is. Oh
you
no!
leave me alone! I can't fucking do anything.
Oh.
Okay, I mean that was
wow,
dumb, but
she
sure.
totally just fucked that up. Did you kill that guy? Nice.
Nice hit.
God, my game is lagging like crazy. What the hell?
Were you able
Wow!
to hit that one more time?
Wow!
I can't.
Wow! Wow!
I
People
can't
know.
jump
Wow.
over there. I
I can
can't
hit
jump.
I can
Hit
hit
it.
it if you don't want to go over there.
Hit it.
Thank you, baby. Nice.
There we go.
My grown thing to Petal, it wouldn't be you I'd call.
That's rude.
Wait, what is she
I don't even know
saying?
what you. I don't even know what you just said, but that was rude.
Let me read what
Thank
she
you, baby.
said. Oh, it doesn't pop. Okay.
Bye bye.
Alright, should be.
Knock it off.
Okay.
Yonky de off.
Try this again.
There you go, George. There you go, George.
Okay.
And then.
One more time.
Okay, one more
And
time.
then. Nice.
Yeah.
Yo, how crazy would it be if it was like miss?
That would be wild, actually.
I would have been like, well,
All you would see, Gab, is you've disconnected from the host.
server ended.
The server is shutting down.
You see me in the back of Christy's stream, just walking to my bed, going to bed. Good night, guys. All right, 3 down, 2 down, 1 to go. Nice.
She
Sure, I'll
just
use a
keeps
level
wanting
5
to
spell slot.
fucking poison touch me or something. Ew.
Get fucked.
Ha ha!
Get fucked.
Damn.
Ah! Why? Fuck off! Leave me alone!
Oh, they hit
Wow,
on
that's
this.
Okay,
okay.
that. Okay. I guess she listened. Sorry, Christy.
They been hit me. Look it. Get fucked.
Crazy.
There's so many
Alright,
of them
don't
now.
worry.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Oh,
That's not good.
that's the real one.
Well,
Now we don't know what the
What
real
the
one
hell?
is. It's okay. That's actually works in our favor. Never mind. I take it all
Wow,
back.
that was like the craziest lag I've ever seen in my fucking life. I thought that was a W for a second.
I'll give you a hint. I know which one she is. She's the only one with bardic inspiration. So bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, damn it, George. I can't reach you, dude.
Oh, path interrupted. Why?
Okay. I want to order McDonald's, babe. You want anything?
A babe.
Hold on. Is the McRib actually back? Oh, it is.
Throw some water on that bitch.
Bet.
I'll throw some water on that bitch.
I got it down to 64.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I'm gonna do the Sasuke on it.
Do
The
it.
Sasuke.
Do it. That was close.
Yeah!
That was close.
I almost got it, dude.
Oh, nice.
I guess I'll finish it off.
Yeah,
Good
finish
job,
it
guys.
off, and then we'll fucking kill her.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, that-
not my
Well, we got 'em.
mushrooms.
Not my
Uh,
gumdrop
That's hit
buttons.
for 84 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. we
Can
kill
you
that.
stop it? Stop it. I probably didn't need to do that, but it will.
Counter spells use expel slots.
Wait, we
Kinda
should
sucks.
take out the other mask, right? And then will Captain Grizzly go back to normal?
What if she has a mask on?
It doesn't show her having a mask on in the portrait, but she has a mask on.
Oh, I see, I see.
It's the only reason why she's acting the way she is. Okay.
Dark chocolate covered almonds on my desk. Hell yeah. Somebody-
It's okay. Just wanted you out the fucking way.
Yeah, it's this one right up here. At least I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
Bardic inspiration.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, you take care of her.
Oh wait, I thought we were not killing her.
No, he has non-lethal on.
Oh.
You gotta kill this.
Oh, we gotta kill that bitch. I didn't even see her short ass over there. Ah! Ah!
Yeah, that was one of her strong moves. That's not good.
Ah!
Oh shit. Oh.
We might actually die.
Oh no.
We might die. I'm not joking. We might die here. I forgot about this.
No, we're good. We're good.
If they cast that insect form again, we might die.
Guys, everything's fine.
Okay, they're just
Oh
being
god, I'm
stupid.
poisoned.
I've been poisoned.
Oh, thank God.
What just fucking happened? Oh, reverberation got her ass. I did.
No, oh my god, I'm so close to dying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is this?
Thank God. Oh my
What
God.
does?
I'm getting scared.
No, we're good
Oh, she's
now.
over there. Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
come over
hold on.
here.
I need to think. Are we able to get close together so I can
Okay,
throw
I'm
a
by
potion?
Wolf. Yeah, I was gonna
I
throw
can't
down one
because if-
too.
But George can't move.
Well, it's not my turn
Can
yet,
we-
and also I'll have to disengage.
Can we get to George? Christy, can you get to George?
I
Or
think
she
I
can just
no.
throw
This
you
is
guys.
this is as far as I can move. I was gonna
no.
throw it down on the ground between us.
You
That's
and
okay.
Wolf should heal each other. Me and Gab can heal each other.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna do something. I need everyone to. Well, I mean,
Nice.
I guess I can do.
Jump.
Okay, I'll put it here.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna drink. There we go. Okay, I'm good now.
Oh,
Forgot about that spell.
which one is her?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's somewhere over
have?
here.
All right, well,
Well,
then
maybe
I'll just
she
shoot one with the
remultiplied again.
fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like she like said something like right there, so I think she went invisible. Oh yeah, yeah.
There she
just
is.
did it again. Yeah.
Hey,
That's
she's over
her
here.
right there, isn't it?
It's this one.
I
It's the
don't-
one
I
behind
don't-
us. The one by the ledge.
The one
She
that
got-
has the invisible thing.
Oh,
Invisible
she's
eyeball.
got the she's got the bardic inspiration.
No, it's this one. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the boon of servitude. Look for that.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay. Okay.
Man, you broke my damn
Okay, how about
concentration.
that fucking heal, guys? Good job.
That heal was crazy.
were almost
He was
dead.
awesome.
yeah, I was getting
Got so
scared.
lucky.
I was
Got
getting
so
really
lucky.
scared.
I've
Good
been
heals, though.
buying mad potions.
Okay, cool.
Like,
Good shit, Gab.
I got 5 more supreme healing.
I got
Nice.
4 more.
Yeah.
I have 2.
No, I have 3. 3 more.
What are you doing, you fucking loon? Not the padiddler.
Not the padilla.
Damn it. Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's this bitch. Uh oh, what happened?
My potion of
Hey!
speed went
Oh,
away.
yeah.
One turn, though.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yep.
Guys,
Wait,
okay,
the
guys,
little
okay.
the little bubble didn't work?
No, no,
It's not
that's
an
not...
invulnerability thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Wolf, we probably should have had that, but did you take that spell out?
Yeah, I can't get it right now.
Okay.
How
We
is it
actually might die
hitting all
here.
of us?
It's well, it's not a.
Is it the
dome of
swarm thing?
invulnerability.
No, oh my god.
Okay.
I'm alive!
Yeah. Wolf, I really wished you'd had that. That's it.
No!
Yep.
No! Wow. Okay,
No,
but first of all, I would like to say,
fucking way.
dude, listen, I would just like to say this
I'll
was
take
a
blame for
crazy
that.
fight. I've never seen this before, and this is fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I will
that was
take
pretty
blame
good.
for that. Because I triggered
Fuck.
the
That
fight
was,
at the beginning, so I'll take blame for that.
I cannot believe we failed this far in.
That's okay.
Listen.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
To be
That's all right.
fair, Wolf removed the Dome of Invulnerability, which I don't know why he did, but you know.
Don't shift this blame
Wait,
on
he
me.
did?
Yeah, he
I don't
did.
have the spell. I can't get the spell.
I didn't think he could.
I had
no,
it,
he had
and
it.
I respect
Oh.
to get the two cleric. And now that I have the two cleric and the whatever else in sorcerer, I'm not high enough level. I need one more level to get the globe.
Oh my god.
Don't you put this
Dude,
blame on me.
47 fucking hours.
Yeah. Me and the campaign.
Yo.
There we go.
Oh my god. Well, back to square
Okay,
one.
but like, okay, but like, this is totally okay. I've learned, I've
it's all right.
learned a lot. Okay, I've learned a lot
Oh,
since we
gosh.
first started.
It's about having fun. That's all it is.
You know what? I
And-
need to do my special class now. Okay, let's go back. Let's
Yes,
run it back.
yeah.
Okay,
Let's just
go.
refresh.
Wolf,
We're
say
refresh.
your line. Wolf, say your line.
This
Run it
reminds me.
Run it
Oh.
back.
I
Run
thought
it
it was.
back.
This reminds me of a song.
Oh yeah, this reminds me of a song.
This reminds me
There you
of
go.
a
That's
song.
true.
This reminds me of a song called "Run It Back."
Running and running and running.
I am
I
upset we
can't
didn't get
believe
to
this.
take down Gortash.
Yeah.
Babe, Travis, we died. We fucking died.
Well, now I have to change my
Yeah.
stream title.
Yep. We gotta. Okay, back to square one.
All right, I'm loading the thing.
Where is Where's
Square
my thing?
one because we died.
So- oh my god.
What is this? Take 5
Okay.
and 6 for y'all.
Welp.
All right,
Run.
guys.
It's
Christy's
skip this
obviously
shit.
being a warlock. Okay,
Obviously.
Right? she's
Y'all
being
can
the
join now.
warlock. Oh, okay.
I was
Do
gonna.
not-
I don't know what. I don't know what George is gonna be, but I think we were gonna do something that we don't usually do. Like he was gonna. What were you gonna do?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, got it.
No,
Okay.
tell us. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do a swashbuckler rogue.
Swashbuckler.
Swashbuckler.
I am a
I think
pirate.
I'm
He's
going
gonna-
to focus.
He's gonna
So you'll be doing
buckle
quite
our
a bit of damage.
swashes.
A charlatan. Or a criminal.
It says waiting for a host to accept your request to join, but I'm in the character screen.
There you go. Now you guys are all in.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just needed
I
to
don't
hit
wanna make-
cancel.
I don't want to make Gab play support again. So
Well, I low key wasn't gonna.
yeah, I would say we might need a support.
We probably will.
Maybe
I mean,
you're
I know
you're
one
going
support that I can
rogue
play.
swashbuckler. I was gonna go stealthy archer and do the darkness build, so no one can see me.
Okay. Let's see.
If everyone's okay with that. Although I was having fun
Arcane.
with the like cleric star druid.
Arcane Archer has some of the best crowd control management ever because you can banish like 2 or 3 people at once.
That's what I was gonna do.
You
like,
know,
late game,
I
we were
w-
gonna do it.
I'm thinking range is our friend.
Yeah, for sure. For
Chrissy, are you
sure.
being a half elf again?
Yeah, I am.
I think I might actually
Wow.
be a human.
Ew. Sorry, was that out loud?
They get
I thought it was disgusting.
proficiencies. They get 3 proficiencies that you can fucking choose.
All these cool races, and you pick the most boring.
I go with human
Yeah.
sometimes. Fuck you, Wolf.
The boring.
Wrong.
I'm a human in real life. I want to be a human in a video
See,
game.
but the thing is when you go human, it's like you can be put to sleep and shit. And that shit's no bueno.
Yeah, elf is really strong.
Yeah.
I always go,
I was thinking about,
half
you know
elf.
what? I could be the drow, and I can totally get us through Act 1. Like nothing.
Bet.
So we're doing dirge.
I'll be a Salandran. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Are we still gonna do an evil dirge? Or do we want to try to do a good dirge?
Oh
Or do
wait,
we
we're
still wanna
evil.
try to
Evil.
do-
Look,
I don't
We're
think
I
doing
wanna be
evil
again.
evil.
Good dirge.
You can do a good
No.
dirge, and it's actually really,
Christy was
really
so
cool.
final on that. I
It's
want to
really,
be
really-
evil.
Yeah, I want to be evil.
That's crazy. Doing a good dirge run is actually really interesting.
But I want to be
Like
But you
one that
can-
like
you
fights
can
the
do a good-
urge.
Yeah. Yep. You do
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
dirge run. You resist all the urges, and you actually cool stuff happens. It's pretty cool.
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 Cool stuff happens.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm making my character. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to do. Going Arcane Archer would be nice, but we don't really have anyone to heal.
We also don't really have a tank anymore.
Yeah, but
That too.
we're gonna
That too.
play differently this time.
Okay.
Or at least I'm going to try and be a little bit better at being a teammate. I know that sounds crazy because I'm going assassin, but trust the process. By the river.
I
Okay. Charlatan.
Should probably get something in athletics so they don't push me. And we'll do
charisma. Where is
nature. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll do this. Okay. Okay, so what's everyone doing? George is doing swashbuckler.
rogue.
Christy's going her thing, and then Gab, you are doing. What are you doing?
Gloomstalker, assassin,
That's right. Okay.
rogue, and fighter.
You're doing again, Wolf? You're doing the Arcane Archer?
I was debating between the Arcane Archer or doing a Cleric Druid multiclass.
You don't have to be the healer, dude. We can work around it.
Yeah, we don't
do
have to have a
Arcane
healer,
Archer.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Other people do it all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, I really hate the drow faces.
That's rude. All right, cool.
They're all
Well,
ugly.
I'm gonna go archery. Acolyte. We're gonna do
Okay.
soldier, athletics, intimidation, arcana, history, insights, deception, sleight of hand.
By the river.
Oh, if anyone's being stealthy, don't forget to grab the criminal for the additional stealth check. For your
Oh, I
background.
was doing urchin.
Oh, urchin has stealth too. Never mind.
I'm doing Charlatan. I don't really need to be sneaky.
Does anybody? I don't think that'll really help me that much. I don't think I need that. Okay, I don't need that. I'm gonna bump you.
What if I'm half drow? Would that still be
Let's
the
hope
same?
below.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks.
I think half drow you still get treated like a drow.
There's magic keeping this.
Because it's all about looks, you
What
know?
was that?
If you look like a drow, they're
Yeah.
gonna treat you like a
Yeah,
drow.
there's magic keeping this chest
Unfortunately, they have the
I can feel
shittiest
its aura.
cantrip. Dancing lights. What?
think I want this one. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Edit appearance.
Edit my appearance.
What was that? Okay, and then we're gonna do this guy, and we'll get a little bit of this guy going.
Scotty
on
doesn't
there.
know. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. Oh. Christy, what makeup you using? What number?
2.
Okay. Trying to make my drow as hot as possible.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do this one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Where is...
We're going evil, right?
Yeah, we're being
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah,
Bad,
just wanna make
bad
sure.
to the bone.
Because I'm gonna make my character look evil.
Should I go different earrings this time? Oh, wait. Do I want those? That looks kind of cool, actually.
Oh, what is that?
Where's the hairstyle?
Yeah, I don't really like that. I gotta think of a good name.
No, I'll keep this one.
Okay, she's pretty fucking hot. How funny would it be if I did a half instead? Kidding, I'm not
Do
doing
it. Alrighty, I'm gonna make my guardian a baddie, and then I'm gonna be all like, "Hey, switch forms for me." Not saying I'm gonna sleep with the squid again. I'm just saying I might sleep with the squid again.
He's gonna sleep with the squid again.
He's banging the squid again, yeah.
I wouldn't do that, guys.
He's doing it.
Y'all,
He's
I'm
doing it right
going
now.
to do it again.
do y'all even know me? What?
What? She's
Yeah.
fucking the squid.
Why did she say again?
No, I meant to. I didn't mean to say it again. I don't
When
know
did
why
this
I
happen?
said. I don't know why I said again. I meant to say I might do it because I want the achievement.
Is this the squid fucker run? Is that what we're doing
The
right
squid fucker.
The squid fuckers.
Okay, I think I have everything good. I hope.
I'm sorry, I'm taking extra time.
It's okay, me
now? Take
too.
your time.
I'm trying to make her hot, the hottest drow I
wish I could
can.
make my fucking guardian a dragonborn. It actually really is disappointing that I can't.
Yeah, you know what? I realized that the other day, and I was like, why is that?
Okay,
I
I'm
think
gonna
we're good
choose a
on
girl
this.
emperor this time since y'all made fun of me last time.
Oh,
Yes,
thank God,
please.
dude.
Oh,
I hate that guy's voice for real. Okay, so last one was Pinky Toe. R.I.P. She was great.
Pinky
Ooh.
finger.
No,
Or
no,
big
no,
toe.
no, no. This is
Baby toe.
like
A big toe.
Big toe.
You gotta make her
Okay, but-
beefy as hell and call her big toe. Unless you're playing a dwarf, then you should definitely be big toe.
That's
No,
so
I'm
funny.
playing a drow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and I'm
Frostbitten
sneaky.
toe.
Hold on, I'm trying to think
They look
something
like
funny.
frostbite.
I'm just randomizing till I get someone hot.
Good luck.
I'm gonna put.
A change. Where's the hair? Where's the hair?
Why does my chick look like Max from fucking Stranger Things? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Wild.
The randomization makes it look like her. It's crazy.
A child.
Yes,
Wild.
but an adult version.
I think you guys will like this new name. I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay.
Bet.
You're
I like being
mine.
surprised.
They're gonna love mine.
Ooh. Okay. I can. Wait. No, we have the same hairstyle. That's weird.
Bound by the river.
Like that face. What face do I like?
By the river.
Actually, I kind of like that one. That looks pretty badass. Okay.
Oh yeah, I wanted to give her a scarf. I'm stupid.
What is up with all my randomized characters getting Karen haircuts?
I don't know, dude.
I don't want to feel like I'm speaking to the manager when I'm.
Okay, that one's pretty cool. All right, randomize. Oh, okay. She's pretty cool.
Okay, I'm fine with this one.
I have a tiefling guardian.
So do I.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh.
she looks crazy.
Mine's a half elf.
Oh.
Mine's a
I'm
fucking baddie. Holy shit.
Why do I feel like Wolf's is a gnome?
That would be hilarious, but oh, do I want that one or this one?
I wonder why they
Oh, dude,
didn't
she
allow
looks
Dragon.
so badass. Oh my god. This might be like one of my favorite. This might be one of the best characters I've ever created. I kind of
Wait,
want to go back and
actually-
make her to play her.
Actually,
Go
I'm
back
gonna do
to
this.
this.
I can't believe. Here we are. Back to the character creation.
Listen, it's okay. It happens, you know.
Back to Brazil.
I get to have fun and make my rogue, so I'm happy. This will be something
Yeah, we're
different
both.
for me.
We're gonna be
usually do
sneaky
rogues.
bitches. Follow my lead.
Dude,
You're a
this,
girl, right?
God, she is such a baddie.
Who, me? No.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
wanna be a
I thought you
girl.
said.
What?
I thought you said. I literally heard you saying that. Why does my chick look like da da da?
No, my guardian.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Fucking baddie.
Oh, we're doing it. We're
Oh,
doing
sorry. I
it.
didn't realize everyone was waiting on me. My fault.
I literally just got done like 5 seconds before. We're really doing it.
My God, we're doing it, guys. We're doing it.
We're
All right.
back.
I'm so excited
Here we
for the first
are.
time of us to do an
Oh,
honor
wow.
mode run. This is gonna be a great time. First shot.
Oh,
Never done this before.
shit.
What's up?
We got a Dragonborn. Wait, where's George?
What do you
We
mean?
got
I only see
Dragonborn.
3 characters on the side.
Yeah, where the fuck is
The blood in your
where's
head.
George?
Did he the honest?
Pounding
George, you don't have a fucking portrait.
What is
that's
happening?
funny. Oh, for real?
Yeah, you have a
Yes.
portrait, dude. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
Thank God. Y'all can't see me coming.
I can see you. I just can't see your portrait.
Diddy the Honest? Yeah, why aren't you in the party? What the fuck?
Hey, everyone,
Yeah, let
watch
me,
out. I'm gonna throw my shoes at the thing.
Hold on, I'm gonna save and let me close the game and reload.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Main menu.
Yeah, we should probably figure that out before we get too far.
Yeah. Watch, he's not gonna show up in fucking cutscenes.
Probably. Hope so.
And he's the fucking host.
Cutscenes.
I'm a rogue. Shade away.
Did anyone see my name?
I think
No,
it's-
I
yeah,
didn't
I
see
saw
it.
the
I didn't
screen.
see it.
It was very relaxing. It's a very chill name.
Yeah. I'm Xanax now.
I'm Xanax.
I'm gonna pop Gab 15 hours till I land.
Oh, jeez.
I should change my name
out
from
like a
Odessa
light.
to Ozempic.
Oh my fucking god.
That'd be funny.
That's actually
We're just all drug names.
That's actually like hilarious. If we
Someone's
were
gotta
all
make a
drug names.
gnome and name it like Tylenol or some shit.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna make a half.
They have -1 intelligence.
Oh, there's Babe.
Oh, there you are.
We'll have next game. We both play halflings. I'll be Otter. You'll be Pat.
Bet,
What
bet,
the
bet.
fuck? Hold on. I'm
Hey, so
gonna-
do you guys mind if I take Lazo?
Go for it.
Go for it.
I don't really care.
You
Why
can't have
is
Lazo.
Gab
Just kidding.
already naked?
Have to keep
Because
going.
it boosts your sneak when you don't wear shoes.
Okay, you did it. How do you explain your clothes? Then?
You don't wear shoes. She's completely naked.
Wait a minute.
That's
I get
funny.
that part, but
Never mind, I gotta make sure the show genitals is off.
Yeah, it's off. It's off. I just have my underwear on. It's fine.
that's funny.
All right, are we just gonna
would've
like
been
run
a
through
great
the beginning
skin.
part?
Came from.
Yeah, I'm sad. I don't have my strength anymore, so I can't jump as high.
Yeah, I know it sucks,
is this
but we'll get there.
Ugly thing.
Oh my god, it
Too heavy
failed
to show.
already.
Oh, hey. Why don't you jump up here? Come on, buddy. Get up here.
Where the fuck is the thing? The sweet spot. There it is.
Can you jump up here?
No. Release us.
No, I don't think I will.
Does anybody want us?
Images of goblins, their
No.
habits and histories flash.
Oh
I
wait,
can
that's
take
the
us.
wrong one. It's the wrong rune slate.
I'm gonna go take
I
us.
need this one.
A schematic
Okay.
of a nautiloid
There we go.
flashes into your mind.
I needed that
Lives,
schematic.
sinews,
For what?
as much lived thousands
For
of
Emilium.
years of humanoid history.
Oh.
Elves,
I just see Gab's bare ass in front of me again.
All right, I'll
Nice.
put my clothes on.
Nice.
No, I wasn't saying it was a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Oh,
you're
okay.
I
naked
wasn't
again.
saying it's a
It's
bad thing.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I'm going back to
I'm
it.
just making an observation.
funny. Yeah, for real.
Hey, this is what you feel like when you're on Xanax.
I'm gonna try to mutilate the brain.
Why?
I failed to mutilate the brain.
Okay, good.
the brain lifts from the skull.
It really doesn't do
Keep it
anything
as
other than
opportunity.
weaken him.
And now he's mad at me.
What?
Come back,
He
I'm
is?
sorry. Oh, nice, dumbass.
What the? Where'd he go?
Oh, he just vanished. He
All right,
disappeared.
let me talk to Basil.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I mean, you
No,
can have her. I just,
no,
I
I don't want Basil.
want her equipment.
Fair enough.
She doesn't really matter to me. All right, get out of my face.
Can we? Oh,
Whoa, I teleported.
so did I.
Hi. I skipped through everything. Sorry. Can we what? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, can we not kill Starion this time? So I can
No,
we're not
romance
gonna.
him? Okay,
We
fine.
won't do that.
I mean, yeah, I'll romance him. Don't worry about it.
No! I want to romance him.
Well, you can romance.
I called him
Tyrion.
first.
Uh,
You can
What?
have...
You should have
What?
snuck, George.
You called him? You
Yeah.
called him?
Yeah.
And the goalkeepers call goals and people still score, okay? Just saying.
We'll see who he falls in love with. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Next
I-
episode of Love Island.
Love Island.
Just because there's a goalkeeper doesn't mean you can't score.
Gonna clip that and send that to Wolf's wife.
I
really
actually-
quick. Give me-
No, I actually have a clip of him saying that from Repo. And he said it to
Oh.
Jug.
Wow, that's funny.
Oh, nice.
Fire!
I
Nice. You did.
Yeah, you did. I'm proud of you.
I guess we can't pick her up. Can we look at her inventory? Fuck. I want her armor.
There's a bow.
We have to wait till we get to the thingy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, aren't you a stealth character? Why do you want her armor?
Because I took the ranger, the feat that allows me to get heavy armor.
Oh, that's cool.
You're gonna be a sneaky heavy armor wearer.
Yeah.
Nice.
Finally, a bow. There you go.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
a short
get the
bow or a
bow.
long bow?
Short.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it really matters.
Before you
I-
sell equipment, ask the party.
No.
George.
What is that?
George.
Don't worry.
gonna
I
kill
know
these
what
guys.
everyone's doing now.
No, I'm fucking around. Yeah, just shoot him.
Dead. You want one.
Just shoot him. Yeah, shoot him.
What the? Oh, there.
Nice.
Wow.
I killed-
Crit
That
hit.
That was crazy looking.
Gold in a bucket.
Are we saving Chart or no?
Hold on, can I do this thing? I think I have to be a barbarian to do it.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
you need
key for
someone-
this, right?
I
Whoa! They're mad at us!
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
no! Because Wolf fucked up.
hey, listen, it's all right.
I wasn't ready.
It's just a single mind guy, okay?
It's
just a
two,
single-
okay?
Damn.
And I'm alone, and I'm
It's
naked.
just a single mind
I'm
goblin.
here, Gab. I'm here.
Oh, us. Aw, us.
Hold on, nobody take
Brody,
Hey,
pictures.
he came at me, dude. He came at me. I'm sorry.
MJ gone. Us is dead.
Oh, well, this is
Hey.
actually extra XP. Big brain.
Get him, Wolf.
Holy shit.
He's
He
dazed.
dazed him.
Dazed and confused.
He's Daisy.
I guess I'll stay here. In case he attacks again.
Wait, so who is gonna be our support?
Aha.
There is
We
not
don't need
one.
a support.
We don't need one.
Okay.
Who needs a support? Who needs a
Oh,
support?
we do?
We'll be okay. No,
Nah,
we'll be okay.
fine.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
We'll be our own support, all right? Each one of us is our own support.
Are you saving your girlfriend or not, Dragon
so
Man?
we're gonna die.
My girlfriend? What do you mean, my? Why is she my girlfriend?
I thought she wanted a girlfriend.
Wait till you see how nice I made Daddy Emperor look, okay?
So we're doing that route again?
Wolf can't but get a woman.
Go, George,
normally,
go,
so he
George.
has to-
He sneaks in.
Crazy.
Oh, wow. Your eyes are like black, dude. Oh, no. That never
Game's
happens.
ass.
Oh, I thought you fucking rolled on getting her out of there.
When discomfort fades.
I was about to be
I'm gonna
like,
drink
damn.
Sensation washes over you. You feel a shiver runs across your
Wow,
mind.
your eyes look
You
crazy.
feel
Yeah, they do.
sated.
Yeah.
Well, she's coming.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of
I'm Diddy the
darkness.
Honest.
Crazy.
Did he be honest?
Alright.
See you later, shark.
Diddy the honest and OJ the innocent.
All right, listen, everybody. When we come to the door, we're gonna go in turn base, and then everybody dash, and then we enter.
Okay.
No. Okay.
What's going on over there?
Nothing.
My screen is shaking.
No,
Just
it's not.
Diddy.
What are you talking
Oh,
God
oh,
damn it.
about? Okay. So wow.
babe.
rejuvenate.
Okay, so we're all gonna dash.
Go rejuvenate.
I'm going. Oh.
Yeah, we're
There
gonna
was
dash.
one right there.
Oh, there is? Oh, my fault.
Yeah,
I was like, where are you going?
there's one right
This dude.
there.
This dude.
There we go.
There you go.
He runs
Yeah,
through with
so
the fire
we
again.
go in turn base, and then we dash, and then we go in, and then we dash again, and we can go 36 meters.
Okay, I bet. I'm gonna dash then. Wait, not
George dash.
Oh, my fault.
And whoever wants to go first can go first. Are you ready to enter the sphincter?
3 of us look like fighters. The other one looks like
Looks like a slut.
it looks like the Elliptid picked her up off the street for a different reason,
Yep.
and then
You
just
know
forgot
it.
about her.
Valid.
Thrall.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape.
Alright, shut the fuck up, squid. I know you got a thing for Wolf, but I don't care.
Hey,
Dash
not him.
again! Run across the battlefield! Damn.
Guys, don't worry,
no
I'll go next
pushing.
turn.
Okay.
Oh, damn, you're all the way back there, dude. Fuck. Did you just run by the fucking boar?
It didn't look like it was in the path, but I guess it fucking passed me that way.
Well, yeah, but you're deaf, so you can't really see.
Okay.
I can't believe we're not close enough to get the cutscene. That's crazy.
And dash.
Yay! Run, Wolf, run! Oh my god, that is so funny looking. There you go. Nice! Holy shit. I'm not used to seeing a Dragonborn.
That's one of my favorite color schemes on that guy. The red and the black. It looks so good. Oops, my fault.
It really does.
They have a really cool one.
Get out of here.
Red Eyes Black Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh.
They have a really cool one that's also like white with like gold on it. That would make for an awesome paladin. Look.
Freddy looks like Alduin's gay cousin.
You know? You talk a lot about being gay for a straight man.
Oh wow, you're a fucking bitch.
Whoa, my bad.
No, not
my
you. I was
fault.
talking to the boar. I was talking to the boar. I'm sorry. I know, that was like perfect timing.
Dash on Diddy the Honest.
Go,
damn it.
Diddy, go!
Oh god.
Clip that.
Yabo gobby.
I'm gonna make a soundbite of
course
Gabby
this-
saying, "Go, Diddy, go,
Diddy go.
Don't hit me! Wow, you fucking hit me. Okay.
We saw that ass trying to hit.
True.
Uh,
Where's my... There's my line.
you crossed the line.
I need to read the transponder!
Listen, I'm just saying, I think we could take him.
Result?
Okay. Go ahead.
Kidding. No, I'm good.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Get
Alduin's
close to him and then
cousin.
try to run away, dude. It's not nice.
I may get twice if I do that. Fuck it.
So I have like a
You
routine
YOLO.
I do every year Or I get the McDonald's McRib and I eat it and then I throw it up.
Love it.
It's my annual
Wow,
thing. I do that.
amazing,
You guys
amazing.
suck.
Good
He
job,
like
good job.
loves putting himself through pain. I swear to God.
I'm still waiting for that freaking 40 nugget stream.
Don't
I
worry,
need to
Christy,
do
you'll be
that.
alright.
Oh God.
I'll do it on
Don't worry, you'll be
Friday's
alright. We'll get
Have
you.
it.
If they, I don't think they're gonna kill you. We're gonna reach the tram.
Next Thursday, I freaking cast off.
That's
So
it.
although my knuckle's still messed up. my ring finger knuckle isn't the same level that it was before it happened. It's like lower.
What the
Throw
fuck?
their corpses in the sticks.
God,
Go,
if I
go.
move, I'm gonna have a. Oh wait.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
That's why I said you're okay.
You've made it in time.
Me and George were real close.
Brody looks like the guy from fucking Ghost Rider when he gets all the souls. His eyes go
I was
red,
gonna say
though.
he's got eyes like the dude in Act 2. He who was
Who
or
am I
whatever.
thinking of?
He also looks like a ghoul from like Tokyo Ghoul.
Oh, he does. I freaking
I
love
was
Tokyo
kind of going.
Ghoul.
I was actually going for that look too.
No way.
Yeah. I love
Is
Tokyo
Ember
Ghoul.
blepping?
Why
I
are you
can't
lying?
tell.
Wait, what?
Diddy the liar.
Wait, did you just say is the Emperor black?
No, I said is Ember blepping? My cat, Ember.
That's hilarious.
I thought you were asking me, is she blacker than normal? I don't know how to say it. I respond to that.
I said, is she blepping?
Ember.
Her
Blepping?
little tongue is sticking out. That's all it is.
Oh,
Blep.
Oh, I see.
blap.
I see. I understand what
That's-
blip means now.
That's what she, calls it.
Blip,
That's what it's called. Blep. Blep.
Oh.
blip.
Blap.
My dog used to do that shit. It was so cute. Little blip.
Yeah, you guys can get Shadow Heart. She's passed out.
Oh, me and Wolf are in the same, right next to each other. We're back to back.
Past is still an
Get out of here, Wolf. I don't want to
aching
talk to you.
If you don't find a way to
I don't
remove
I'm
the
faster than you
dark
guys.
road in your brain soon, your future will be
I'm
as
taking all the
black
loot.
as your
Don't look at
past.
anything.
Your head whispers vengeance.
No, you better not take the loot.
I'm taking all the loot. I'm taking it all.
You took my hat.
You can take it out of my inventory.
Dude, hats on Dragonborn look so stupid.
Did I?
It looks so
Put it
bad.
on. Let me see it.
Babe, do your thing.
Wait, where's...
No, it has to be a body that's
What?
not already.
It
Oh,
actually
never
looks
mind.
awesome.
But no, it does not.
Yes, it does.
not.
How else do you wear a hat when you have a big ass head like that?
You
Wait,
don't.
I want the hat. I want the
You
hat.
don't. You can have that.
I'm a
You
swashbuckler.
know nothing of why, but you find
you can
a
take the hat.
half-smile
Take the hat.
flittering across your face.
Diddy the honest. There you go.
Thank you. Aha, now I look like a pirate. I have a scimitar too.
As soon as you
That's so-
delve
I
into
forgot
your
about that. I can
mind, it
dual
is
wield
filled
shit.
with flashes
Mhm.
of 1,000
And
different
actually,
things.
you should equip a
Have
light
another-
crossbow instead because they do
There's
more damage
something
than the short bows.
unknown and
I have another
know that.
scimitar that I just gave you that you can
within
dual wield
your
scimitars.
heart.
Oh, give me that.
Here, I'll take your short sword, and Christie's short sword.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless you want it, you only have a dagger, BP.
looks like
Oh, yeah, I'll take a
Swashbuckler.
better sword.
Bro, you're
Yeah.
looking like a
now.
Yeah, take
swashbuckler.
that sword. Take that sword.
Yeah,
I could just
because
have
I
one.
can't get
I stab
Shadow
it. Matey.
Sword or Shadow
Oh, the
Blade
seven
until level
seas.
3.
Arr.
You're
Yeah,
asking
that's
me,
fine.
matey.
That's why I noticed that you had a dagger.
The Shanties of the Bitch Queen, my favorite book. And as I, Diddy the Honest, will read you the story shanties of the Bitch Queen. That's
More
twice
of
my
those
mother.
rented things.
Oh, my foot's cramping.
babe, you
Ah,
cutting
foot
Gale's
cramp.
hand off again?
Foot cramp. Okay, we're good. We're good.
I cannot if you
Yes.
guys want me to.
I don't
No,
like Gale.
I don't.
really
I
care.
don't like him.
Gale's
Cut
an
his hand
awesome
off.
character.
I'm sure on a solo run he's all right, but like him on your party is so like
Where? Wait.
fatigue.
Oh, there's not guys here.
I already scared
No.
him. I'm already up here.
Oh,
Where are you guys going?
I didn't know you scared them. I mean,
Yeah, when you run up and you say more of those wretched things, they run away.
Oh. I always just
Somebody
snuck up
got
and
this, my
attacked him.
fault.
Nope.
Uh-huh.
You just jump up here, and
Oh, my bad.
Wow. Christy's in combat.
As usual.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
how did this
One
happen?
strike could be lethal. She walked into the mind flare or to the thingies.
The
And she
us's
missed.
are.
Hey,
I'm
hold
not
on,
gonna
don't
be able
take
to
your
jump
turn.
back down there.
Wow, she took her turn.
Oh, my bad.
Oh,
You had one job.
okay.
I'm
I'm gonna go the long way. I'm gonna go. I know. That's why we shouldn't really fight them yet. We're fucking weak.
Yeah, we're really,
my
really
fault.
squishy. Ooh, I can actually.
Here, maybe I can give us some XP.
Do it.
God damn it.
Oh. Well, I was trying. I was waiting my turn.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
There you
well,
go.
Nice.
I gotcha. Oh my god, he had a fucking speed potion on him. W. Are you guys still in combat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Coming.
Okay.
Oh my god, double speed potion? This is the run.
This is
Now who's the loot goblin?
Yeah, literally.
Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming.
Our tank is dying.
Wait. Don't take your turn, I'm coming.
Valgaean?
That's crazy. It's not a G, dummy.
I'm sorry there, lad. I don't
Okay,
never
I'll
learn how
wait.
to read because my mother was an imp.
Makes a lot of sense. You smell like an imp.
At least my mother doesn't
waiting
smell
on
like
Gab.
snozzberries.
Yeah, hold on.
waiting on you.
I'm getting level 2 before I help in.
You know of a wee lad named Fred Burger.
Alright. Hi.
Oh, God. What the fuck?
Arr, the dirge is
That's
down.
why I said these guys are tough, bro.
Arr, the tank is down.
This,
I'm still a lover.
Are you a fucking pirate this run, dude?
yeah, swashbuckler. That's what he said.
I guess you're right. He actually has the perfect hat for it.
Hey. I've asked your brain.
Babe, how did you
I
do
think
that?
you can get I think you can actually get a tricorn somewhere.
Come on, brain. Show me what you got.
Why did you run past it? For...
Why did you go down?
Okay.
That's a better question. Little Miss Hex Blade. I've asked you, dragon. Get your tail up.
I'll feel that one later.
Look, level up.
Yeah, remember, we're only level 2.
The best part about this build is
We're
it's
no longer
just
level
pure
9.
swashbuckler.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Pure rogue.
This will be the first time I'm witnessing.
Arr.
Christy, you have a crossbow. I'm gonna take that crossbow.
Okay, go for it.
Crossbows are
Cerebellum
good
is
in the
mine.
beginning. They do more
The
damage than
Nautiloid
bow.
tank right here.
I'm
Ah,
gonna shoot the tank.
that's the booty has been looted. Sad day for us all.
That's crazy.
I have it.
I'm gonna go flirt with Asterion.
No! He's mine.
Oh,
Does
you bet-
anyone?
you
Here, wait. Let me
better
look
beat
at
me
you
to it.
guys.
You better beat me to it. You ain't gonna go
Okay,
so far away.
Wolf, you're gonna be the one to move the fucking stone down here. After you're done doing
Oh,
it.
if I walk down there, obviously you walk down there, so okay.
I found it. I'm too
gonna let
weak to
Christy-
move it.
I'm gonna let Christy go and talk to her lover.
Okay, well while she's doing that, you come down here
I am.
and
I
move
am
this rock for
fast.
me.
I
There's a
am, I
guaranteed
am.
2
Hurry.
potions of speed
I've
in
got
here.
one of those brain
You
things
don't need
called
potions of speed.
Yes, we do.
I am
in the
speed.
grass.
No,
You kill it, can't you?
did you see the little hop that you did when you said that?
Gordy's got the reflexes of a snail.
I
Oh,
should have
smooth.
named myself
In the
Lightning
speed of a
McQueen.
sloth.
Oh, I can get it.
Well, not
Oh,
to worry.
Got it.
okay. Wolf got it.
You got it.
Hey, what's
It
up,
said
Dave?
already in use when I clicked on it.
I've
Good
actually
job.
scared boar. Have hound.
Alright. Oh yeah, we gotta go cut Gale's hand off.
I believe it gets gnawed off. I don't.
I saw you on the ship.
I mean,
strutting
cut,
about with
nod.
Strutting
traps in a
about.
pot.
Still.
Or did you? And those
Why does he-
tentacle freaks
Yeah,
that you
Why does
it'd be
he
a
sound like
shame if someone was to
Snape?
just shoot
Strutting
him right
about.
now.
My father did not
Just shoot
strut.
him. Shoot him right in the dome. Just gonna.
I'm
Never
not an
mind.
idiot. I saw. Ah!
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar
I'm just gonna
eyes,
keep my
prowling
crossbow
dark, busy
out.
streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the world.
What'd you do? Fucking name.
The fear.
What? To be honest,
What's going on?
No. What the fuck?
you're dumb.
Valzarin.
Of course. That explains
Yeah, see,
things.
it's supposed to be like a dragon name, you know?
Are you gonna be like yo
I
yo
was ready to
yo
decorate the
yo?
ground with your innards.
Like that bitch?
I don't
The
know what that's
dragon-
supposed to be.
The
Oh, with the-
Dragonborn bard?
Yeah.
We could just knock out Alfira and she shows up and Alfira lives.
Please allow me to introduce.
And then
My
you can get the.
name's
Of course, none of us use
Astaria.
charisma.
I
But
was
then you can
involved
get the
as
charisma
Beast
robes.
snatched me. A
What?
pleasure. So,
Christy uses charisma.
do you know anything about these worms?
Yeah, but she doesn't
I
really
guess
wear
so.
robes. If she's going with the same build she went last time, she's
Yeah,
not gonna be
you're
wearing
right.
robes.
Yeah.
Happened yet.
Yeah, who cares? We kill Alfira.
If
We're
we can
mean.
find an expert.
Damn.
Perhaps if you lost
Are you
a
guys like making out or
upland,
something?
good luck.
Jesus.
Yeah, good God, jeez, dude. Freaking,
Holy moly.
if I have to see freaking Gab's character's ass cheeks one more second,
All
I
right.
might, I might
where's
keep
Gale
following
again?
her around.
He's over
Oh.
here. Follow, follow.
Okay.
I wasn't.
I hate this outfit. It's so ugly.
No one listened. No one actually heard what I said.
No, I didn't.
I said if I have to see Gab's character's ass cheeks one more time, I might keep following her around.
Oh. Okay, well then in that case,
Approach the sigil on the
Put
stone.
your clothes back on.
I pressed the wrong button.
Hands? Anyone?
Now you can hear the pitter patter of my feet.
This branch.
Cheeks out, cheeks out.
As soon as the dream joy floods through.
Hey, sun's
Hey, what
out,
happened to
buns
Gale?
out.
There
I don't
it is.
know, I-
Sun's out, buns out.
He's perished.
Do we want to, with these guys, do we want to kill them or do we want to talk to them?
Do whatever you want to do.
Guys at the ruins.
Okay, so do you guys want to do the fight for the druid thing, or do you want to see how I do it?
You can go do it.
How do you do it?
Oh, you want to do it?
How do you
do it your way?
Yeah, how do you
Yeah,
do
how
it?
do you do
okay.
it?
All right, I'll show you. Hold on. I'm gonna start the fight and then leave,
What?
and then
What?
we can go to the ruins. Yeah, I show you. Hold on. You guys can just stay back.
Okay.
Do we get the XP for it though?
When people die, the more people die, the more XP you get.
Ah, nice.
I mean, it doesn't really matter either.
Oh, should we get Lizelle over here while she's doing that?
There you go. I'm done. The battle is on. So while they fight, hopefully
talk. Whoever has the
Zevlor
highest
does his
charisma.
thing. 80% of the
Okay.
time, Zevlor can solo all of them. But there's a 20%
yeah.
where sometimes he dies.
Who cares?
But we'll be able to clean up after they're done.
We had the guy
Get
with the
his ass.
lowest charisma go and talk to these people.
Yeah.
It's okay. Aren't we killing them?
Yeah, just kill him.
I got it.
Okay. Oh, he got it.
Oh.
Also, I have
I
long
mean,
strider.
we're still
Should
gonna have to
probably-
kill them though, unless we want to kill Lizelle.
Oh. Let me not run in there. Aw, look! He's inspired!
There
Alright,
you go.
no one move.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going first.
Oh, she
so.
fucking seed me. Fucking goddamn it. What a bitch. Nymes is a
Moving blade
bitch.
already.
No, it's okay. I was way too close anyway.
I mess him more like die messa.
They
Okay,
just
I'm backing
runs
up.
away.
No, that's
Crazy.
fine.
Ah, get
Ooh,
fucked.
nice.
Oh,
Damn!
my
You
god.
shoot me in the face. Disrespectful.
Get him, Lazo! Fuck yeah,
Say it,
9?
say it.
Holy shit. 14
Going
and
for
15. Let's kill Nymessa. Here, hit
Oh,
Lazo,
you're going
you
to
cretins.
die.
Don't hit me, hit Lazo.
Okay.
Nothing I can do here.
Nice!
Oh, why did I think she was dead? What the hell?
That's what you get for shooting me in the face.
This fucking hat on you when you talk, dude.
I'm actually making.
We need to find a proper tricorn.
We're gonna have to steal it off that pyre that we saw in Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll don't worry. We'll make it that far tonight.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Aye, that's a good one there, lass.
Alright, you can just send her ass to camp. She gives us XP. See you later, bitch.
So what's happening at the grove right now?
They're fighting.
Oh,
Are taking these loot and booty.
Is anybody proficient in intimidation?
I am.
Probably Christy, right? Alright,
Yeah.
just intimidate these fools to
Uh.
get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. I'm gonna
you guys
pop
are
the short
all very
rest.
low. Yeah. There you go. I'll be right behind this wall in case anything goes wrong.
randomly getting XP is awesome.
Or is it the ship you're after?
Yo!
Don't matter either way. It's ours.
Oh, somebody's.
All of it.
Oh, good job, dude.
24. Oh my god.
Hell yeah,
in that
dude.
case,
50
come on,
XP
you lot.
in the
No
bag.
point
Get
in
out of
getting
here. Losers.
nobody's-
Beautiful.
See ya.
I just
Now
noticed
we
that
should
you
shoot
are
the thing
not-
down so we can make them all go over there.
We can. You want me to? Get it, Christy.
Crazy.
Whee!
Oh wait, we don't have a shovel yet, do we?
I picked one up.
Oh, bet.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Isn't there a thing over here?
Yeah, you can get it.
I need Christy to come over here and do this thingy though.
She wants to go this way first.
That's fine.
Got it.
Here, I'll get the
Yeah,
other one.
later.
It's over here.
I can take a little nappy nap here.
I'll get this one. Oh,
I'm
I
the
failed.
only- I'm the
Ooh,
only
some
non-elf.
scrolls. Nice.
I think it's right here.
Surrounded by lesser beings.
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Nice.
Nice. I forgot. Isn't
Hell
there
yeah.
another one down here?
I don't think so.
There's something I thought.
There's a skeleton down there with loot on it, I think. George is
Oh.
off doing his own
Oh, the
thing. Look at him.
hatch.
Yeah, I don't know what
I'm
Jordan's
coming.
Oh,
doing.
potion. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the hatch is like a 20 to get in. Hey, there's another shovel here. Right here on the ground.
Ooh.
Shovel, shovel, and shovel, shovel. Oh, my strides are long.
There was a shovel? Or did someone grab it?
We have one. You can just use it. You just take out someone's inventory.
Yeah, you could just use it. There's one on the ground here, though. There you go. Is that you, Gimbal Cock? Gimbal Cock. Good job.
Getting so many
Sees
good
your way
rolls.
through it.
Look, Look at George getting all these inspiration points, dude.
This is
Okay, I
crazy.
missed.
What a god.
I surprised you, matey. Take this blade.
Oh my
Good
god.
job.
My screen like
That's everyone.
glitched.
The
Yeah.
power of a pirate. The foe
Power of a pirate.
There we go.
Avast, mateys. Booty.
Here, I'll actually pick up.
Power of a pirate. You get
Oh,
everything
actually.
for free.
Oh yeah.
There once was a ship that put to sea.
No more prayers.
The name of the ship was a belly of tea.
He's gross. Just kidding.
What's in here?
Hey, Wolf, your head reminds me of this cheese wedge.
I can't wait to sleep.
That's insane. You can't.
I don't
say
know
that
why
to
my
me.
bitch is saying that. She's not even hurt or missing spell slots.
You know my mother died to a cheese wedge, and you're gonna bring that up.
What?
What?
That's
Arr, it's a
crazy.
joke, lad.
That's
Take
useful.
it easy. It's a
I hope
joke,
you get a
lad, not
hole
a
in-
dick.
I hope you get I hope you get a hole in your sail.
I hope your mother is being head
What?
is on a wall.
Sneaky.
You hope you hope my you hope my
Sneaky.
mother what? We just discussed that she died from a
Who
cheese
turned the
wheel.
light on?
Yeah.
It's not my fault that Dragonborn.
Alright, I'm gonna
killed
open
your
the
mother.
door.
Dragonborn. I'm gonna
This
freaking
might be a
piece
little
her-
bit
draw
tough
you
for
off
us,
your
but
ship.
we'll see.
Dovahkiin?
Does anybody have firebolt?
I have fire breath. I can just
I have a
jump in
great
there and
spot.
I have a scroll of firebolt.
Oh wait,
Can you-
candle. Do we have
can
do you
you-
have a candle? There's a candle over here, I think.
Oh,
There's
oh.
a couple
You
of
want me to
candles in the
You
shelves
want me to
here.
use on the
Oh,
oil
oh, oh.
barrel?
Yeah. I got it. Yeah,
Wait, I mean-
yeah.
What?
Oops. Oops. I'm dipping it in the candle.
Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
Yes, Bear
Hiya!
Chief Xanax, we're ready.
Beautiful.
Hiya! And guess what? Someone closed the door. No. I
Yeah,
mean, you
could've
guys could hit
attacked
him though.
first, but you know,
Here, let me get out of the way.
someone
There you
opened the door.
Aye. Someone open the door so I can shoot them.
Aye!
Ha ha!
It is I,
Be honest.
Captain Diddler.
Now I run away. Close the door.
Wait,
You
don't
need to be
close the
Captain
door yet.
Diddler.
Aye,
Open the
Captain
door.
Diddler was me father.
Open the door.
First mate Diddler.
Aye, me father was a tree.
Oh,
I closed the door.
Hold on, don't close the door. You.
wow,
giblet.
Wolf is inside. Oh, it's my
I can't
turn.
move because of my my initiative or whatever. But it's fine.
I believe this dragon scale boy deserves death.
Wait, you can't move.
Uh-oh. He can't move, guys.
Aye, close the door, babe. Protect us.
Surprised I can't move. I have pretty high dexterity. I have 15 dex. Why can't I move?
I don't think
Nice!
dexterity
Oh my
goes in
god.
with
You
movement
picked the
speed.
best one, Christy.
Yeah,
Good
dexterity. Well,
job.
it's your initiative, not your movement speed.
Oh.
Good fucking job, dude. Holy fuck. He didn't even
Arr,
go
we're not gonna
fucking
close
rage.
the door.
I
Oh,
can't.
why would we close the door? Why don't
I
you close the
can't.
door?
I can't close the door. The only person that could is George.
I have no movement speed.
Oh,
Your turn.
this
I
fucking
ended
captain
my
accent, dude. Please
I
do
know,
it the whole
I'm
time.
so- no,
The
please
whole
don't.
time.
Please don't. Oh my god.
Ah!
That's so
Close
rude.
the door! Close the door! What did I say? Close the goddamn door!
You actually want me to close it?
Oh my god. No, not right now. Not right now.
It's gonna kill us.
Now this will hurt. That's insane. I just heard what you said.
I'm
This
just making
is
up shit
too
as I go.
much. You're doing great.
Arr. Adisa, close the door.
You told me not to. I ended my turn.
You can cancel.
Ah.
You can cancel your end turn.
No, not anymore. She can't because it's the other person.
Oh.
Arr, I will
Okay.
close the door for my team. Avast, matey.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Well, there goes my turn.
And now I drink.
That's crazy.
Now I drink.
I'm clipping
That's
that.
insane. That was.
I
The
literally
pirate
clicked
life is the
her,
pirate for
and
me.
it just closed right on it.
Pirate life is the life for me.
Wow, what do y'all want me to do?
I mean, if you want, you could just heal and skip your turn, and then they'll just shoot at the door.
All right, I do agree. This is a good idea.
See, look how stupid they are.
Hey, Scaleback, you're burning over there.
I thought fire couldn't kill a dragon.
I believe
That's
so
what you
too.
burning.
Look at him.
He's about to fuck you up, dude.
You want to?
He's gonna roast your ass. I mean, this is literally like sea
Oh,
to
dude,
sky conflict, right?
I'm gonna do this.
This is like Pirates of the Caribbean 3.
Get
Yeah,
Torga.
shoot that. Yeah, that midget.
It literally
The
takes me an
midget.
action, so I can't shoot.
Yeah.
He's gonna blast us again.
You know what though? Maybe
Prepare
I'll
for
just-
cannon fire.
Maybe I'll just run in.
Brace
Go right in there.
yourselves. We're about to be blown up.
Blow to smithereens in
Arr,
here.
these damn midgets. Look at this Scaleback. What
Oh
are you
my
doing?
god.
I'm just going.
He's
I'm
gonna
just going.
he's gonna smack her with his fucking crossbow.
I don't think he can get close enough to. Uh-oh. You damn Scaleback, you slipped.
Could have slipped. I'm resistant to
Are you
fire, not
trying-
Oh,
ice.
close the door.
Are you trying to stall a ditty?
Crazy.
What the fuck?
Let's see if I can jump in there.
Scaleback all over again. Here I come.
I'm trying
I
not
know
to
what
step
you're
in
doing. I just
fire.
need you to get in here.
I got you, ditty.
You are the Diddy. Diddy.
Oh,
Scaleback, help me.
oh.
What the?
Don't worry, I got you. I got you. I got you next turn.
Our Scaleback, help the captain.
Oof.
That hurt.
He shot you in your fucking shin.
Don't worry, I'm gonna
coming
shoot
for
this
that
guy.
booty.
And I'm gonna come help you. Oh, I can't help you because it takes a turn. I got you. Oh, I don't got you.
What the
Damn,
fuck?
Chrissy.
This Scaleback has no brain.
Chrissy blinked and missed.
Listen,
I am missing like everything. What the fuck?
I got you.
I mean, you're off ice. You're off the ice.
Yeah.
What are you doing,
Get
bitch?
it, I'll send you to Davy Jones' locker.
I'm about
Oh,
to
really?
fucking.
Yes. As a mage, run into the group of people that are primarily sword wielders. That makes perfect sense.
I'm gonna
Hey,
fuck
Barton.
you up, Barton.
Hey, Barton, let me ask you a question.
Excuse me.
What's split in half in an idiot? You.
Nice.
He's got a gaping
landed.
Imagine
wound.
he missed.
You transitioned him.
I know.
You transitioned him.
The useless Hexblade is not talking.
Whoa. Told you useless. You can't take that from a scurvy dog.
I'm gonna kill you.
The scurviest
You want any of
them
this
all.
stuff? There you go.
Actually, I need a. Oh, sorry, I'm. Okay.
Looting.
See, and by the time we're done here, the grove fight should be done.
Oh wait, is this the room that has a thing in it? Oh no, that's the other room, right?
Be honest, I completely forgot about the grove fight.
Arr.
Yep.
Is that why I'm still getting random bits of XP?
Yep.
Love
It's
it.
as if Gab had explained this earlier.
No, she did, but I forgot about it. It's the word forgot. You know, when people forget things, it means they don't remember them.
Aye, the Scaleback has memory issues. Be careful
Oh, what I would-
in there, naked booty.
What I would give to
traps
be
everywhere.
Christy right now,
Why?
because you're deaf.
Okay.
Arr, the Scaleback is not as hard as it scales on the inside.
I'll show you hard.
Hey yo.
Hello? Should we
Hello?
leave?
Yo. What happened?
There we go. I found a shield. Boosts
Where'd
my
you go?
AC.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
Arrow of Ilmata. Oh, W pull. Here, I'll send you guys one of these torches.
Oh yeah, where's that the one book?
The One Piece.
It's in
Death
there,
Note?
in the next room. I picked up the key already. You can open
Like
that
how
door
me
over
and
there.
Wolf said 2 different animes. I said Death Note. He said One Piece.
Well, you know.
Oh, I need a torch.
We also don't have to fight these guys if you don't want to, because Withers shows up in our camp if
Oh,
we
wait,
get
I have
close
a
to the
torch.
goblin
But I want
camp.
the XP.
If that's what you
Have a
want to
long
do.
rest.
I want the XP.
If that's what you want to do.
I want the XP.
I don't care. Okay.
we should do
I said
a
if
long
that's what you want to fucking do.
I want the.
I do believe we have 2 lasses fighting each other right now.
Holy shit! Wolf is ripped! What the fuck? Dude, he's Iron Man!
Or he looks
That's
like
insane.
a scaly whippersnapper.
Who wants to talk to us?
Or
Oh,
we have
Lae'zel.
Lae'zel.
Oh yeah,
Bazel.
she's like, you want to go to bed? You're pathetic.
I got you, Bazel. Don't worry about it.
Oh, speaking of, I want to take her
About your
armor
rest.
because she's
We
not
must
used.
locate a crash.
She won't need it.
No, and I'm taking her shoes.
You would
And I'm
doubt
taking
me.
her sword.
Take your rest.
Thank you. Lays out. Matter of fact, give me your shoes.
Now Shark wants to
I
talk.
believe Shart wants us talk.
So.
What's
we're
what you
resting
guys
here.
just discussing?
What were you guys
reminds me
saying
of this
about?
one man I knew.
Yeah.
He was very gay.
Let Christy have her
I
boyfriend time
suppose
over
the
there.
night curling up in the dirt. and
Wait,
Asterion
someone go
reminds
shove her.
me of this scaleback that
A
I
little
know.
novel. I mean, I need some. You sleep. I'll
Can't
keep
call them
watch.
scalebacks.
I feel like the
Alright.
only person that'll like me is Minthara.
The pleasure is all mine.
I've asked a truly
Pleasure is all mine. Christy over here risen up Astarion. Hey, Astarion, you want a real man? I got you.
Holy.
Damn it, you're too heavy to shove.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank
'Cause
you.
I'm 300 pound of muscle.
Do you want to go to bed?
Would you like to go to bed?
Yes.
Would you like to go to bed?
Feet. Sorry.
Feet.
My feet were just in the camera.
Feet. Top of the morning.
Okay. That was nice.
Flying. Dude,
Does
I
anybody want the
somebody to
book with
play
the
a
large
gnome.
cock?
What?
Okay, we all failed the religion.
I want somebody to play a gnome so I can fucking throw them at people.
I wish I could change my race. I would totally play Gimli, and you can just throw me in there.
That
You
would
can
be
get the
kind of funny.
disguise- You can get the disguise
Dwarven
self spell, and I
paladin or
think
something.
it'll work. I've seen people do some crazy shit with like
But I'm not
a.
tanky enough. If you throw me in there, I'm gonna die.
Well, I've seen some people do some crazy shit with like somebody playing a druid turning into a cat, and then them throwing them somewhere where they couldn't reach.
Damn
That's
it.
pretty crazy shit. All right, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna immediately attack this guy. So whenever y'all are ready.
Damn it.
Let me have a
I'm a-
chance.
Okay, go ahead. I got 6 thieves' tools.
Arr.
I
Ah.
let the person with high decks do it.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Talking to 2 rogues,
Crazy.
babe. What are you talking about? I got it.
We all
Hey.
have high decks. You actually have lower decks than. Yeah, you have the lowest decks.
I do?
Yes.
I was about to say.
You
Arr,
have,
we
'cause-
were with that-
you know why?
what-
Because you didn't have your dexterity gloves yet.
Oh, yeah, you right, you
Hey,
right.
before we attack these guys or do anything, I want to try to pick one up. I want to see what happens.
They're gonna. No, we could actually. If you attack them, they'll wake up.
I just want to right click and pick up.
Wait, let me take
Well,
their
oh.
weapons.
Wait, wait, wait. Let me get it.
I thought if you looted them, then it would trigger them. Oh, I guess not.
No. Yeah. So now they'll only do spells and throw rocks and
Arr.
shit.
Book is
I'll let you do that.
Stupid book.
should be
It's
with
too
such
smart
a
for me.
massive lock.
Did you get that one over here?
Haven't looted any
No,
of
I
them.
didn't get it. I think I was talking to myself there. I'm not
Oh.
even.
I thought you said you, and then I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I said you as in me, and yeah, I'm crazy. I'm sorry.
Arr, what does this fancy button do over here?
Don't push
No,
the
don't
button.
press the button.
As the lock opens, a loose page
That
We're
might be
just-
worth a look.
magic.
I'm just
Let me know
gonna.
whenever
We
you're
should
ready,
just.
Gab.
Parchment.
Should
What was
just hit
once
him.
script is now an
How do we hit them?
obliterated scrawl.
Yeah,
I'm
throw
gonna pick
him.
one up.
You have a sense these
Yeah,
are
throw it.
names, a
Oh,
list,
didn't work.
but of what?
Yeah, I told you.
It's worth a shot.
I didn't press the button. That was not me.
Oh, nice.
Gods.
No, if
These
you
are names
interact
of
with them,
gods,
they'll wake up.
once lost, but now restored.
Arr,
after
the door is
wandering.
open.
The last three names in this book sit close together.
Time to
but are
loot.
so devastated by the scroll as to be unreadable.
Here, buddy.
Entire
Have your friend.
It's me.
names
It's.
have dwindled
Oh!
and been reborn.
God damn!
Silently recorded
And his
in this
name is
book.
John Cena.
Oh, shit, I should have
Where
ended
are
my
you
turn. I'm
going?
sorry.
Oh, JK, he's leaving.
I'm
Okay,
blinded.
well, that was the lesser of two evils.
Arr, I will sit here while my friends take care of the hard work.
Chrissy's not
Typical
even in
pirate.
battle.
I was getting the book. Oh. Okay.
Now she's in battle.
I was getting that book. I passed all the checks.
Good job!
Nice.
You got forbidden knowledge now or something? I can't remember what it gives you.
Arr, don't end your
yeah, I
turn.
don't remember
I have
what it.
something I want to do.
Oh, she ended her turn.
Arr, for the pirates.
You shot him right in his skeleton asshole.
Arr, I don't have enough movement speed. If I had my lute, I could play a ditty.
I had
Yeah,
my
who
loot.
wants to pick up the bard stuff with Alfira?
I do.
See if you can actually like
Oh,
gonna kill
wait,
these
wait,
guys
wait,
real
wait,
quick.
wait.
proficient.
Do we want to knock her out so we don't? So I end up not
Man,
killing her.
am I talking to a wall or what?
Yeah, right,
yeah,
Gab, right.
Gab,
I heard
yep.
you say that.
No, Gab, yeah.
Chrissy's deaf though, so we have to give her credit.
Gab, imagine living with something like that.
No,
That's crazy.
I think most of the time Chrissy's just not paying attention to what we're saying.
no,
that's,
that's true.
that's not
That's
it.
very
No, I heard you guys talking about like doing the Alfira stuff, and then that's why I said, do we want to knock her out so I don't kill her?
That's what Gab literally
Yeah,
said. though.
I don't know. She said we could, but I don't know if we ever actually made a decision on that.
No,
To
we
be
said we were
fair.
being evil and we didn't need her robes, so we could just kill her. That's what
true.
we said.
Nope, I do remember that. Yep. Nope.
Yes.
Hey, you guys know we could knock out Alfira, and then we could
Okay, I thought she was talking about like you get the performance thing if you pass all the checks, like you get.
We're talking. This was like 20 minutes ago,
yeah.
not what
What?
we just said.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Then.
See, I told you.
Arr,
You just weren't. I don't think you were listening. I think you were doing something.
I was probably doing the book.
It was way earlier than the book.
Stop paying attention then.
Yes.
arr, this entombed warrior will
Hey,
face
buddy.
the wrath.
You want your friend? Missed.
From downtown.
You almost hit me, you damn scaleback.
Oh, what's the matter? You scared of a few old bones?
He calls you Scaleback. You gotta talk. You gotta say something to him.
Why? What do you call
You
a
gotta
pirate?
have some type of
There's
slur.
like nothing to like call a
Here,
pirate.
let's look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
Call him-
I call him a
Slurs
scurvy dog, but
for pirates.
fucking
Water bandits?
rock.
I don't know.
You scallywag.
What the
Scurvy
fuck?
dog and
I said scurvy dog.
landlubber.
There we go.
Landlubber.
Arr, this will hurt.
You lily-livered, yellow-bellied son of a biscuit eater.
Arr. Hi. You think
Thanks,
the turn is
Google.
over? I'm behind you now.
Yeah, you scallywag.
Crazy.
Hell yeah.
Arr, the ghost head is shooting him with the bow. Boom. Nice shot, goat head.
Oh my god. Are we gonna listen to this the whole time?
Yes.
This guy. Arr.
Damn. He threw a rock from literally 2 inches from here.
That's actually insane that he
What
did
the
that.
fuck? Alright, I'm gonna try and open this. Maybe.
Arr.
Hopefully there's something good in it.
I cannot listen to this pirate shit the whole time.
This guy has already looted everything back here. What a fucking loot
Of course
goblin.
he did.
I
Fucking
know, I
pirate.
haven't been looting anything.
So he has.
Well, we have it in our inventory.
This bald zombie's talking to me.
I'm just trying to be
I'll attack
fast.
it.
As old.
Attack it.
I am not the. Wilt thou answer my question?
I'm literally just trying to be fast since
Again.
this is
What
take
is the
5.
worth of a
Hey, look, it's all right. We got this. We know we can do
we're
it.
fine.
Very
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have met.
exactly. I have full faith in us. It's gonna be even better this time.
In the sarcophagus, if you'd like to take it.
You take it. You're the
Take
pirate.
it off.
You like to loot.
I already left. I'm
plundering.
sorry.
Gold.
I'm gonna go check on the grove and see what's going on.
Hey, why don't you go check on the grove and see what's going on?
Okay, I
Okay.
heard that.
Arr.
Let's
Heard
see.
what?
There's lots of blood. Aridin's dead. That's great.
Oh, good.
Oh, the door's open. It looks like the door's open. Good. I mean, what? Who said that? Yeah, they killed them all. Good job. Good job, Zevlor.
Arr. Let me take that Will's weapon.
Yeah, take it all.
Fast,
Take everything
fast
here.
survival check for the chest you already opened.
There's nothing.
Loot everything and sell all the goblin shit.
Loot it all.
Loot it all. He's in cucumbered.
Oh shit.
Traps, please.
You can send shit to Wolf because he's strong.
Why would you do that? I'm not strong.
Because you're strong. You're
I'm
no
not
longer a
strong.
sorcerer, dude.
I don't know what that
You-
means. I like your funny words, Magic
Will
Man.
died!
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't have them all, Christy. Jeez. You want a star and a whale. You picked a star in this
Uh-oh,
time.
someone saw me sneaking. I gotta run. I'm running.
Hey, don't piss anybody off because I'm in here.
Wait, I'm a drow. Fuck. She's coming.
Arr, I'm
Get
on
away
my
from me,
way
lady.
To sell some stuff.
My bad.
Oh, Christy, you getting caught right now?
I was trying to loot a body and then she came.
I literally.
This darn Skellback has beat me
That's
to
literally what I was saying.
That's crazy. Christy just does not.
No, when I went to loot, she wasn't in the like doorway yet, so I thought it was fine.
I literally said she's coming to get me because she saw me. And then you come down and open the body right in front of her. That's why I ran, because I didn't want to get in trouble. Because if you run far enough, she won't fucking chase you. She's a loser. See if I can get an easy 15 XP here.
Arr, this goat demon face man needs to hurry up with this midget.
This guy.
Yay!
Christy, I need you to come get us a bunch of money because I want what this guy's selling.
I can't.
I don't think she could do that yet. That's why I'm
Oh.
trying to get
Trying
to get us XP right now.
Yeah, I don't
like,
have Shadow
speedrunning.
Blade yet.
What level do you get
I'm
Shadow Blade?
speedrunning.
3.
Oh my god, you are speed running. Holy crap.
Fuck!
We're so close. I'm gonna go talk to the druid people.
Well, I didn't get him. I didn't get the hatch. Because I want to steal the idol.
Does anyone
give it to
need
Mole.
any stuff in my
How do you do
inventory
that?
before I
I forgot
sell
you
it?
could do that. I don't know. What do you have in your
well-
inventory?
Some daggers, a hand axe, a quarterstaff, some short.
Arr,
Oh, wait,
does anyone
who we
use
give-
a
spells?
short sword, some leather armor.
Who are we sending all our junk to?
About to
Chris,
sell
she
stuff.
can sell it because she's there.
Okay,
go,
I'm gonna send you all my junk.
Okay.
Well met. Is there anything you need? Act
I have a lot
fast
of
if
junk.
you do. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Arr, I finally have a cutlass. It's nice, not nice as me daddy's, but it'll do.
Okay, I sent you all my.
Even that voice hurts my throat. Jesus Christ.
Well, stop
bet.
doing it.
Oh my god.
What is the
We
life
can take a
of
little break.
pirate that calls? No
See if I can
shot.
get this.
I'm mad.
Fuck.
Rolling again.
All right.
Is this-
You know, what, don't even fuck with it. Actually, just send it to camp, and then we can break it open.
Arr, I will do it.
Oh, okay, do it. I don't think anyone cares. Damn.
Arr, this darn lock.
That's why I was like, man.
It's okay.
Oh,
I
yay!
got
You
it.
got it.
You can look in there, lass.
It's money in a potion. W.
Arr, unlocking it is enough reward for me.
Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick.
Oh, homeboy's out of gold.
Arr, these children give me a bad vibe.
I know. I'm gonna hopefully.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm gonna tell him we kill far more children than slave.
I'm whistling.
know.
All right, babe, I have a deal with you. Let's go to Taco Bell for you, McDonald's for me.
Taco Bell sounds really good. I actually might unironically go get Taco Bell. If I don't have an instrument right now, so I'm whistling.
Woo!
I don't mind eating
Okay.
late if it's a weekend.
Everyone trust me on this, okay?
Homemade. Yeah, apparently, if you go talk to Alfira and you're not a bard, and you pass her checks, then you can just perform by whistling. You don't need an instrument.
Arr.
She's performing with me. This is actually kind of sick.
Sylvanas,
Okay, I make Mattis mad at me by taking his ring, and then I give it right back. Alright, so now we could actually talk to Mole, but I didn't
I
get
didn't
the
know that
hatch.
either. I didn't know you could whistle either.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
It's so cool.
And people will give you money too.
Oh, here I go. I got one. This one's for you. The Queen's High Seas. For the pirates in your life. It's for the pirates in your life.
I don't like this scaleback mocking my people's culture.
Call me a scaleback again and I'll take that peg leg and shove it where the sun don't shine.
Oh,
Keep talking there, goat man.
we got 2 pirates now.
I'll show you a goat. Make you eat my mountain oysters.
I'm gonna try and prevent her from killing Bella.
Aha!
How
No,
do you
wait.
steal the idol?
That's okay. I shoot darkness down at the foot of it, and then I steal it and teleport directly to camp.
Where are y'all
Yeah,
at?
but I mean, I've stolen it without being seen, but as soon as it disappears, I thought they went to war.
Oh, we have to kill all the goblin people first.
Arr.
Oh, we have to do that first.
Arr,
Or wait. We gotta do it before they leave too. Like the tieflings.
I see.
But we have to pick up the quest to steal it as well. So we can get the
Gotcha.
cool ring of protection.
Can we go save the chick from the bugbear? Have we done that yet?
Oh, do you wanna do that?
Owlbear?
No, the bugbear. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go do it. It's probably best to go the other way because it takes too long to climb up.
Arr.
I didn't know you could go this way.
The
Oh, you got
last
that
has a
bear off the
point.
guy.
Arr.
Yeah,
Wolf
I
does
did
not pay
that.
attention.
Well, no, because I was doing shit with Alfira, so no, I didn't see what Gab was doing.
No, it's okay. I'm waiting
Scaleback
for you
has
on the
no
elevator.
attention
Oh,
to
we're all
detail.
waiting for
coming.
you.
Yeah,
On
I'm
the
coming,
elevator.
I'm coming.
Of course,
Wow,
it's
I
the
can
goat
act-
head taking forever.
I can actually hit the elevator. It says 100%. Can I break it? I'm not gonna do it, but crazy.
Arr.
You see that? Highlights to hit it, but it has no health. Oh my god, he's gonna do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I will kill
here.
this damn scale.
You scallywag! Christy, kick the squirrel.
Oh, yeah. Let me kick the squirrel.
Kick the squirrel.
Kick the squirrel, Christy.
Death to timber.
Why is it so small? I can't click on it. There we go. Wait, what? Stay still, squirrel. There we go.
She can't click it because that's what they call a skill issue.
Would be ever
Run up
so
there.
twee if it were climbing a tree.
No!
You
Don't go that
see
way!
before you.
Why did you go that
Oh.
way?
No idea.
He started. Well, I was hiding over here, and then he started moving, so I ran up here.
I literally said don't go that way.
Well, you said don't go that way after I was already going this way.
I said it before we went up the elevator.
No, you did before the elevator.
Because I was going the way you were going. I thought that's what you meant.
No, I went around. Look where I am. I'm over here.
Well, yeah, no, I know where you are at, but I wasn't going this way. I wasn't going this way. I was going around to where you were when I was going there initially. And I thought that's what you meant because you said it takes too long to climb everything.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you did. You climbed everything.
I thought it was a time thing, not like oh, it takes too long. It's just quicker if we do it this way. Not like hey, it takes too long to do that.
I think what it is whenever you come like down here where I pinged, he loads in.
When it renders in is when that area.
Yeah.
Once you're
He
in
was
that
so
like,
close
trigger
going
area,
off
you
the
go.
edge.
Holy shit. That'd be cool if that. Oh,
I tried.
Need to find a way forward.
you did.
Arr.
He's playing your song. It's about your mom, Queen of the High Seas.
Arr, my mother was a plank.
Oh,
Where'd I go? What happened to me?
nice.
Amazing.
Oh
I
well,
helped.
fuck
We
her
don't need to
anyway.
hear her anyway. She's stupid.
Yeah, just steal her stupid whatever
Soul coin.
coin. Yeah,
Arr,
yeah,
the
yeah,
soul
yeah.
coin will be mine.
Everyone
Thank
point
you,
at
Stand
laugh
Back,
at
for ruining
Cannon as we pass
Hey,
button.
oh well, I guess it doesn't matter now.
I'm also gonna go steal his stuff really quick. Hopefully.
Cannon,
Who's
no!
Oh no, that lady over there is looking for mine.
Yeah, come.
How much
throw
money we
gold.
got?
I wanted to get a
We
bow.
got 267 gold.
300 gold for the bow, so I was waiting for Chrissy to be able to do the thing.
Oh no, we have 989 gold.
Oh,
That's
nice.
pretty good.
Okay, I looted him.
Have I been this way before?
Oh, well, I did it. That worked. That was unintentional, but hey, I was whistling and distract everybody, and she looted Cannon.
Good job, dude. That's hilarious. Wait, how am I talking to Octa all the way up here? What?
What are you talking about?
Look where I'm standing on the map. And I'm so confused.
You're talking to who?
Octa.
Oh, I'm
What is
inspired.
Octa?
How am I standing here?
Christy, how much gold you got?
Not much. 342.
We have 989 gold collectively. I'm gonna, so every time you long rest or level up, the shops refresh. So what we want to do is try and keep that in mind. Because Antietho in the beginning always has 3 strength
Yay.
elixirs.
I got a backpack for my scrolls.
Nice.
I just picked up those elixirs by the way, for us.
Did somebody
not
do the
talking to you.
strange ox yet?
Nope, you can do that.
I need a quick word.
Sylvanas be with you.
What the fuck?
What'd you do?
There we go.
Something's off. This creature.
Oh my god, how does
isn't what it
XP
appears
work?
to
Because
be.
Christy's like 15 from leveling up. I'm 105.
That'd be a skill issue.
I'm
do you
genuinely
see
curious. If you press tab and you go up to the bar under your name, you can hover over it and it will tell you.
Oh,
I think it's because she's Dark Urge.
maybe.
That hat does not suit you.
What do we want to
You're
do
welcome.
I'm
now?
gonna go kill something.
Okay, let's live.
I want to go kill something because we're so close to leveling up.
Should we go kill the goblins in the tunnel?
Yes.
I'm gonna go
Alright.
through the
Connecting
outside
to
gate because you
what?
show up behind them, you know?
That was weird. Why did it
Instead
say
of
this
connecting
side.
to chat?
Twitch has been messing up. I've had a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
issues
Are
with
we
Twitch
not
chat.
sharing chat?
No, we are. It still says shared chat,
Oh,
but
I
like,
see it.
It just,
yeah,
it's
there was
still
like a thing that said
connecting
like,
to chat.
yeah,
Anything of use?
that was weird.
Fucking hell. We can also go up and see Raphael if you guys get the guidance amulet, which is OP for us right now.
Down the door.
Aye, Skillback is perceptive, but doesn't
Okay,
listen
hold on, I'm
very
gonna-
well.
We gotta remember to get
What
that.
are you talking about? Willis?
The bugbear was your fault. Not listening to Gab.
Misunderstood. Wasn't that
Hey, if you guys find
misunderstood?
a like
You're
dark,
retarded then.
like a darkness scroll or arrow, make sure you give it to me because I'm gonna steal
imagine
some
I failed the
armor from
perception.
Damon.
Retarded.
I felt
If I can
It's
see one out
the
there, I'll let you know.
perception is this statue.
oh,
Alright, we gotta press this button, so let's go into turn-based mode.
Too early. Too early.
Oh yeah, too early, my fault.
It's okay. Yeah, we're all really far. Also, we're sneaking.
Eyes are rarely a good sign. Let's be
It's not looking at us. It's looking the other way. Yeah, right there, George. Nice job.
The pirate says,
Good job.
stupid statue.
Good job.
Arr,
I'm about to push this fucking goblin.
there's
No.
some damn midgets here.
Can I throw him?
I can
Yeah,
Eldritch
throw 'em
blast
and
them
then-
off.
Oh, Gab,
And
you
then-
I
left
want
the
to
game.
throw him.
What?
What?
Gab, it said told me Gab left the game.
Oh, well, you left the game. It just crashed.
Oh,
I'm still in the
everybody's
game.
leave. I'm out. I just got out.
I just got kicked to the menu.
Can I
Gabe, you here?
save?
Back
Yeah,
to the
I'm here.
menu.
Okay, we're not moving anyone, so we're just staying right here. We're good. Babe, stay still. Scaring me.
Back to the menu.
Join game.
Alright, rejoin. Yeah, rejoin whenever you're okay.
Fine, I'm
I
just
can't.
looting right here.
I can't join the game.
Why not?
It just doesn't do anything when I click join game. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna close it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, mine does
See if that
too.
works.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit the game and. George,
Getting
you
it.
broke
The
my
invite didn't work
shit.
either.
Arr, it was a pirate's life that broke.
You broke my shit.
My sincerest apologies, lass. The seven seas are a cruel mistress.
What the fuck?
You're getting really good at this, dude. Are you gonna go work at the Ren Fest?
Please no.
Well,
I
next
want
year,
Wolf
I guess you
to-
guys are being pirates.
I want Wolf and me to go to Renfest. He can be fucking Volo.
A bard? Yeah. Draxlin. Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
This reminds you of a song.
Standing on top of like a wooden crate in the middle of the Ren Fair. Draxlin. Dude, that'd be hilarious.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Hey,
What is
get
it?
the
Alright, I'm gonna
chest.
try again. Oh,
It's a
okay.
trap chest.
Here I
I'm
come.
joining.
Is it?
It's loading.
It's
Yes, a trap
loading.
chest, baby. Don't
It's
get near
loading.
that.
Me and Wolf are coming.
Ready for the
Yay!
host.
The crew has returned.
Here we are.
The strong
Alright, I'm gonna-
naked lass and the
I'm gonna
gay cabin
throw.
boy.
I'm gonna throw this gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
The gay scaleback is back.
The gay cabin boy.
Gay
What
cabin
the
boy.
fuck, dude? He just stays in the cabin and waits for the captain.
That's right.
That's right.
Where the fuck am I?
You are now the
I'm way the
captain of
fuck over
this
here.
ship.
What? No.
What's
I don't
no?
know how to sail.
I don't want to get diddled by wolf.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
throw
I'm ready.
this
You're gonna
stupid
throw her?
goblin.
On top
I'm
of
gonna
another
use her.
goblin.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
gonna
gonna
mess this
throw
up.
her on top of this guy right here.
Okay, and then I'm gonna try and do some funny stuff. How are... Okay, yeah. Everyone come down this way now. Actually, no, stay up there. I'm gonna drop a barrel.
I can't move.
Okay, I'm gonna do some fun shit. Do we care if
Cunning
Findle
action on
lives?
Diddy the Honest. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, me too. I don't care.
Okay.
If we do another playthrough, we can, you know, attempt to save
Be
everybody.
nice. Whoops, I pressed the wrong
At
one.
the ready.
Let's put it like here. Okay.
What did I miss? Why am I
And then we
missing?
go up here.
A babe. Arg.
Let
What
me.
was that? Arr.
I'm gonna kill myself.
That was a friendly-looking chateau.
Oh, nice.
Arr, they're all dead.
Except for that guy.
I can't.
Amazing.
He got. He's wet.
He's
Nice.
He's wet right now, y'all.
Watch me step.
Oh.
okay.
Damn.
Ow.
Music too much to shoot me.
Not only did that hit, but he had disadvantage, dude. That's crazy.
Arr, these midgets are sly creatures.
Damn.
Miss?
Don't worry. Don't worry. Let me show you how a pirate does it.
Okay.
This is how a pirate gets things done. Take no steps.
Yay.
Amazing.
Yay. Shut up.
Good job. We're so good at this game.
Hold on, let's get to Gortash before we start saying stuff, okay?
We're so good at this game.
Arr, I have cantrips now.
Pack boon. Pact of the blade.
Cool. Can you make us infinite money now?
Yes.
Nice. I'm exhausted.
Let me go in
Arabella.
turn base really quick. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll pick up the key, and then you could just disarm the chest over there
Dead humming.
and open it without having to pick it.
Yeah, there's a chest over here that's trapped,
It's
Christy. This
trapped.
chest over here? It's
Yeah.
trapped.
Yeah.
Disarm it. And then
I
you
failed
have
the
the key.
perception.
So did I.
Uh-oh.
Apparently,
Oh,
because
okay.
I don't see it. To disarm
Well
it.
then just remove the oil barrels from next to it, because that's what's really gonna fuck you. Let's see if I get it.
see.
Watch how you go.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Arr, I am now officially a swashbuckler rogue.
Disarm. Nice.
I still fucking did it anyway, even though I have. Oh yeah, here we go.
Hey.
Woo!
Anything good?
Hey.
It's the nature's snare. Stupid shit.
Stupid shit.
Ha ha.
Yeah. Let's go get more easy XP.
Down.
Bet.
Arr, key of
Like,
the
let's go tell
ancients.
these dumbasses up here to go fight the owlbear.
Bet. And then let's go just sneak and watch them die to it.
People up ahead.
Wait.
They won't initiate unless you roll a
I have a question.
check.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how mad would y'all be if I accidentally put this on
Strange
tactician
symbol
mode?
glows marked on their flesh, and something
Well, then that defeats the purpose of honor mode.
In response,
I'm just kidding. This is honor mode.
the injured man locks eyes with
Why'd y'all get all
About to
quiet
leave.
when I said that?
I was about to leave.
Do you have orders?
Yeah,
for
blah
us?
blah 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 blah.
We were
You see him
reported-
jump? Why'd he jump like that? What the hell?
I've leveled up.
You should search that
Arr.
All right, just who wants
I
to
am a
eat the space gummies?
strange power.
I do.
most call this
I am not
Oh,
gay, so I do not want to
Christy's
consume the
Christy's
space
doing it.
the tadpole
Wow.
has absorbed
Wow,
it all.
Christy.
Just kidding. I think you could just let it
Nourished.
take over, and then you just pick up the fucking tab.
Our wolf.
Okay,
You think a McChicken sounds good right now?
There you go.
Yes.
Arr, I will eat a McChicken then tonight. Along with the
You
big
in
red.
McDonald's, dude. We had McDonald's for breakfast.
Actually, kind of sounds pretty good.
Jealous.
Do you want
We
the
haven't had
first one,
McDonald's in a
Wolf?
while.
The hash brown was fucking lit. I'm not gonna
What'd you
lie.
say?
Did you
Oh,
want the
hash brown
first
McDonald's is fucking amazing.
tadpole?
I want all the tadpoles. All of them. Give them to
Yeah,
me.
you know what
Feed them
sucks?
to me so I can make Daddy
Christy does
super
not
happy.
like McDonald's, so we never get it because of that.
You get it
There
all
you
the
go.
time.
No, I say I do, but I never go because she doesn't like
I
it.
just want like a couple.
Like every time I say that, Gab, we end up getting what she wants, and it makes me very depressed.
What? Yeah,
Why don't you go
you-
get what
he-
she wants, and then you
he
go get what
never
you want?
He never actually wants McDonald's. He just says that. I'm like, do you actually want McDonald's? He's like, no, I'm just making a joke.
He's just joshing.
Yeah, so
Oh, wow.
so don't let him fool you.
I
Don't
believe you.
don't
Just,
don't let him make me the bad guy.
here, I'm just gonna come over here really quick,
On the rooftops.
and then I'm gonna tell them to knock it the fuck off after I level up.
I was about to say, Gab, you can level up.
Yeah.
Arr,
Why you
this
always
village
lying,
reminds me
babe?
of home.
Um,
Except less
Why
gay.
you always lying?
Yeah, why you always lying?
at least I got the
Stop
Gloom
lying.
Stalker class now.
Hey, Wolf, you
And
know
I
Chris
have
doesn't like hot dogs or
disguise spell.
hamburgers?
It makes sense. She is part gay. So I understand
Hello?
why she likes like tacos and stuff.
Yeah, I love tacos.
I guess I'll go
Wild.
for enhanced leap for more
Wild.
mobility.
It's also really funny when Wolf just gets quiet and just says wild.
Weird.
Arr,
We gonna kill
Scaleback,
him?
go help the gray naked woman.
I don't need help.
Let's mug him.
Let's mug him.
Of course. Move it, lads.
We should have been muggers.
That's what I fucking thought.
I want to kill
We
him.
should have been muggers.
XP. All right.
We'll do it
We
later.
got XP.
Okay.
Back to the
We got
owlbear.
100 fucking XP, dude. We're not doing the owlbear.
All right.
Let's go interrupt the two.
Does anybody-
Mistress.
Oh, this is sturdy. Never mind. I'm just gonna lockpick it. Don't go up there.
Arr.
Let
What?
me do
I'm
it.
fine.
I'll take that.
Do what?
Arr, there's
Let me
fish
do
in
all
this
the
fish barrel.
goblin shit.
Oh, I was just gonna go interrupt or go get ready to interrupt the lovebirds.
Oh.
I'm not coming up here.
More free XP up here.
Oh, y'all
Oh, yeah, I
want me to
forgot.
talk
You
to
is
the
a
ogres?
drow.
Does Scaleback not realize we have a drow?
I can go talk to the
I mean,
ogres.
I guess you could talk to the ogres, but if you piss them off, we're gonna have to fight them.
I won't.
But it's an easy fight. I'll get. in
Damn,
the
I don't
position.
have any proficiency on anything. Other than the illithid wisdom.
Arr, I am a swashbuckler now, so I can do rubbish attack. She's fine.
I could try to roll the intimidation.
I'm gonna go to the herbalist and take.
Oh, it's 5. Please. Oh my god! I rolled a 2! But thank God George got all those inspiration.
Say we got inspiration.
Yeah, I only used 1. Get the
The
fuck
drow
out of
is
here!
listing us down.
No, I
Aye.
didn't.
Oh God.
Are we fighting the ogres?
Yes,
I'm prepared.
Christy failed, didn't she? Like she said she wouldn't. Yep.
This is all right.
We don't have like guidance or anything, do we?
No, we have to go get the
I do have
guidance
guidance.
amulet
I do have
from the
guidance.
top.
You do.
I have guidance.
You have guidance?
I have guidance.
Okay, well I could just use my friend's thing, I guess, but I don't want.
Wait,
them
how
to
do
be...
you have guidance?
I took it as a cantrip.
Ah. Oh, are you
Can
are
you
you
add
an
it on
Eldritch
me?
Knight?
I'm an arcane archer.
Oh.
Yeah, the arcane cantrip thing. Guardian.
You have guidance.
I do? I don't see it.
Dessert one.
I gave it to you. You have guidance.
Bod.
Oh, wait, what's the check? I guess it's just as
Oh, I got it. I put friends on
Oh,
too.
good.
Oh, good
So that probably
job.
helped.
Yeah,
I got.
well, you might want to.
Look, I replaced the inspiration.
Incredible.
And Christy. All right, so we have 4 inspiration now, so we should probably use
Burn
them.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
This wardrobe looks mighty.
Good job, dude.
Suspicious.
I'm proud of you.
Nice. Oh my god, he's so fast. Holy shit.
I can
Oh my, he's zooming.
hurry up and do the cellar real quick if you guys want.
You what? No, the cellar. Yeah.
Okay.
George, you want to go with me to interrupt the the lovebirds?
You're the be at the pervert, but I join you.
I'm interrupting. I'm saving them. Actually, or do you
I
want to?
accidentally
What
picked
should
up
we do with the
incense.
gnome?
Yeah, I
I
did
have
get him
no-
down. I thought we were about to
midgets.
fight. I'm also a drow, and I would probably kill him.
No, yeah, I
So
had to
you want
use
me
all the
to-
inspirations though, because I failed it 2 other times.
Do you want me to?
Oh, so we
Are
have 2.
eating the
We have
gnome?
2.
I have no
Yeah,
opinion of this midget.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter for him.
Okay, I'm eating the gnome.
Yeet him.
You hit the wrong one.
Children. Maggie Terrans, Marcus Terrans.
There he goes.
Did he really?
Rochelle
Oh.
Kirk.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
George thinks I hit the wrong one.
Oh, my screen was slowing down. My fault.
Wrong lever! I'm about to
Sparkus
shout that
is
as he's
annoying.
flying.
Marcus is just a fucking hopeless ass.
Did y'all save him? Or kill him?
No.
No, he flew.
He flew.
He fell to his death. Yeah. You can see it in the combat log. It says Marcus
turned him in-
Root fell to their death.
Oh.
We turned him into Deep Gnome Superman.
Ooh, a shield.
A little
Yep.
bit.
Taking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Oh no, I pressed the wrong one. Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, Gab's dead.
No, I'm not. I immediately teleported. Hi, I'm back in the Blighted Village.
Oh.
I'll go try again. I think
Okay.
I think I pressed the spacebar a little too fast. I think that's what happened. Yeah, the sphere is rolling around the room right now. Oh, it's actually... It's killing the fucking...
Incredible.
It's killing the fucking thingies in there. They're trying to kill it and they can't.
Amazing.
Oh wait, it stopped moving. Wait, I'm so confused. What's happening? I think it's done. Alright, well I fucked up. Sorry guys.
That's all right. It should go away. All the stuff should go away. We'll just have to fight them.
Yeah, but the skeletons are still in there.
Yeah, we'll just have to fight the skellies.
I love you.
Are
You
we
going to
gonna
bed?
interrupt these lovebirds?
Okay. I'll try to be quiet. I know.
This one pisses me off. Arr, babe, you woken the bear. Let me show you how it's done. Ah! And that's
Oh,
for
shit.
the pirate's life.
Hell yeah.
Pirate's life for me.
Arr, Skellback, you have to earn your keep.
Must be the frickin' Pirates of the Caribbean scene. What are you doing? What are you doing? No,
Oh my god,
what
they're just...
are you doing?
Dude, the skeletons are just like running around in circles in there.
Arr, Skellback, go open
I'm gonna
that
go.
door.
I'm gonna go help. No, I'm gonna go help Gab kill these skeletons.
All right.
We don't have to if you don't want. I mean, they got 28 health. That's crazy.
That's it. I have
What do you
28
mean that's
health.
it? Yeah,
We
so
all
do
have
I,
28
but
health.
like... Okay. Well, how much do you hit?
That's personal information.
You gotta hover over your fucking sword. How much is this?
My sword does 4 to 13. My bow does 3 to 10.
I need 5 to
But
19.
I have
Good.
Arcane Shot Banishing Arrow, which banishes the target. I have Arcane Shot Seeking Arrow, which does 4 to 16 damage and never misses. And then I have Arcane Shot Bursting Arrow, which is 5 to 22 damage and explodes.
Yeah, I remember Wolf. Didn't you say like arcane archers later on can like banish up to like 4 or 5 people at a fight?
I think it's 3. I think it's like 3 to 4. But yeah, they can like banish multiple people per fight.
It's crazy.
They're really good at like crowd control.
Yeah.
Schools for careful footwork.
Arr. I feel lighter on my step.
I mean, I could try to go in here and like shoot at them until they realize it.
Ari.
I'm gonna do it, okay?
Okay.
Scaleback, do you hear that?
Oh, they're surprised. Fantastic. He saw me immediately. It's quite unfortunate.
Arr.
Wow. They saved. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Arr, let me show you how it's done. Arr, I missed.
Nice.
I'm going to end it all. Ha-ha! A swashbuckler I am.
Avast!
Nice.
The pirate's
Fuck 'em
life
up.
is not meant for the skeletons.
It's not.
Now turn his femur into a peg leg.
Oh,
Very well.
Scaleback, you cannot
Get him,
make those
Christy!
jokes. That's insulting to my culture.
I can't do anything.
Your existence is insulting to your culture.
I was just
This,
egging you on because you were running in there.
this hex blade is giving me an ulcer. Ha ha! Ruckus!
Avast, thee scallywag!
Arr. That is unfortunately all I can do. Arr.
Wow. What is that? Fucking, what's it called? Wanted?
It's like,
When you curve the bullet?
it's like
Did you see
magic
that
missile,
shit?
but with arrows. Yeah, it's seeking arrow.
Holy, it literally like went all the way around the column. That was crazy.
That was cool.
I haven't played an arcane archer very far,
No.
but they're pretty fun from what I've played.
Okay, I have the hiccups.
Well, in that case, since you're being an archer, who's taking the Titan string bow? Tell me right now.
What does it do?
I'll take it.
All right. Well, if you don't know what it does, then you are forfeit.
I've never played an archer before. It doesn't make any sense.
Wolf should take it. He's never used it. He should take it. It's pretty
Well,
fucking. It's like I think it's one of the
I
most
think,
broken bows.
yeah, he would. Let me look.
He would benefit from it if he's an
Yeah,
archer or
you
ranger.
would benefit from it because it uses your strength modifier.
Oh, well, if he's a
So,
arcane
you got-
archer though.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need it.
None of us
I
are
need it.
really, Yeah, none of us are really strength based. We're all dex and.
I know, but we
Maybe
have
with the help
potions to make
Christy
us strength base. That's how.
True.
All of my
Or
arrows
we
and all
go
of my
down
stuff's
into the
strength-based.
Underdark, and then you have the
I'm just kidding.
Giant Hill Strength Club from the Arcane Tower in the offhand.
Yeah.
True.
But since you're swashbuckler, can you take your fucking turn, you whistling ninny?
Oh, I am actually so sorry. I did not know it was me. I sincerely apologize. I'm over here snacking on fucking.
Scale back.
I was snacking on dark chocolate almonds. Not.
That was hilarious, though.
This damn scale back does not pay attention.
Another day, another fight.
I'm just snacking on almonds.
Voyage.
Oh my
Man, whose
god.
turn is it?
But yeah, George, you're definitely gonna get that knife of the Undermountain.
Arr, I will take the knife.
Yes. Because you swashbuckler. And you be up in their face. Stabbing him. Whoa! Holy! That was crazy.
That wasn't very nice.
Oof!
I'm fainting. Davy Jones' locker is so close to me.
Oh, my hiding failed. He said, shut the fuck up, dude.
That's fucking rude. Which one of you bastards did it, huh? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? You bitch. Fuck.
Wow, my hiding failed. Amazing.
How do I have disadvantage,
10
though?
of-
Why do I have disadvantage?
You're out of range.
Out of typical range. Dumb and stupid and dumb. Oh my god, what the fuck happened to Diddy the Honest?
He got critted.
Why does the scaleback never pay attention?
Because
He
I'm
got
doing
fucking-
more important things.
He got...
I don't pay attention to you.
What the
Damn.
fuck?
Christy, you're so unlucky tonight. It's unreal.
For real though.
Oh, well, that was lucky. No!
I'm barely alive.
Okay, really? Was that
Damn.
necessary? Arrow right to the face.
Okay, a-hole.
I'm on death's door. Davy Jones is looking. I see my mom. Never mind, Mom. I'll say goodbye for a moment.
God damn it! I keep fucking hitting hide before I'm out of the sight.
Hmm.
Of this. Arr. That was my turn.
Arr.
My fault.
That's okay. I'll put this little rubber snapper
Rubber snapper?
disadvantage.
Yeah. This landlubber.
Arr.
No! Damn, I didn't
I'll
realize
be
how
fine.
many there were in here.
I'll be fine.
That's usually we just kill them before they even get up. And usually they're all empty. Why are there so many?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, damn.
Arr.
Dude. Interrupt my music one more time. Actually, you know what? Fuck.
I shot their scaleback.
Not what I want to do.
Arr, thanks for the
Thank
health
you.
potion there.
Oh wait, that
From
was
the
Ba-da,
only
ba-dum.
reliable teammate on this scurry.
Trying my
Arr,
best.
Stem. Come at me, you damn archer. Arr.
haha.
Nice!
Beach.
Nice footwork there, lass.
I know, you really deserve to be missed, dude. If you're missing, then they should miss.
Nice hit, babe.
Right to the backside.
Arr, my backside.
No, he saw me. How did he see me? That's
If
crazy.
you?
Don't worry. I got this one.
Good job.
Nice. You turned him into a pile of bones. Beautiful. Hey, y'all want something cool?
Arr.
Watch this. I'm actually I'm gonna run over here. You ready for this?
Amazing.
I thought you missed initially because it went past this one. The arrow went right past the one. I'm like, did you miss on purpose? Or I was like, no shot he missed on purpose.
That would have been cool if it like killed the one when it went through it and then killed the other one.
It's okay. I'll get piercing arrow at some point.
What the fuck? Get a
Christy, are you gonna hit anything?
Arr,
I
the
really
hex
don't
blade.
know, dude. She hit last turn.
I know, I don't know
Oof.
what. I'm missing like all of them. It's just so ridiculous.
Come back here, you retarded skeleton.
Would you? Okay.
Arr. That's what you get from messing with Diddy the Honest on the high seas. I'm here, babe.
Babe.
Can someone shut this damn scale back up?
No. I'm whistling. Whistling Dixie.
Okay.
Tell him, babe. Nice
job.
hit.
Beautiful.
Gonna pop
Alright,
that
this
for
time-
us.
Somebody else want to do it so I don't fuck it up again?
Alright,
I can tell you what to say.
Moss.
Not me.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I may be smart.
You want to
but
be,
not in
yes,
those
I'm
kind
an
of
ally.
smarts.
Speak your name.
Damn. Chrissy covered in blood.
Is it
No,
one?
you're not Ellen Toth. It'll be like, you're not Ellen Toth.
Know this name. If you are known to my master, step forward and declare yourself an ally.
Yes.
Only a true ally of Ilantoth may pass. What think you of the Zolkir known as Zastam?
You remember stories of Zastam, a powerful lich in Thay who made deals with dark gods.
Wait,
Which
what?
one?
What?
It's only saying continue.
Is it he's a great and powerful leader or a foul?
No. No, he's a foul lich.
You are no Zolkir, but are you wise? Tell me.
Arr, a sad day.
Why might
They're
I
removing the
forge
orange
the
dust
bonds
onto
of
Ritos and
friendship?
Cheetos.
I read in it, yeah.
The end of an era.
Acceptable. Finally.
Oh,
If you
let's
could
get it back.
see anything in me,
Come hither.
what would it be?
Let us play.
My
rock,
dick.
paper,
I
scissors.
mean,
Please.
this.
You seek to survive. You seek power.
Good job, Christy.
Be welcome.
Yeah.
Hey guys, remember that game we played with Wolf when he told us that he removed disengage from his skill bar? That was a fun time.
What a great time. Good times, good times.
Over there eating nuts.
Ooh, scroll
Always,
up.
buddy.
Row?
Like that. What's that movie from where he's reaching over? He's like, I'm just reaching for some nuts.
That's fuck. That's not Scary Movie. It's Is it Scary Movie? Is it one of the Scary movies? It's the same people
it
who make
might
scary
be.
movies. It's the same people who
Pick up
make the
that
scary
key.
movies.
Yeah.
I
But
got it.
forgot what it. God damn it! Forgot.
All right, I'm just gonna do this.
It's with Kevin Hart and what's his name, the other guy.
The other guy.
Wolf, that's literally us camping. That'd be you doing that gay shit. I'm just reaching for some nuts.
All right, I picked up the book.
George, what would
Okay.
you do if we went camping and you woke up and your butt was
If you want
covered
it,
with
you take it.
lube?
Okay.
I don't really need it.
Would you tell anyone?
Excuse me? What the fuck did I just accidentally hear just now?
Would you, George? Would you tell anyone?
I would reach in my bag, take the 45 out, empty the clip into you.
So you wouldn't tell anyone.
I would tell people I was raped.
What
Oh.
the fuck?
Great.
Want to go camping?
He was purple drank.
Yeah, I was deified by a man named Wolfethist.
Yeah, people are gonna believe Diddy the Honest.
Yeah, it says it in his name. He's honest.
Exactly.
In the name.
It's in the name.
Have y'all noticed this parentheses around the word honest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Healer's log.
Now I'm thinking, should we go?
Where do we go next?
Achievements. Have I got any?
Something good here, I hope.
Could go get the guidance amulet really quick and then come back. You guys don't have to follow. We just gotta talk to Raphael, to be honest. But I just skipped through his fucking blabbermouth. Me, mouse, cat, down came
Wild.
scratch. And that was that. Meow, meow, meow.
Arr, scale back. Let's go interrupt the
These guys
lover's
don't-
quarrel.
If these guys don't pay me, I'm gonna throw them into each other. I'm gonna beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Maybe short rest?
Already did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't paying
did, we
attention
did.
for once.
That's alright. It happens. Happens to the best of us.
It
Yeah.
does not just happen, Wolf. Babe.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, that's why I said yeah. The best of us. Duh.
Sorry, it happens
It
to
was
the
the-
best of us and Christy.
Okay.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
I want to push him. Can I push him?
Don't push me.
Oh my god,
because
Raphael
I'm
didn't
close
show
to
up.
the
Okay.
edge. That's not
He's
me.
gonna show up by y'all.
Try to lose ahead.
Whenever you guys go towards the bridge from the ogre and the bugbear fucking, he's gonna
what
pop
was
up on
that?
you. But when he does, whenever he
What?
does, just
that
don't
song, Wolf?
take an action.
Okay.
Wolf, you know who sings that song, the one you were just singing?
No.
Diddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not even joking.
Makes sense.
It was a great album.
Hey, that's not nice.
It's my favorite.
You go
it's my favorite-
flying.
It's my favorite Diddy album of all time.
You would have a favorite Diddy album.
Here,
You diddler.
someone walk over here.
Okay, back in the 90s and 80s, he wasn't a diddler, all right? Well, he was,
Oh,
but he wasn't caught.
yeah,
I'm
I was
walking
gonna
over.
say he wasn't a diddler, really.
Okay, go ahead. Let him talk to you,
It was officially
and then
a
I'm gonna
diddler,
shoot
all right?
him.
Shoot who?
Oh my god, he
Someone
didn't
took
show up? Hello? Where's Raphael? That's crazy.
I think he
Raphael
shows
was
up
random.
after a certain.
Yeah, it's
No,
random.
he shows up here.
No, he's random.
All the time.
What do you know?
It's random.
I swear to God, he usually shows up right here. Or
He
on
didn't show
top
for
of
us
the
last
thing
time.
with the
There's
guidance.
a boar.
Yeah, we went up the hill for the guidance amulet, but that's where I just came from, and he wasn't there.
Yeah, it's random, Gab.
I'm trying to tell you it's not! There's usually a script for whenever he pops up! He might just show
Why
up
did
in
he
our
pop
camp
up?
now. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm gonna drop this
don't know.
ensanguinated boar in front of Astarion.
Okay.
Oh. Be like, what's this?
How did it bounce like that?
Down by the river.
The river.
These bones are ancient.
Can't believe we haven't found a fucking scroll of darkness thing.
Yeah.
Full
Dang.
of darkness.
Oh, well, you move this rock.
Yeah, we're all weak. Get the bloodstone.
Oh, my fault. Give me a freaking second. Jeez, everyone needs something.
No, hurry up. We're speed
Everyone always
running.
needs something from me.
Because you're the strong one. You know what? I'm sick of this.
I'm the strong one. I'm not nervous.
You're
I'm
not
the
strong
toughest
anymore.
crust of the earth is.
She just took some steroids. Holy shit. Wow, she just
I don't
took some
need you
performance-enhancing
anymore.
drugs.
Okay.
Get fucked.
Typical.
I also have guidance now.
Is this what feminism is?
Yes.
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 Wolf get
Christy
feminized,
just runs
gay
by
boy.
the skeleton.
Get feminized.
Once a smuggler's
Smuggler's ring. Good. But don't keep it equipped all the time.
I was gonna say I don't like losing that charisma stat.
No, you just equip it whenever you want to steal shit.
Bet.
Take this. I'm just gonna
A key.
snag one of
Wonder what
these.
it opens.
We
Oh,
talking to Carla?
Karlak.
Yeah, Karlak's over here.
I'm just gonna grab one of these.
If we talk,
Arr,
wait, if we
Karlak.
talk to Karlak, these guys up here don't like us no more.
Alright,
And-
that's okay.
Yeah, true.
I can live without them
Oops,
whippersnappers.
I forgot.
Oh, fuck me.
This is, yeah.
It's you.
We just have
from the
to, if we
Interlude.
are gonna go kill
Please
them,
tell
we
me
need
I
to kill
found you
that,
before those so-called paladins of Tyr did.
I don't remember
I
you
can't
from
remember
the
her
ship.
fucking
Where were
name.
you?
the one that sells you stuff. We need to kill her because she has hold person, and that's no bueno.
Now that's a story.
But
And
yeah,
I'll
we don't
tell it
want
to
to.
you,
We don't want.
but
I don't want a
truth
person to
be
hold me.
told, we shouldn't stay
No,
great
no,
men
no,
of
no.
the blood.
There's no good, no good.
Arr, I'm gonna go talk to the
On
sales and
Karlak.
sell some stuff.
So,
Hello,
latest
anybody
yucky little
home?
dog she sicked on me and his
Hello.
a group of dopes posing as paladin. After we've mopped them up, we can work on it. You know I'm up for it, but your party's
Arr, I be selling some stuff to ye.
Okay, Karlak's going to camp.
Mommy K.
Wanted her to die, but then Will died.
I'm low-key happy Will died.
Same.
That's crazy.
Or maybe even
mean-
happier if Will and Astarion died.
I mean, Will's like the same as Gale to me at this point. You just cry and complain all the time. Daddy issues with Will and mommy issues with Gale.
Yes,
Mistra mommy. Look at us. I'm so proud of y'all. Look at you, loot goblins.
Yay.
Loot goblins? Did someone say goblins?
Goblin.
Goblin?
They didn't stand a chance.
Be careful down here, Christy. Be careful.
Breathe quiet.
Let's just fight them, you know?
You missed all
Let's
these
mug 'em.
apples.
I'm picking them up right now.
No, the ones in the
Nice.
wicker basket.
And that's crazy.
I didn't stop. There was so much more food on the ground. I didn't get there yet.
You picked up the
Gab
ground
is
fruit?
actively picking up the apples, and Christy's like, "You missed all these apples."
I was like literally picking up apples as you said it. I was like, what do you mean? I'm picking up
Arr, Christy can be a cruel mistress.
It's like
Yeah,
when you're
the-
washing dishes and somebody's like, "Are you washing dishes? You gonna wash those dishes?" It's like, okay, dude.
Arr, funny story. She's done that to me a few times.
No, I haven't.
Arr, she be it a cruel mistress.
Believe it.
Here, I really don't want to fight the gnolls yet, to be honest.
Arr, Wolf, I'll be cleaning the dishes like a normal man, and she walks up and says, "Are you gonna clean that?"
I do not.
As soon as he
Why are
starts
you
walking away.
lying?
Okay.
Arr, this pirate speaks the truth.
No,
Quickly.
you lie.
She's mad because I'm speaking
Quickly
the truth.
before he turns
You
around.
don't even
He's gonna turn
speak the
around.
truth.
Guys, he's gonna turn around. Oh my god, be careful.
Arr, I could go out any way I like.
I guess you're right.
I'm a pirate, and the ocean is my master.
Well, I got. Some
thought it
bad
was your
news for
wife.
ya.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
The ocean is his wife, not his master. I don't know.
Yeah, what's
Oh,
the
you
difference?
know what? You're right. You're right. Yes. I don't really feel like a master though.
Arr, women can be cruel mistresses,
Okay.
Well,
just like the ocean.
Well, who else can be a mistress?
Wolf.
crazy, insane, insanity.
Arr, the scaleback reminds me of my mistress.
What's inside?
I would, huh?
Oh, why?
Very, very gay.
That's confusing.
It'd be really funny if there were like what if there was actually like groups of gay pirates back in the day? It'd be so funny.
Probably.
Everybody was gay back in the day. You ever heard of
Yeah, you would
freaking
know.
Rome? Good God.
You heard of Greece?
Oh, I forgot I'm a fucking drow. Fuck.
Arr, she's gonna bring up the fight.
Shit.
Need any attention right
Wait, I can trade with her? Hello?
Hey, that neck tattoo's badass though.
Thank you. I don't know what I should do here.
Arr, I will go save the man in the burning
Fucking
building.
George just
Oh, I'm
ran
gonna scare her.
through.
I'm scaring her. That's good. I got a crit.
Arr.
Nice. Christy's sneaking in the background.
Christy? That was hilarious. I completely forgot I was a drow and I just walked in here like, what's up?
Someone needs help.
Someone needs help.
Dharma. Drowcraft, of course.
Ooh, the drow.
Of course. If you want it, you can take it.
Sun's too bright.
Is someone gonna go
maybe
help these
just
people?
until I get something better.
Arr, I'm helping.
Yeah.
I'm on
Go-
the
yeah.
way to help the man.
I mean, I can kick the door down or something.
Push.
Arr.
Said push.
Feet.
Fuck that. Feet. Barefoot. Kick that wooden ass door down.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I'm
I'm
in
so
turn base?
bad.
Oh, because you're saving that guy up there.
Arr.
Did you get him?
Critical success.
Oh, nice job.
Arr, move.
I'm inspired.
You gotta get out of turn base. He'll run out
Arr, okay.
if you open that door. Yeah.
Arr, get up, you stupid whippersnapper.
Yeah. You're good. He'll get up. Come on.
There we go.
Miri! Miri!
Up, up.
Christy, get all the food.
Okay. I'll get all the food.
Go save Floric.
Arr, I have something to say to this dead lass. Excuse me, mister. Let me talk to your dead girl.
That's crazy.
I know you're in air.
And here.
Come!
What?
That's what she says. Whenever you say Floric, she'd be like, come!
Arr,
It's
I got to
incredible.
go talk. Infects the dowry.
Hiccup. Yes.
Her dress
Can't
is
use it
messed
right
up
now.
on her legs.
Hiccup.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Yeah, sure, I'll go save him. Now give me that bow.
Arr.
Up, up.
Yeah.
Wow, she's taking my bow. I'm just kidding.
You fucking bought one. I've had
Well,
the same
yeah.
crossbow since the fucking Nautiloid.
Skill issue. Straight.
So much bread.
Arr, this lass is cheeked up. Oh, hi, Gab.
Oh. What the fuck?
Crazy.
Oh. Fuck this.
A pig's head.
Buying the dowry.
The dowry.
I have found the dowry.
Dar. Dowry.
Dar. The dowry.
Arr, I have a bottled barrel here.
Oh, there's more food
Ba-bum,
from the
ba-bum,
table.
ba-bum,
I didn't see.
ba-bum, ba-bum.
There we go. There's some water. Arr, I'm gonna
Okay,
go
I
up and talk
think
to
I
the
got
man.
all the food. I
Good job.
think.
I'm over by where we go into the Zentarum hideout. I'm gonna show you guys a little shortcut so we don't get blown up.
A shortcut.
Yep.
We don't take shortcuts around here.
No, you will now.
Okay, fair enough.
I just want to say all our portraits look pretty fucking cool.
They do.
Why is this one glowing green?
Chrissy looks exactly the same the last like 20
Because
gameplays.
George casted Speak with the Dead, and so now since he casted it, he can recast it on people he can speak
that's
to.
what. Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum.
Also, you all will be able to jump up here.
Up where?
Over here.
I'm coming.
You won't need it because you got enough strength. We're jumping up on top of this roof behind.
The roof behind you.
Mm-hmm. Can you jump up there, George, or no?
Let's see. I cannot jump up there, but I can jump up here. And then jump
jump up
here. The scaleback's
Oh,
blocking
nice.
me path. Move, you big oversized snail.
Oh,
Crazy.
here, Christy, you don't even have to do that. Come here. Come to me. Come to me.
Why can't I jump
I give
up?
you a hug. Come. All right, there we go.
There it is. There it is.
Now everybody's sneaky.
This calls for careful footwork. Don't mind if I do. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
If you want, we can kill this guy.
I'm down.
George should lead with a sneak attack because it'll surprise him.
Arr.
What the fuck?
Be as a swashbuckler is a cruel life. Arr, avasti matey. Agard.
We're just looting back here.
Is he dead?
Arr. He is dead and now.
Amazing.
Good job. He has the key, I think.
I take his key. Open the hatch.
Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Also, if you guys didn't know, the key is also down here. It's in this.
One day I'll
It's in this
catch a
box.
break.
In
This
the
bottom
box.
wooden. This bottom wooden crate right here.
It do be in
Oh
the
my god!
box.
There's so many meats and wieners in here.
Yo, wieners, where?
Arr.
I got them. I got them. I got all the sausages.
I got some
What's
apples.
arr? I found the good stuff.
Because if bank. I got some if bank.
Fine.
Carrots.
Potatoes.
Pears.
More wieners.
Arr, this is a good life for a wolf.
Oh, a lot of
Cheese
I don't even know what
wieners.
that's
Wieners.
supposed to mean.
Oh, more wieners.
I know. Wow. I didn't realize how much food was down here.
I'm gonna send all my food
Some
to camp.
cheese.
Send to camp.
Our wolf likes the
Send to camp.
wieners.
Send to camp.
I like wieners.
Send to camp. Send to camp.
Christy does not like
Send
wieners.
to camp. Makes sense.
That's,
What about sausages? Those are
Arr, there
wieners.
do be more
yeah, I like
fish in the sea.
sausage.
Technically wiener. Oh,
Yeah.
you forgot to
Arr, I'm
correct
gonna
your
buy some
Everybody
hot
eats
dogs
patties.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I remember tomorrow. Turks tomorrow.
I know this goat head is not making fun of my accent.
Harbor, 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 harbor. Harbor, harbor, harbor.
I'm sorry.
Arr, traveling with this scaleback is giving me an aneurysm.
Arr, maybe you should learn some other letters of the alphabet. Arr.
He knows R and C.
You right, my fault.
Arr.
All
Arr,
right,
you
Christy, use your charisma to get us in without battle.
Charisma.
We need to be nice.
Without battle.
Well, I mean, yes, because I need to get the Titan string, and we need to turn
That's
the
fair
caravan
enough.
thing in. We need to go get
What's
that
your
yet.
business down here?
I thought I was gonna get the
Answer
Titan
honestly,
string.
and maybe we'll kill you clean.
I actually don't know how my stuff works. I don't know what my attacks are based on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Your stuff's based off intelligence, I
No, you
think.
do-
Yeah,
Or
but
wisdom.
No, because I'm not a wizard.
But you're an
I'm
arcane
a strength.
archer.
I'm a
Let me-
strength class.
let me look it
then
up.
Yeah, then Titan string would be good
I'm-
for you. I thought
Arcane
you
archer
Oh
Archer's
yeah,
a
yeah,
fighter.
yeah. No,
Yeah, I
that
know
is
that.
true.
But he didn't say anything when we were asking him, Gab. That's the problem.
Nah, he said he wanted it.
Well, I didn't know because I didn't know what it did. And nobody told me what it
asked,
did.
like, what was your main stat was. You didn't say anything, and then Gab's like,
No,
oh,
nobody
No,
asked
he's
what
got
my main
strength.
stat was.
He's got
Okay.
strength. He should use the bow.
Yeah, okay, then you should take it then.
You know,
Unless-
harder.
Unless
all
he don't
dex.
want it,
I do want it.
because
Alright,
I'll
let's go
just
test
I
this
can
next.
get the Club of Hill Giant strength, and then
Should I go talk to her?
I mean we don't have nothing yet, but you can. Might give us XP actually. I don't know though.
Oh, we can just walk in here now.
Yeah, we can just come here whenever we want.
Not many can. I could use.
How do we get the
someone
Titan
with your
strings though, or
skills.
whatever?
We have to go get the
Interested in the
caravan
job?
box Which I can go get it really
Mm.
quick and then come back. Hold on one
Sounds
second.
good to me.
Some of our people are missing. More importantly, so is their cargo.
I won't even
Find them.
engage.
Keep them alive.
I won't get
if you
in
can.
battle.
Failing that, just bring that shipment back. On up. Good. Time. Find whoever did this.
Okay. Got the quest.
Off I go.
Off I go. Off to see the wizard.
What are y'all pinging over here?
Stuff.
Who's pinging?
I saw a
Yeah,
ping.
who's pinging?
I saw a ping.
It might have been me finding traps because I'm currently going to steal the caravan box.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
Your brain.
wait, did he go there already?
Hold on. Yeah. Alright, I stole it.
Bet.
You can give it to her now. It's in my inventory.
Do I have to have it on me? Or does it just
I don't
say?
know. I don't know, try.
Well, you
If
can just
not,
yeah.
I could just send it to you.
Any luck finding my people?
Maybe not, because
Don't
it says
pretend
I'm
you know
still
what that
looking.
means.
Oh, okay, here. I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
There you go.
Any luck finding my people?
Oh, why did that say I'm still looking?
Well,
Here, let me try
any
again.
luck finding my people?
Is it
Well, I'll
bugged?
give
Is it bugged?
I don't know. Here, maybe one of y'all try.
Yeah, it's in your inventory. Whee!
Yeah, it just says I'm still looking. Yeah, you try.
Any luck find?
I'm still
Yeah,
looking.
you
It didn't
try.
work for me.
Do we have to
Maybe
long
Gab has to do it because
rest?
she's the one who found it.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you try, Gab.
Oh, I'll try it.
I'll take it back. Or yeah, go ahead, George. Try.
Any luck? Well, I'll give you a hint.
Oh, don't we have to do the quest though? Like we
I
actually have to
started the
find like the
quest.
bodies and stuff. No, well, you have
I
to actually
did.
go to the.
I went and found them and stole it and left.
Well, what's the? Hold on, we need to see what the
We
quest thing
found
says.
Ancient's trap.
Yeah, we have to take care of the gnolls first. You can't just skip that part.
Oh, if they're still alive, that's what that.
Yeah, you have to actually help them or kill the
No.
gnolls or whatever.
They can kill them. Here, I'll go
Well, I
back
mean,
and watch
what-
them
well,
die.
What I mean is that we have to proceed the quest. We can't just skip that part. We have to actually
Right,
go and
George.
see them.
Right. I get it now. I ran in there and stole it, and then I left. So they're technically still probably fighting. So I'm just gonna go watch them die,
Okay.
and then we'll be like, "Yeah, we found them. They died." And she'll be like, "God damn it! What about the shipment?"
Oh.
I didn't realize I did it too fast. My bad.
No, you're good. Where's the waypoint? It was down here. Here.
Oh, they're fucking dead, dude.
I think we have to kill the gnolls.
I've never had to do that.
That'll fit in my pack.
They've
Was it
had.
working
I had to
for you,
find their.
Wolf?
Well,
I can
it
see
says
them
I'm
dead.
still looking. It says I'm still
Yeah.
looking.
The quest has to move forward. in
Maybe
order
you have
for
to
us
be close to the bodies to like detect that they're dead
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't do
Christy,
anything yet until
sneak!
that
I
quest
see you
journal-
over there. Holy
we can't-
fuck, dude.
We can't turn it into the quest journal updates. So.
Right, I get it. I didn't have that problem before.
What does it say on
Uh-oh, I'm dead.
Does it say anything on the quest now?
Oh,
No, it didn't update
I'm
yet.
okay.
Baby, it's gonna tell us when it updates.
Maybe I did it too fast. Maybe I fucked the game up.
There
There
we
it
go.
is.
That's what I was looking for. Yep.
There it is.
Lost.
All right, get out of there, Christy. Teleport to camp or
Fuck, sure,
something.
Wolf.
Or teleport back to the Zentirum Hire.
Arr,
Okay,
this damn scaleback beat me to it. I will end his miserable
Hell yeah,
life
dude.
with a booming blade.
I accidentally tripped on a boulder.
There you go.
Hell yeah! Here, wait, Christy, come here.
Harold.
Shortcut.
Hey, Harold. What the fuck is Harold?
Jump over there.
Who's Harold?
Your mum.
Is it? Oh, wait.
Yep. Right here?
Now we can talk
You can't
to
get this?
It says target too far.
How about right here? And then I throw a potion or something.
Yeah, it says I'll lose 5 HP.
This giant.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Ew, wolf titan string bow. You want it?
I would like it, yes.
Well, I literally said I was gonna throw a potion on you.
Well,
That's
wolf, you're gonna have to
definitely-
quiet because it's
There
1,000 gold.
We have 1,000.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you gold. Well, George has 600. Wait, are you the one buying?
Wait, I can get our money back. I have the Shadow
There you go.
Blade back now.
Oh yeah. There. Well, I sent you enough money to get the Titans.
Alright, but I want this rapier.
Okay, we'll get that too,
Crazy.
and then have Christy do her little mechanic.
Arr, there's some pink dye here for you, that scaleback.
Ooh. That won't match my character this time, but it would have matched Pinky Toe.
Pinky Toe.
R.I.P. dude.
What is that?
Here, I'm gonna grab my stuff from camp to sell.
Oh, my rapier looks cool.
Sounds good.
No traps, please.
What kind of rapier you get? Let me see.
The rough string one.
Ah.
Never played a rogue, so I'm kind of like excited. It's kind of like a new game for me.
Your whole like look right now is pretty authentic. Why can't we get Garius's? Look at this guy's fucking. Look at his
Gary's
outfit.
Looks sick, yeah.
Yeah, why can't we get that?
Oh, baby, need money?
Well, if you have the gold, my
Now
pet
she's
artist will make
she's
you
gonna
most
sell all her
of
stuff
course.
and then get all our
Lots
money
of
back
interesting stock for a friend of the
using
family.
her little warlock. Very very useful.
What's this? What's popping up here? Is anything? I'm sorry, I can't pause the game.
Anything I want to buy?
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Not
I can do anything better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. I can do better.
Oh, whoopsie.
I think I'm
Wait,
gonna
does that
go.
mean I can integrate? So cool. Waiting on Chris to buy
I'm
this
gonna
bow
do
for me.
ice.
Sorry,
archer.
1 second.
Tell me whenever we're about to go.
What do you don't? What? Oh, you wanted the. Oh, I need more money
Titan.
to get your bow. I need.
How much more?
Like 300.
I gave you 285. It was every
Oh,
gold
there we go.
coin that I had.
Oh wait, I still don't have enough. I need like 60 more gold.
That's
I thought
crazy.
you were gonna do your little trick.
I did. He's wiped out.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
There you go,
okay.
babe.
George is hiding all the money.
I literally asked if you needed the money. You said no, I could do the thing. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but then we made him broke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get it
She
back.
conveniently forgot that I had said that.
Okay.
Hmm.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Did you grab it from my
Hey.
inventory? I was like, did I buy
did,
the wrong
yes.
one? Okay. I was like, wait
No,
a
I got
minute.
it. Hey, idiot, you left a snot rag on my kitchen table. I haven't thrown it out yet. A lot of times I want to push you into a pit of snakes, but sometimes you say something so stupid and funny, I think about it for days. Don't panic. Let's talk when you're home. Be safe out there. Rhea.
Well, I'm looking up bows right now. He took.
There's a pretty nice bow that I had in our other run that I got. I don't know where the fuck I got it from, but I got it in like Act 2 or 3. It's pretty.
Yeah, was
remember
it like
exactly
the
what it did.
initiative one?
Yeah, no, it was a legendary bow.
Oh yeah, that we didn't get that till Act 3. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if it was Act 2 or Act 3, but yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, shit.
Shit.
No, I forgot to get my freaking... No, I forgot to get my shadow blade back. My bad.
Wow. So it's over.
Oh, yes, it's sufficient gold. Let me buy...
Oh yeah,
these.
I could do bow of the Banshee. That's in the Grimforge. Corsair Greymon.
Okay, hold on. I gotta get my shadow blade again.
Parabellum!
Parabellum.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can
Hey.
do anything better than you.
Something I can help you with?
No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't.
Got
Yes, I
some
can.
interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Yeah, I could do that. Bow of the Banshee.
Pleasure.
Just gotta remember that in Act 2. Now that you have the Titan string. Wait, did you sell that other
Something
bow?
I can help you with?
No, Chrissy has it. Unless Chrissy
Yeah,
sold it.
no, I
For a
didn't
friend of the family.
sell it. You can take it.
Here, let me look at it real quick.
I equipped the bow from her inventory and it put it in
Oh,
her inventory.
that's okay. I don't need it. I thought it did something.
Hey, Lumps Warhorn.
I'll keep Jolt Shooter.
Where did my... Are you serious? Did I accidentally... Give me that. Okay.
You can't wear armor, can you, Gab?
I can wear heavy armor.
Pleasure.
Can you wear Oh, yeah, you can. So can you wear medium armor then? I mean, I would assume that
Yes.
you can't wear heavy without wearing medium.
Yes.
We're next.
Something
George
I can help
has
you
those
with.
Hold on.
boots that
Of
if you
course.
cast in action, you
Got
get
some interesting
3
stuff for a
lightning
friend of the
charges,
family.
and then your bow
Yeah.
gives you 2.
You want him?
The speedy Lightfoots or something.
Yeah.
Want that? Yep.
Yeah, sure. I'll clip
And then
it.
if you gain 5 charges,
Then
is
it's
that how
a
you have to
shock?
be standing in? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, be standing in water, I think, or whatever.
No, not with this one. It
Plus
just
1
says
to
when the wielder
attack
deals
rolls
damage.
and
Oh, my fault.
additional 1 to 8 lightning damage if they have 5 charges.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So you
cool.
cast, you do
Pleasure.
dash, and then you like attack once, and then you got 5 charges.
Besides the bleeding obvious,
Okay, I'm good.
this is the sun. He what? Needs light to work.
Why can't I click on him? There we go. Also, none of us are gonna use a big heavy weapon, huh?
Nope.
Shit.
Probably
No.
not.
I
Is
could
that a
get the
problem?
jolty vest. I could get the jolty
Bro,
vest.
none of us can use great weapons. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say that we could get the Doom Hammer, and that shit's fucking OP, but none of us use it, so. Oh well.
We don't need it.
I wanted the Doom Hammer on our last playthrough.
I know, dude. I know.
I'm fucking
That would have
mad.
helped us a lot in Merkel.
I blame Wolf. He didn't have his invulnerable dome.
Listen, not my fault.
Not my fault.
You can't just push all your problems onto me, buddy. Okay?
I have no gold.
Oh, I could give you some. How much do you need?
Or you can buy. Can you buy the Jolty vest for me? Because I guess that'll be my Act 1
Yeah.
until I get my other shit. Because that's some more lightning charges.
Oh my god, he keeps moving
And
around when I'm
then-
trying to click him.
I gotta go back to where we get Barkus, and I'm pretty sure there's boots underneath there that gives you lightning charges too. Or no, you already picked those up. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, you have them.
Yeah, I'm a dumbass. Sorry.
Okay, let me get your vest and then I'll get the money back again.
Okay, I forgive you.
Also, I'm gonna send you the drow armor that you never took.
Okay.
You can wear that. I can also send you shit to sell, actually. This. Does anybody need +1 athletics to medium arm and medium armor boots? I have Lae'zel's old boots.
Kind of want to get some heavy armor though. Or some better. Yeah, I want to get some heavy armor. What's some good heavy armor?
Also,
that
I
can get?
have a the leather armor for +1 dexterity saving throws if anyone needs a helmet right now. Let me look.
It says a helmet.
Yeah. The leather helmet. You want it? Here, I sent it to you.
I'll take it.
Oh, you
have a
want it?
hat.
Yeah, and?
Fair enough. Good
Deck
point.
stuff.
I'll give it to you.
It's
Did-
dexterity saving throws.
Oh, never mind. I don't want that shit. My fault.
Here. I don't think you could wear these shorts. I think Wolf can. Put on Lae'zel's boots. They help you. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, +1 athletics now. It's better than nothing. Hell yeah!
I'm gonna steal some gold from Christy.
Oh. Okay,
Let's
let
go
me
buy
think.
me
What
some
do I
heavy
wanna do?
armor.
Could make my way to the goblin camp. And pass all the checks over there since I'm drow. And then, I'm thinking probably in like 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to call it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got your armor.
It'll be.
We can call it
Yay!
now because I mean, there's not much we can do. That's gonna take 15 minutes.
I was
Hold on,
gonna
no,
rush to the goblin camp.
Oh. Do that. Oh wait, we should do the lovers' quarrel. The freaking people in the
Oh,
in the
okay,
barn.
yeah. So we
Oh,
can
yeah,
we can have like a final battle.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. What do I look like right now? Oh, okay. I look pretty sick, to be honest. Isn't there gauntlets of lightning?
Yes. Barkus. You gotta say you dead midget.
That's wild. I don't think you can say
Where
those
are
things.
they at? Let's see.
What? I
Sparkle hands.
goblins killed my
I'm going to go to.
Decrepit
Lighted
sanctuary
village.
in a wooden chest at the base of the giant tree stump in the sun. Oh, that's where we get Kaga's note.
I forgot. Barkus
Can I
is
go?
gay.
Yeah, he's gay for Wolbrin.
I'm gonna go.
I wonder Wolf
interrupt
likes him.
Oh, wait. I'm going
What
the
did
wrong
I
way.
ever say I liked him? I was just killing him every time.
Wow, Brody hates gays. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Okay.
Hey, you guys have low health.
Bro casually says, okay.
You guys have low health.
Yeah, you
Who has
do.
low health? I don't have low health.
You.
Arr. Dost thou, stupid backscale, want to do the front line?
I'm an archer.
All right.
I just got a nice dagger.
You should lure them outside.
Arr, give me that dagger.
Can you take it?
You want me to start it then?
Oh, never mind. You can't take it. I'll send it to you.
You can do whatever you want to do, because I'm going to be up here.
I can't dual wield it. That's okay. My
I can't dual wield it.
Well, I'm doing a rapier. Dodo head.
Yeah. Okay, my fault.
Arr, open the gates.
As you approach, a guttural scream and a succession of quick
Let us see.
And then run away.
Whoa, Chrissy, your booty cheeks look crazy in that.
Someone
Whoa.
or something is having a bit of fun.
Ew, look at her back, dude. Ugh.
Arr, you catch me dead before I give back shots to that.
Smash! Oh, smash you!
How the fuck was he even reaching anything? Here, now back up. Just dash and run
away.
out. Yeah. Because then they're gonna have to dash. She's probably gonna try and throw a stone at you, dude. But just tank it. You got it.
Sticks and stones may break Christie's bones, but words will never hurt me.
Arr, said more dumb by the big scaleback.
What?
Okay, what
Oof.
the fuck?
Arr.
I'm waiting for them to
Dirge is
come
taking
outside.
Some damage.
Run farther.
I mean, you can hit him if you want. Oh, that works too. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Look at her. She's a pro.
Well, if she blasts him, she'll blast him back into the thing.
Arr, my love.
There we go. Now they're out.
Uh-oh.
How the fuck? Well, she's a dumbass.
Hey, what's something cool? I'm gonna hit her. Actually, no, I'm gonna hit.
Arr.
How are you
Really
hitting
cool.
her? Oh yeah, you're arcane.
Look
racer.
at this. The pirate way. Aha! Angar, you massive lump.
I can't fucking see her. Unfortunate.
Arr, she's shocked. At my dashing good looks.
Alright, well I guess I'll just... Because she's shocked by me.
Give me your best shot, Boothier.
Wow, we fucked him up, dude. How do you hit her?
I don't know, built different. Am
I
seeking
couldn't
arrow?
hit her. Oh, right. Uh-oh. Run, George! Disengage, George!
My mother gave her life for me to live.
I'm
Oh,
about
my
to stand
bad.
up here and see if... Oh.
I made you
I
miss
will
your
not
arrow.
Back down.
I can't see her.
And now I flee like a smart man.
I thought you were gonna say like a pussy.
Dude. I can't do anything.
There we
Ooh.
go.
Arr, wait a minute.
Oh my god.
Arr, my back. The shots are too strong. Help me up.
Incredible.
Ah, she's on top of me.
I got you!
Oh,
What?
oh.
I jumped on her and she moved.
I was underneath this foul maiden and this ugly backscale thing landed on me.
Those
Damn, she's too heavy
bunnies
even for me
were-
to shove.
That was crazy.
Let us speak to her dead.
She probably won't talk to you. Oh wait, she killed you.
Arr.
That's right.
What about you, Rocco?
here's Barkus. You know what? I'm gonna pick him up. I'm
Might
picking
keep him for
Barkus
later.
up.
You gotta keep
He's
him
in
until
my
he gets to
pocket.
Act 3, and then you gotta drop his body in front of the other dude.
He don't give a fuck anyway.
That's true.
Arr.
He's like, Barkus, what the fuck are you doing here? Go home.
He'd be like, damn, Barkus, you're dead, and somehow you're still fucking bothering me.
That's crazy.
Bro can't even die right.
Literally.
That's crazy.
Right?
Arr.
Oh. You should call
I
that.
think this be a good spot to stop the gameplay.
Okay.
Our pirate appears to be wounded.
I see that.
Okay.
I'm just
I
getting
will
us
live.
access. Let me get access to the goblin camp.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm following. I'm following.
It's about to be a
Arr,
cutscene.
honeycombs.
I'm not in a cutscene.
Neither
Oh,
am
I am.
Just you?
I'm just gonna skip it because it's. I don't want to hear about
Oh.
fake lies talking about a handsome elf and he's ugly as shit.
I just appeared behind you.
I just saw that. You just like showed up.
I was just there, and now I'm all the way back over here.
Here, I'll get the waypoint for you.
Oh, cool. I ran all the way over here, and now you get the waypoint.
Oh my god, I'm about to
I
level
just
up.
got here.
Arr,
Crazy.
Wolf has no idea how the map lays out in that.
Draw Ragslin! Draw Ragslin!
Okay, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I know an easy way. Wait. Are you guys all half elves? We all elves? No,
I'm
you're
a-
a dragonborn.
I'm a half elf.
Yeah.
I be the half elf. My mother was a
Yeah.
tree.
Drow. So,
I'm a
Ooh,
high
I want these.
half elf.
okay,
Just
so
found gloves of archery. You gain proficiency with longbows and short bows. In addition, your ranged weapon attacks deal an additional 2 damage.
look at him buying more shit.
I'm not buying anything yet. I don't have any money. I gotta steal
Yeah, I
from
know
Christy.
anything.
I
But
thought you were
listen,
taking
listen,
some.
listen. Listen, Wolf.
I did. Yeah?
Listen, I have a plan.
You have a
We
plan?
can kill, yes, but you have to do it. We can't.
I have to do it?
Yes,
What do I have
because
to
you
do
can
it?
you can be put to sleep. I need you to be captured by Princess Gut. When you go into her
Christy!
chambers,
What?
she gives you a
about to
sleep
buy
potion,
something. Okay.
Okay.
and then you get captured by her, and then you just stay in there, and Raphael's assistant Carilla comes and kills her and Palma, and we get XP, and we don't have to kill her.
Oh.
Oh well,
Christy, buy those gloves for me.
the gloves. Wait, didn't you just take my money?
I did, and then you started selling stuff, so I just gave it back to you.
I'm not selling anything. I was gonna buy potions for us.
Well, that too. Buy me them gloves.
Well, then give me my money back.
Wow.
I just did.
You did?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
broke. I ain't got no money.
Okay, let me buy them. Where are they? There we go. Okay, let me get the money back.
Name's Gribbo, idiot.
Draw Ragsland, draw Ragsland, draw
Yeah,
Ragsland. Whoa!
I made
damn.
him. I made them go inside.
Should have shoved him. Did you see that? That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Arr, the goblin mistress tooth be cruel. Arr, that midget chasing a cock.
What?
He really is. He really is.
Reminds me of when Wolf was trying to make himself with that tentacle monster.
Well, it's not my
Oh
fault
my
you were
God.
watching.
Arr, my destiny view be cruel to me eyes.
Mind your business. All right? What I do with my tentacles is none of your business.
That's crazy.
Arr,
Okay.
I'm gonna end me life in just a minute.
How crazy would it be if I kidnap somebody and then we kill them?
What's arr?
Oh, what? Well, our pirate only has
Yep.
1 HP,
No one's gonna know.
which, as quiet as it might be for him to die, no one's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Oh, babe,
No
you
one's gonna
scared
know.
the shit out of me. I thought you were standing back there naked. On my camera, because he don't have a shirt on. He just got out of the shower, and I looked
Can I
up
do
and I
turn-based
saw
real
his
quick?
back.
That's funny.
I'm gonna go turn-based real quick.
Okay.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You scared the shit out of me, babe. I thought you were standing out back there with your cheeks out. I was about to be like, babe, you're crazy.
Okay. That's 1
I'm
goblin
on
dead.
camera. Wait, you did it?
Oh, he just shoved somebody.
I just shoved this guy off a cliff.
Oh,
I want to have a word.
are we
I
in
ended the-
trouble?
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought I ended the turn-based mode. My fault.
That's okay. I learned this game mechanic. I'm not gonna do it tonight. I decided not to. But if you use improvised melee weapon,
Imagine not having
here
a bow.
I'm gonna do it on Christy. Okay. Are you ready,
Okay.
Christy? I'm gonna take you with me.
Wait, I can beat you with my loot.
All right, you ready?
Okay.
Whoa. Okay, bye.
Oh,
Where'd she go?
Hi.
she took me to the Diddy dungeon.
Where the hell did you go?
Yep.
What the shit?
So, if you use improvised weapon on somebody and while you're carrying them and you teleport on the map, you take them with you.
That's awesome.
Yep.
George, come here.
So if
I wanna
you
try something.
guys are like kind of like down for that, we can
is that what you're gonna do
literally
to Gortash?
kidnap.
One at a
I
time.
mean, but like for real, we could kidnap like Dror Ragslin and Minthara and take them to the Grimforge and put them on the hammer and smack the hammer on them.
Help!
That'd be funny.
That would be hilarious.
Oh,
We can do that for a lot of people.
help! Help!
We just
What the
pick
hell
them up
happened
and
to
take
you?
them.
Help! Help!
What do they do?
Wait,
What
what the hell happened to George? Is he at the Goblin camp still?
How did you get? What the? This dude.
Help!
George, where are you? Oh my God, he's dead.
What happened?
Oh my God,
tried
George,
disarming a
why are
trap.
you crumbled?
tried
Double
disarming
click
a
his
trap.
portrait. Please double click his portrait. Look at his body.
I'll
Oh, he looks
get
pretty
you.
equal to me.
Really?
Yeah.
How did
His
he
legs
get
look
over there?
like
over.
the
Walk.
cactus from Final
Oh.
Fantasy.
Never mind. Well,
The cactuar.
well, gods, yeah.
Yeah.
Wolf, give me up. Wolf, give me up.
Or what happened to you?
How did you do that?
I tried disarming a trap.
Oh.
My character walked into the trap. Alright, bet. Oi. Oi. Arr, thanks there.
Hey, babe.
I should have left you dead.
Arr, life be a cruel mistress.
I had a lot of fun, even though we died tonight.
Yeah.
Listen, it's all right. This one's gonna be fun actually, because I think we're all kind of playing something new, aside from Christy.
Mhm.
Yeah, except for me.
But
I
I'm
sent you
excited to
something.
see.
Take a look.
I'm excited to see.
Christy
ooh,
knows what she's doing on that, though.
Yeah.
does she? I mean, yeah, you're right.
I would hope so.
Hey, Christy.
It's been like,
Well, if you
what,
like that
10
scroll.
times?
I mean, it's
Chris-
just a spell.
Christy,
But-
I have a gift for you for since you're dirge.
Okay.
Arr.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, he has a bloody amulet.
Yeah. That's supposed to be his boyfriend's.
I'm on my
Supposedly.
way
Crazy.
until I get one. Wait.
Can you wear it?
Yeah, she's wearing it right
That's
now.
crazy. That's insane.
Also, I read this like, what's the word? I can't think of the word, but anyway, they thought, because like he finds his amulet and he thinks Wolverine's in trouble because the amulet's bloodied, right?
Yeah.
But somebody said they think that Wolverine sold it to make some money, and he saw it and just like blacked out and killed the person, and now he can't remember.
How is
And now he thinks
Barkus
he's in
too
trouble.
heavy for me to throw?
Oh, you want me to throw him?
weak.
I was gonna throw him off the cliff.
I'll catch him. Throw him down here.
Oh, I'm throwing him that way.
Oh, hey guys. Hey, Barkus.
I have an elixir of Hill Giant Strength, which we need to go back to and buy 3 more.
Hey guys, hold on. No,
Are you throwing him up here?
It's
gonna
like we're
try
playing
to.
catch with him.
I think I can throw him that high though. Unfortunately.
Damn.
I alas not be strong enough. Actually, can I if I do this and then I go over here and then I do
Use him as an improvised weapon and just
what
run
I'm
with
doing.
him.
I'm gonna try to. Well, I gotta freaking. Oh my god, I gotta press.
Yeah,
O so
try
I can actually-
try teleporting. This is good practice.
Oh, try teleporting.
Yeah, so whenever you
Uh.
want to go far enough so you can hear yourself running.
It's not really. I can't really go very far down here.
And you go to map and just click. There you did it!
Hey, Barkus, you came with me.
You did it!
Softer than a whisper. Just
We're just traveling with Barkus around us.
any attention. Can't risk
Whoa.
Me and Christy are out
not
here
what I
acting
do.
like fucking apes.
Wild.
What are you doing over there?
Wild.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna head out.
Right.
Okay.
Make like a baby and head out.
That was fun.
That was clever. That was the first time I ever heard that.
Really? I
Yeah.
got a bunch of them. Make like a tree
That
and
was a
leave.
good one.
Make
No,
like a
that
hockey
one-
player and get the puck out of here.
What?
Okay, that one was a lot to say.
Like
We want to one of my. You want to know
split.
one of my favorite pickup lines ever?
What?
Let's say one of my favorite pickup lines ever. Damn girl, are you
Okay.
a tornado siren? 'Cause I want you to shut the fuck up. Love it. It's my favorite.
I mean, true.
Sorry, I shouldn't say pickup line, but you get the point.
Yeah, icebreaker.
Oh,
Antsy
babe, I can
pickup
see your
line.
feet.
It's an icebreaker.
Nice.
Oh, hold up! I gotta go to Christy's stream real quick.
Yeah, look at. Oh, no,
Oh,
wait.
I got
He's
two.
putting them out. He's just showing off the dogs. He literally.
For real, I'm gonna have to watch that VOD. I'm gonna watch that VOD. I'm gonna clip that, and I'm gonna give a command
I'll
that's gonna
clip
be
it right now.
dogged. And
That's
it's just gonna be George's
crazy.
zoom in on George's toes.
I see
Trying
him.
to hide it, but it failed.
But yeah,
There we
you
go.
like literally like. like
I've
you
seen him.
literally like stuck your leg out. What do you mean you were trying to hide it?
There you go. It's they're hidden now.
That's
Listen,
funny.
you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Desperate times. Desperate times.
Oh god, that's funny as fuck.
Ba-da-ba-da.
I'm looking right now. I just seen you clipped it. Look at those things.
Missing dogs.
The
Them
dog.
Missing
grippers.
dogs.
Put them grippers away.
I gotta full screen this.
Wild. I hope his wife walks in and be like, "You really are gay, aren't you?"
Look at them toes.
Toes. Just out of focus, you know? It's like a tease, you know?
You can tell they're
I know
there,
what you're
though.
doing, George. Yeah, I know what you're doing, bro.
Toes. The toes.
The toes. Speaking
Look
of
at that PC,
R.I.P.
look at that
Pinky
PC
Toe.
case in the back, though. R.I.P. Pinky Toe.
R.I.P.
Pinky Toe.
R.I.P.
She was the one of
She was
us.
strong.
Oh my god.
She was strong when it mattered.
But
But
at
not
the
when it
end-
mattered most.
But at the end, at the end, Pinky Toe got stubbed.
I did. Indeed.
So it was a good run. It was a good run we had.
It was.
Yeah.
Take 5 for me, but 6 for y'all.
I think it's more
Hey.
than 6.
I think it is 6, actually.
I think it's 6 because you guys said that you had a run and died before I joined.
No, we had like
Yeah.
a few before Gab joined.
I don't
Oh.
think did we? I thought we only had 1.
I think pretty
we had,
sure we
like,
had like
2 or
3.
3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, we did. I'll have to
So
look
this is your
back for
like
the
we died.
VODs.
9th?
No, because when's the first time we died? How did we die first? The first time we died was the Oathbreaker.
Yeah, that was
No,
my bad
that-
because I hit a child in front of him.
No, not before that. Before that. First time we
Oh.
died was the Oathbreaker because I shoved the
Oh,
Oathbreaker while
you
George was
shoved him.
talking to him.
Yeah, there
shoved
was
it, yeah.
another time we died in the one room with in the
I'm trying to remember.
the one with
I don't
the
remember a
door,
time.
the lever.
Or with the lever.
Yeah, I think
Door
George
with-
blew us up.
Oh, right at the beginning?
Yeah.
In the ruins?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I do remember. Those don't
I
count as
wasn't there for
runs.
that.
Listen, if we only play for like 20 minutes, it doesn't count as a run, okay?
Oh.
I think it does. Technically.
George, what did you do?
It's funny though. Like Wolf, if she would have caused it, she'd be okay with not counting it.
I
Right.
haven't caused it yet, though. That's the thing. It's never been
Because
me.
you just
Nah.
didn't do anything.
I'm
It was
not,
it was me at
though.
least once.
I'm
I
not,
think
though.
me, Gab, and Wolf have all been at fault.
Yeah.
Wolf been at fault twice.
I think it's been more than
Well, the
twice.
first time was first time was funny. Okay.
Second time was.
They were all funny.
They were all funny, yeah.
It just always starts with, what does this do? And then I shove the Oathbreaker, and then
Yeah, I
The
tried to
Oathbreaker
kill
will remember
Yenna.
that.
I remember I tried to kill Yenna because it's Ornn. And that
Yeah,
fucking
but
Oathbreaker was like, fuck no,
dumb-
dude.
Dumbass Oathbreaker doesn't know that's Orin. He gets all mad at you. It's like, what, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you knew who that was, you wouldn't be mad.
for him.
I wonder what happens if you have somebody at camp when she's there, and then you have somebody go and interact with like Orin.
There is a way to, like, make it so she takes Yenna, but I forgot what you have to do. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
you have to have, like, the people that she would normally take, like, into your party, but that's obviously impossible. Not a four
Well,
player.
we're basically
person
about
run.
to have what, Lae'zel, Shadowheart, and
I think
Karlach.
the only people that she normally takes is Lae'zel, Minthara, and is it Gale?
I've seen Halsin too.
Oh yeah, and Halsin.
Just remember when we want to kill that one bitch, the flying one, we gotta bring Shart with us.
God, that's gonna make the fight so much harder
Yeah.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
if we kill
If we
Aelin.
Aelin, that's her name. Yeah.
If we kill Aelin.
Yeah.
I guess like one of us could like step out and then someone control Shadowheart at the very last minute, you know, before
Yeah,
you
we
free
just
her.
have to make sure. We just have to make sure we go in there with Shadowheart, because we have to do that fight with Shadowheart, because we can't leave without freeing her.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Maybe
Yeah.
I should have played Shadowheart and then respect her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have.
It's okay. We'll die again. You'll have an opportunity.
Okay.
No, we won't. No, we won't. There will not be another
Alright.
opportunity.
On
Yeah.
that note, I'm hitting the ending stream button.
Yeah, I'm gonna end
Yeah,
stream
I'm
too.
gonna dip and then stream and everything. So I will. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night,
Hell
guys.
yeah, dude.
Later.
Good
Bye.
night. Bye.